Good. Spope. You have to tell me how to pronounce that. Is it Spope? I've got you twice. Patricia.
It's Susan. Her
Oh,
name's
it's Susan. Leo, you'll have to change it to Susan so I know that. Hey, Patricia. Hi, Charles. Hey, Bill McKenna. Good morning. Hi, Bonnie. EP Weatherhead. So you have to tell me what that stands for as well. Simone. Hi, good morning. Wendy. Tammy, Cassandra, one of our practitioners. Hi. Hi, Kina. Hi, Heather. Hi, Rhonda. Hi, Vera. Terhas, Adam. I like that. Deborah. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Jay. Precious. I love that name. Good morning, Jace. Hi, Denise. Hi, Carmel. Like that. Sandra. Karen Doss. Hello. Good morning. Oh, it looks like Shelby. Pam is coming. Hi, Claire. Hi, Keisha. Hi, Janesh. Kathleen. 5580. If you would change your sign into a name so we know who's here. Hi, Shelby. Hi, Pam.
Hi, from Jamaica.
Good morning, everyone. So we are expecting well in the hundreds of people today. So over the day, people will be coming and going. So I probably won't get a chance to say hello to everyone, but please say hi to us. If you're new and have never been on any Cogno Movement call, let us know. We would love to know where you're from and how you found us. Practitioners, if you'll put your name in the chat, let everybody know that you're here. Bill McKenna, can you say good morning real quick?
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to be here. Oh, this is great. This is the very first annual World Cogno Movement Day.
Actually, that's not true. We did World Cogno Movement Day once. Before I was thinking about it this morning, we did. It's what started Cogno Hours.
Oh,
so the first one was called World Cogno Day.
Oh, I remember now. Oh my gosh, my memory. Okay.
Yeah. And then after that, it started about weekly Cogno Hours, and now we're down to about once a month. But yeah, it started letting us see everyone and hear from everyone and do.
That's right. It is, but this will be an annual event now. It did spurn Cogno Hour, which everybody loves those, and we love doing it too.
Oh my gosh, it's fantastic. So I could not be more excited. Last night I couldn't sleep. I was so excited about this because this literally is World Cogno Movement Day. We will have, we invited practitioners, the superstar guest speakers and session leaders. Our practitioners are worldwide. So we all got together and everybody agreed what hour they would come and what session they would do. So you guys are going to get to meet people who are doing Cogno Movement and doing the most amazing things around the world. And you're going to get a session every hour. So stay with us as long as you can. Pop in and out. It's all good. You're welcome to be here. I just saw another one of our practitioners, Colby, joined. Colby, if you'll put your name and information in the chat. And what you guys specialize in. What most people don't know is Cogno Movement practitioners are incredible. Flori, Italy, our family. Anyway, they specialize in lots of things. So it's really fun to know what everyone does. So while we're still logging in, I want to, Bill, do you have any other opening thoughts before we get started?
Today is going to be so fun because you're going to see throughout the day so many stories from real life people. And I'm one of my favorite things here about this is to be able to hear all of the things that we never heard. Like there's so many people from around the world using Cogno Movement and had solved issues that a big part of today is just to hear from you. Open it up so that you can tell us about what manifested. We want to hear your manifesting stories and relationship stories and everything that's happened because this is a real opportunity to get to know you and hear about, and also for us to help out. You know, there's going to be things as you jump on and you say, God, you know, how do I do this or how do I do that? You know, we'll try to give tips and tricks and actually do it. We've got time today to actually do sessions. So you're going to get sessions with the practitioners, sessions with Liz, and it is just going to be an awesome day today of release, manifesting, and enjoying each other's company.
Okay, so Coral is our first guest speaker this morning. Want everybody to know, just for tech stuff, Leah, if you see Leah, the Cognomovement team, she will be in the chat. One of us will be in the chat if you have questions or need help with anything. For sessions today, I've seen a ton of people who are like, I just found out about this an hour ago. Do your best to just follow along. Somebody said they're here because of Coral. So just follow along. We're going to do really simple sessions. You're going to get some real change today. At noon, we are going to do World Cogno Session. So Cogno movement, for whatever you see as peace on the planet. So whatever that is for you, that's what you work on. So you might start thinking about that, but that's at noon Pacific time, 3 hours from now. So Bill, will you help me welcome Coral?
I hear you.
Are you muted? I can't see him, so.
He's muted, talking away.
Okay. Bill, you're muted or we can't hear you. So I'll introduce Coral. Coral is one of our level 2 practitioners, but also one of our practitioner mentors and really on the path to be trainer as Cognomovement. She does a lot of that already. She's one of our most experienced practitioners. And you're going to get the opportunity to have a great session with her this morning and then hear her story. You're going to want to hang out for that because Coral has changed her life, but she really changes a lot of lives every day. So Coral, I'm going to pass the meeting on to you.
Thank you so much. And oh my gosh, the energy here is so amazing. You don't realize it till it happens when everyone jumps on. So just so cool that this is going on. So yes, my name is Coral Simpson. I live in Southern Utah. I've been a practitioner since February 2020, and I do daily Cognomovement sessions on myself as a hygiene. And my specialty, I still have a hard time bringing myself into a niche. I'm still like, I work with everyone, but I do find I really, really enjoy relationships, especially relationships with teens and children, and even people just wanting better relationships. I love it. It's because when we do our work, it unfolds into everything around us. So that's kind of, if you wanted to, that's what I love working with, but I work with everything. So the reason I chose the topic we're going to do the mini session with this morning around I release fear is because the story I'm going to share after this is actually about releasing a fear of flying, which is a client I had worked with. And so I'll share that story. It's kind of fun. So with Cognomovement, if you've never done it before, this is your first time here, and you're just like, what am I getting into? Basically, we're going to find a sensation or an emotion in the body correlating to the topic. So my topic is around fear. So it could be this, whoa. So today we're just going to release a little bit of fear because this is a mini session. And so it's not, if you do a full Cognomovement session, it's quite in depth around whatever topic someone was working on. But today is just going to be a little of that pressure cooker, little valve release off of that. And when the body knows that, hey, this is possible, then it wants more. It's like, it's almost like if you eat the cookie, you can't not have it again. You want it again. Some people though, it's unique as well. So this is something that some people are very drawn to, and some people find other modalities, which is, we're in a beautiful place in this awareness where we can do that. So enough of that. To do Cognomovement, you're going to need an object. So many of us here will have a Cognomovement ball, which has the complex geometric signs and the colors on its chakras. And that there's, the brain is engaging the left and the right side of the brain, just even looking at the ball and holding it. But you can use any object you want. So if you have a pen, you can use a pen. If you have a water bottle, you can use a water bottle. Or if you have some sort of a ball, is actually best, because the point is you're going to keep both hands on the object. When you have both hands on the object and you're moving across the midline of your body, you're harmonizing your nervous system. Your brain is engaged, your learning centers are engaged, your nervous systems. This is a full mind, body, spirit workout with a focus that we find in the body or an emotion. So when we do the work, I'll lead, but the important things is that both hands stay on your object and that you move it side to side across the midline. And then we'll be doing some eye stuff as well. And I'll explain that as well. So we're going to get started. And to do that about fear, like, here we go. And why not start the day off with facing our fears? You know, everything, there'll be other amazing sessions that are going to be so positive, like around magic and other things. But, you know, in life, most things that limit us have to do with fear of some way, shape, or form. So I feel that this is a very pertinent topic to start with, and we'll go ahead and we will get going. We'll get this mini session on the way. So what we're going to do to see how you feel about releasing fear, we're going to keep your face straight. You can do this seated, or standing. You're going to keep your face straight, but you're going to bring your eyes down, not closing them. You're looking down like you're trying to look at your shirt, because you're accessing into your feeling kinesthetic body. And with your eyes down, say the sentence out loud or in your mind. I release fear. And maybe say it again. I release my fear. For me, I had a little, my chest kind of felt warm and a little pressure, and I leaned back a little. My body leans back, because to me, that means there's energy there that kind of pushes me back. But you might have all of a sudden your jaw feels sore, or the top of your head feels like dull pressure, or your stomach feels like it's in knots. There are many, you could even have, hey, my elbow, all of a sudden, there's like this little itch on the side. It is totally unique to you, but it is a sensation that wasn't there before you said that sentence. So that is your job, is when I say notice the sensation, feeling, or emotion, is to find, so if fear brought anger or fear brought another emotion, your job is to chase that when we do the mini session. And then we'll move up and we'll see what happens. You'll notice it might move through your body. It might start in your chest, like mine, and it might go all of a sudden down to my bicep, or it might go into my head. It's signals going all over your body. And so we're just following that. So let's get some fear release. Let's go ahead and get started. So to do that, again, let's bring it up again in the body. And I say bring it up, meaning like feel it. Feel it. Be all in. It's a guest at this moment, and we're going to be with what is. So whatever it is, even if you have an absence of a feeling, be with that. So here we go. Again, your face straight forward, bring your eyes down. And say it again. I release my fear. I release my fear. Bring your object down to the lowest your arms will go, and start to move side to side and spin whatever you have, so you take in different aspects of that. And if you have a Cognomovement ball, begin to call the first color that you see. If you have an object, call whatever aspects of the object you notice. And feel it. Feel that sensation or the emotion. Let it get big. Be all in. Release your fear. Feel fear. Feel whatever is here. Calling out whatever you see on your object or your ball. Color on Cognomovement. Moving up to the belly button. Still, both hands on the ball, side to side, calling out whatever you see, whatever aspect your brain takes in, your eyes take in, and feel. You release your fear. Feel it. Bring it up as much as you can. Releasing fear. Breathing in and moving up to right below the heart line. Side to side. thinking your topic sentence, and really feel the sensation or the emotion. All in, feel it, make it bigger. Moving up and right in front of the heart. Still noticing your emotion or sensation around releasing fear. Calling out whatever aspect, keeping both hands on your object. You can go very slow if you need to, or whatever speed you can feel the sensation or emotion and still call out aspects of your object or ball. Moving up to right in front of your neck, keeping your eyes on your object, calling out the different aspects. You release fear, fear of unknown, fear of known. What your body is here to release in this moment, it already knows what it's ready to release. Feeling the sensation or emotion that is coming with this. And moving in front of the eyes, still side to side, calling out whatever aspects of your object you have. Releasing fear. Feel it. What is here for you to release? What sensation or emotion is showing you from your body? Asking for you to acknowledge and feel all the way. And then we're going to bring your object above your head. Now, if you need to modify because you have shoulder issues, make sure your eyes are in the up position, but please do what your body is capable of only. Calling out the first whatever you see of your object. And really feeling the sensation or the emotion here. Releasing fear. Breathe in. Bring your object or ball down. Breathe out. We're going to go into what we call in Cogno movement world, infinity. And so for this, it's going to be your eyes. We're going to move your object as if someone had drawn an infinity around your eyes. You want to make sure that you come out broad, that you come up above your head so your eyes are looking up, and that when you're low, your eyes are looking low. For this, we're going to just keep the ball as comfortable as you want. You can either be close to your eyes or you can be further out. But for today, just wherever you want to hold the ball in your space and time. So let's start on our right side. You're going to keep your face straight. Your neurology is going to want to cheat. Sometimes it's like, ooh, my eyes feel sore. So your head will want to wander to where the ball is. Try to keep your head straight. And the important thing here is that your eyes follow the focal point. So if you're using a water bottle and it's looking at the cap, your eyes actually stay on it the whole way through. So it's like eye yoga. You're strengthening your ocular muscles and you're accessing all kinds of stuff in the brain and the neural pathways. So we're going to start on the right side, find your focal point. So I'm going to look at this little blue circle on my ball. My eyes are going to stay glued to that, and we're going to move it slowly, like a second hand on a clock, through the infinity. So before we begin, one more thing, bring it up. I release my fear. Breathe in, start moving your object or ball like the second hand of a clock, following with your eyes. Noticing what your body feels like right now. What do you notice? What do you feel like? Making sure to breathe. Keeping the eyes really reaching for the focal point. Keeping them on there. If you notice that your eyes might skip or blink excessively or get really blurry in certain areas and clear in others, you can hold your object in that area and breathe into that and see if your eyes will relax around it and stay there and regain focus or ease. Releasing your fear. Maybe asking yourself, if I release this fear, what would my life look like? How would this impact my life if this fear were not here right now, whatever this is? Breathing in. Noticing how your sensation is right now. Is it staying the same? Is it increasing? Is it kind of decreasing? Is it moving around? Releasing my fear. All right, we're going to set our Cogno movement ball down on your object, and we're going to go straight into our ears. We're going to do the outside of the ear. Sometimes we do the inner ear, but we're going to do the outside of the ear. We are going to cross body, but if you need to do one side of the ear, we're going to squeeze this outer upper ridge here, this cartilage. You can do one side and then the other, but if you can, let's do both hands and starting at the top of your ears. And you're going to squeeze and wiggle and tell the story of the best possible outcome of releasing this fear. What would that be? What would the best possible outcome be of releasing this, whatever it is? Working your way down to the earlobe, squeezing and wiggling. Breathing in, and when you get to the bottom, release your ears. You're going to fold them forward. Breathe in and imagine you're breathing into your tailbone, a big breath all the way down into the tip of your spine. It's hard for me to talk and do that. And then you're going to imagine breathing anything that needs to leave out the top of your head and release your ears. Beautiful. We're going to walk as if someone has drawn an 8 on your floor. So literally you're just walking as if there was an 8 or an infinity drawn on your floor. And while you're doing that, if you'll just wring your hands. So you're just wringing your hands and you're walking as if somebody has drawn an 8 on the floor. Feeling whatever you notice right now about fear. Taking a long breath in. Still walking. And then coming back, we're going to yawn. And to yawn, we're going to turn our heads to the right. And you're going to bring your eyes looking up to the left. So your head is physically to the right, looking over your shoulder, but your eyes are looking up to the left. You're going to open your jaw as wide as you can when you yawn, but yawn real or fake. Oh, wonderful. Bring your head neutral, and then you're going to turn your head to the left, and then look up to the right. So eyes are upright, but head is left. And again, you're going to yawn real or fake again. And we have a little bit more time, and so we're going to do a little quick conversation, and we're just going to see what the body has to say about what you're working on today. And then we will go into the story. So if you'll bring your object again, and you're going to bring your arms down to both hands, bring your object down to the lowest your arms will go, and start moving side to side. And prompt yourself, or I'll give you the prompt, as you're moving side to side. You're not calling anything out, you're just looking at your ball. Tell the story of releasing this fear. That might suspend logic. What does the story look like of releasing this fear? And just move your ball up the body as you talk about this story in your time. Tell the story. If you can say it out loud, say it out loud. If you have to whisper it or say it in your head, do that. Working your way all the way up above the body. And then breathe in and release the breath, and we can set our objects down. So this work that you just did ripples out into the world, ripples out into this community that is here now. And every little bit of knowledge or glimmer that we all have, that we can release a little more fear, allows that for someone else to release a little more fear. And when we are not in fear, our tunnel vision becomes worldwide. When we are in fear, our brain and body literally bring our vision to a tunnel. You wonder, why doesn't that person just change? Why don't they just see this way? They can't. They cannot. When you do Cogno movement, it opens it up, opens it up. So this is such a gift that you are giving to yourself and the world, and this entire day will be that. So thank you for coming and doing this mini session. You can continue this work, the process we just did. If you still feel like you got to do some more, do some more. But I guarantee you, when you start focusing on magic and other things in this day, this is all going to still move, no matter what we start with, no matter what topic we're on. We're in a community. We're all doing this energetic work, and stuff is going to move. So just so excited about that. So I don't know if Liz wanted me to talk with her about the story.
Yeah, actually, hold on just a sec. So let's ask everybody. Would you put a thumbs up or a yes? Did you get a change? Did your fear change? So let us know. And if we have, someone who wants to raise their hand and tell us what happened, that would be amazing. If you do it quickly, I'll pick someone. And you can tell us what happened if you want to. That was awesome. Yes, thanks, Coral. Love and gratitude. While you guys are thinking about telling your story, I just want to make sure, if you guys are watching this again on replay, you want to make sure that your eyes are on the object at all times. So sometimes our host is going to look away from the ball to talk to you, but you want to keep your eyes on your Cogno ball or your object at all times. The eye movement is going to help you get that change. The explanations were so wonderful. Thank you, Coral, Susan says. Great. Oh, Katie had a big duh. Katie, you want to share that real quick? I'll unmute you. And if you want to share that, that would be great. Help everybody. Hold on just a sec. I don't think you can unmute yourself. Okay, there you go. I think you should be able to unmute. I feel something, but I don't know what, says Anna. So what advice would you give her, Coral? So I feel something, but I don't know what. Oh,
No.
You're muted again. How did you get muted?
Yeah.
Leah, okay, go ahead. Okay, they're asked to unmute. Maybe. Okay,
Sorry, I muted myself. So I would say that's something, be with it. Just be with what is. You don't have to know what it is. It doesn't need a story. It doesn't need that something's wrong. It just is there for you to show you, like, here I am. And that feeling most likely has a history. So just be with that feeling. And the more you can be with it, like 90 seconds or even longer, sometimes they're longer, it depends on what it's correlated to. But the more you can be with it, the more it can trust itself to relax and release. So that's my advice, Liz, unless you have something.
Yeah, you know what? Also, this is a really short session, so you can actually keep going and investigate further. But lots of times, even after a short session, after a half an hour, an hour, all of a sudden something pops in your mind and you're like, oh God, that's what that was about. Or a new idea, or it just fades and you forget you were working on it in the first place. Gina said she loved this. She felt so much better about releasing fear. So is it okay, Katie, if you want to share, what was your big duh moment?
Yeah. So I'm at a point in my business where I really need to hire an assistant, and there's some fear around that. So I found that I'm procrastinating a little bit with this process because I'm a little afraid. And the big duh moment, it was somewhere over here, and I really felt it in the eyes. And it's like, how do you get rid of this fear? Oh, focus on what you need to do to keep the fear from being realized instead of the fear. And it's like, I immediately heard this duh, and my eyes released. And it's
Woo!
not like I don't have, I mean, I'm probably working 2 full-time jobs right now, which that's not a bragging thing in this culture of busy. I am an example of what not to do right now. So it's the perfect time to have an assistant. And now there's no fear around that. And I'll finish the stuff to be able to hire them. And yeah, thank you, Coral.
Yay. That's the hope. And this work, for everyone that maybe hasn't done Cognomovement before, it continues. We notice effects 6 weeks out. I mean, the rest of your life, it continues, but your body and mind, and you're still like adjusting when you release things. For about 6 weeks, you could be like, that was because of that. But you forget correlating it anymore because your life just goes on and something else comes in. So.
Well, and if people are brand new today, I just want to share the mechanics just the tiniest bit. What Coral led you through is a way to let your whole nervous system take a look at that fear. Because before, just one part of your nervous system was dealing with it, looking at it, handling it the same way every time, which was through fight or flight. So Coral just helped you downregulate that fight or flight and let ideas and inspiration have a look. Your higher self have a look. The left brain and the right brain have a look. Your kinesthetic body have a look. And also some neutrality. So what it boils down to is it changes what's an automated response that may not have been working for you before. You know, that gut reaction that you didn't want is what Coral helped you shift. So Coral, I know that you're working with a lot of people and in your own life. So I know you wanted to share a story with everyone.
Yes. So the story I chose today, because there's so many. So it's like when they ask, what are you going to share? But this one it's just kind of cool. And it was fun how it played out. So somebody contacted me on like a Monday, and we set up this session for Thursday because they were planning a flight to Africa on Monday. And they were scared of flying. They were scared of they have claustrophobia. And we did it. So when we met, her claustrophobia was a 10. Like even being in a small, you know what that is. So if you're in a small closet or anything like that, it would be unbearable. And so during the session, we unpacked, first we were just working on, I'll give you the process. So we started with, focus on the whole thing of flying and being in a small airplane or this small size of a cabin, right? And being at the window seat was the worst for her because somebody would be sitting next to her. So her body would get, it's just total going into the anxiety during this session that happened. But coming out of it, because you're doing all of this work is at the same time. And then we were able to have her sit at the window seat in her mind without having the reaction. So then we moved to, you get off that plane because she had to take 3 planes to get to her destination. And her worst fear was to be on one of the smaller planes. So like maybe 8 seats or something. And she didn't know if that would be occurring or not because she hasn't actually gone to Africa before this time. And so we got her in the big plane. The window seat was fine. So then we moved to the next size lower plane, like a Legion or one of those smaller flight type airplanes. And that same thing, you're getting on the airplane, you're walking through the aisle. So she's visualizing it. And then you sit down and that brought a level of fear as well. And we worked through that. And then we got to imagine, here you are, you've landed, you're almost to your destination. And the next plane is that little 8-seater plane. And so same thing. And that one, it was cool because that one did elicit more response when we were working on it. And, like the loudness, it's so loud because if you've been in one of those, they're very loud and it's bumpy and all of that. So we were going through all of this in the worst case scenario. So anyways, we worked and we were able to get her fear from a 10 and she finished at a 2 and she felt really comfortable and she wanted to be good with that. So we allowed that. And, I was in touch with her every day until Monday before she left. But I also, what I wanted to share with this too, is the exercises that we did. So what we just did with the eyes, I told her, I said, take a pen. If you're getting on that plane and all of a sudden anything comes back, then you use the pen and you just get yourself going with that and you can work through it. Well, she did that. She even texted me from one of the flights. I don't know what country where she was at that time, but she was like, I did it. I made it on the first flight and I got off. And then she's like, I'm getting ready for this one, but I'm in the back of the plane and I'm just breathing. And I said, do the eyes. And so she did the eyes and she did all of it. And the whole scenario worked out. She had a fantastic trip to Africa. She came back and she's flying all over now. So it was really fabulous. Like, it's just one of those fun, like, why be limited? Why be limited in our lives? We can be more unlimited in any facet, truly, if we're willing to go through whatever the reason the body wasn't liking the idea of flying. So that's the story I have. And that was Deborah. She gave me permission to share it. And I just so grateful that story happened. And this was like 2 months ago. So yeah.
How long, do you know how long she'd had the fear of flying?
Oh, you know what? She just texted, because I'm like, give me your, because I didn't want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Let me see what she had written really fast. You'd think I'd have that right in the top of my head, right? Okay. So she said, well, she did that. I've been dealing with claustrophobia for a while. She loves to travel. However, airplane rides were not a joyous experience for me. The panic would set in days before I even boarded the plane. A friend told me about coral. I knew some information, and so we booked the session. And then, yeah, so for a while, I don't know how long.
So, with Cognomovement Practitioner sessions, we always follow up after about 7 days, and we ask a bunch of weird questions because it helps us know what else happened in the nervous system. So nothing in the body happens in a vacuum, right, Coral?
Yeah.
So do you happen to know, did claustrophobia, was it decreased in other areas of her life?
You had asked me that. No, because she went to Africa. Like, normally the check-in is that, but she's been gone in whirlwind. And I just recently texted her about this. So I should ask her some more questions. So I don't know.
We don't know yet.
I don't know, but it is so true. And it's so true. And it's so crazy because you don't attribute it to the session. You kind of just think that it's like, oh, all of a sudden I never would go into this store because it was small. And then I go in there now, but you don't remember that you had done the session on claustrophobia and when you would never have gone in there before. So it's amazing what happens in your life after a session that isn't even tied to what you would think it's tied to.
Yeah. Bill, I can see he's got a question on the tip of his brain there.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, you know what? I just got to say, for all of you watching, I don't know if you know somebody or maybe even had something like this in your life, but you have no idea until you've been in the position where you're like, I'm terrified, is how it limits and impacts you. And the gift that you've given this person, it impacts everything. It's relationships, how her trip went in Africa. If you're in Africa and you're like, well, I'm in Africa now, and guess what? I'm going to have to get a plane home, right? How's the trip going to go, right? If you were on pins and needles the whole time. So I just wanted to say just how awesome of you, Coral. You can, for everybody out there, I mean, this is just one story, but literally with Coral, I don't know a week or two go by without hearing some other miracle. Is this some awesome story of something Coral done did out there and help people with, from everything that would be, the garden variety stuff like this to, like life-changing, like, oh my God, everything has changed. And so anyway, I wanted to encourage everybody on the Cognomovement website, cognomovement.com. There's the Find a Practitioner. You can actually book with her right there. You just click and book. One click does it all. You can find her. You see her schedule, and you literally just click the button and away you go. So It's really awesome. It's been a absolutely beautiful journey with Coral. I can't tell you how many times she's made me cry. I can't even, she gets like, I'm like the things that happen. And I'm like, oh my God, here it comes. The work is unbelievable. And the stories about her own personal life and the releases and the changes, it's like literally tear jerking, and I'm not somebody who likes to do that, but she'll get you. Anyway, so happy you're with us, Coral, and thank you for everything you've done in the world out there. You're a gift to humanity and a gift to us to have you with us. What else can we say?
Okay, so we only have Coral for a few more minutes because Coral is running off to teach a class. But, I know you've been using Cognomovement in your own life for a number of years now. What would you say, and I know it's going to be hard to put in a box because I'm putting on a spot, what would you say is kind of the biggest personal change that's happened in your life?
Coming out of shame, truly.
Oh, that's no little thing.
No, and it was a process and is a process, but just, I think most of us have that, but really, truly, even doing this today, 3 years ago or more, knowing this wouldn't be an option. I would have had so many things, reservations and all of that. That's one thing, but because I've been able to come out of that in my own self, really the biggest thing is always my children, because my relationship has changed immensely with my children. They don't know it. I'm still mom, all of that. However, really kinder, more playful, less blaming, all the things that we get caught into the snare of and don't even know that we're in that pattern, right? And so now my children are teenagers, and there's no terrible teens. It's no such thing as that. There is, you might experience it, but that's just a way to show you, like, you got some chaos you got to deal with. So as I've done that, and I still have chaos, you see me in the store, you might still see me be like, hey, but no, bar none, like to have that peace. And, another topic, I worked with someone recently with this, but even for myself, I did this a long time ago, the belief that I'm a good mom. So I'm doing the belief I'm a bad mom, because we all think with these impossible standards and that sort of thing. So that let the pressure off enough of me to start in this other, like, oh, whatever I see that is irritating me, I can do me, and it changes in them. So
yeah, that's the really cool thing, right? So, relationship, it takes two people. And I know you've done some Cogno movement with your kids. We all make them at one point or another. But most of the work really has been done through your own body. You change your pattern, your nervous system, and it affects the way they react to you. Would that be the way you would describe it?
100%. Like you say, you don't have the hook anymore. So what I say this, whatever I see, if I am judging, whether it's children, people in the world, it's an unhealed aspect of myself. Maybe I don't have it to the degree I'm noticing it. Maybe it's this, but I have a degree in me, because you can't recognize what you don't have. And we all have every aspect of everything in us. And so if it's in my face, it's in my face for a reason. And so I this magic crystal ball here, magic china ball here, allows that to unravel and really seeing the world in a more neutrality way. And every day, literally, I know here we go on the sob stories, but Bill and Liz, like, oh my gosh, I cannot imagine. I cannot even imagine if I were still like I used to be. I don't know who I would be. I'd probably be drunk under a bridge. So, anyways.
I don't think so. I
don't know.
One possibility. Hey, Susan has this really great comment. So I want to hear what you have to say about it, and Bill, jump in as well. So Susan asked about it takes a village, even inside one body. So what she means is, I was thinking that we have so many systems in our body: breathing, tears, blood pressure, digestion, fight or flight, are a village of systems. That is so accurate. Hold on. This gives some scaredy cats calmness, a calmness break, so that other parts of the body can rethink and recalculate whatever the issue is. Oh my God, what do you think about that, Coral? That's amazing.
That's spot on. Absolutely. I love that. That's a wonderful illustration. That really, it is. That's right there. Because that's what we need. We just need a breath, right? We all just need a breath. And when we have permission, we give ourselves permission, and we also know that it's possible. We are so smart. We are so smart. As soon as the body knows it's possible, what? I don't have to swim in the dirty fish tank anymore. Not doing that. So yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I had somebody yesterday, a session where the person really wanted something from another person they're in a relationship with. And as we use Cognomovement to wander around all the systems of the body, just like Susan is saying, all the systems that handle our thoughts and feelings, all of a sudden they realized that they absolutely had no way in for the person in their life to do what they wanted. Every way they looked at it, it was impossible. There was no hook for that person's eye, right?
Yes.
So when we want something and literally we are running in our system of our body, nope, 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 nope. There's no way for it to happen. So really what Susan's saying is, it really does allow all the systems to take a look at that idea, that feeling, the driver of it, and then autocorrect, make a change. So for that client, they're like, oh my God, no wonder it's not happening. Right?
Absolutely. I was going to say, Liz, is there anyone in this community that's here now that actually would like to share something about Cogno movement and how it's impacted their own lives? We have a little bit of time. If anybody here, I'm kind of taking the rein here, but if anyone would like to share, because whenever we share, somebody else goes, they can possibly relate. So I just wonder if there's anyone. If you do, just raise your hand or put in the chat.
And that includes our pracs who are with us. Anybody want to jump in? Just raise your hand. Leah, watch for raised hands. Nobody? All right. Well, you guys will get your confidence as the day goes on, and please feel free to jump in and share. I know this is kind of off, it's on and off topic, but just want to, if you could, in the chat, one of the things we didn't do is where are you in the world and how did you find us? Could you put that? Bill.
Oh, we did that?
But if you're new and you just logged on and you didn't do it yet, that's a great idea.
Okay, if you could, where you at in the world and how you found us.
Yeah, we've got people worldwide today. So
that's so awesome. I'd love to hear all of it.
I do have a story really fast about Bill McKenna. So put him on the pressure. No, it's not really Bill. It's actually just an experience at Cogno Conscious. And we were talking about shame earlier. That was one of the things. And this, for the rest of my life, I could just crack up every time, because we were working the session. There was about 8 of us in that group. It was a long time ago. And we were in this area right at a boardwalk. So there's a Mission Bay, in San Diego, there's a boardwalk and people are walking by. Well, one of the things when we were working with shame in that part is clap out everywhere there's shame. So here we are, 6 people, with mostly slamming, clapping our hands. And these people are drinking and roller skating by and walking with their kids. And we're out there just clapping. And then you take your Cogno movement ball and you're doing this. And Bill, I just picture him every time because he gets all in. He's all in all the time. And he released so much in me because of that, though, because I'm like, you know what? What am I worried about? Who cares? But he's over there, he's just, so it's not the best illustration, but I just really, truly, this community is all about letting go of what is holding us back. And Bill has done that in many ways. And Bill and Liz always, anything is possible. And when you're around them, it's just it is magical. There's something in the air when you're around those two and they're in cahoots. So I just wanted to share that with the shame.
Well, you know what? That is one thing that's true. Cognomovement classes are fun because we both just really have no embarrassment. It's true. You know, before you go, Coral, the other thing is, not to put you on the spot again, but you know, I've known you for quite some time now. And when I look at you, it's like not the same human. You live in a new place. What else? There's about 1,000 new things.
Oh, just truly the confidence to be who you know, like dancing. I'll say dancing because that's one of my other things. Anyways, I used to dance like the music would be going and I'd be over here and then I'd come in and I'd do a little bit and then I'd like go off. Well, what I realized after all of a sudden one day, I'm like, not that I can, you know, like I wouldn't go out on a star search and try out for something, but my nervous system was so chaotic before Cogno movement, I couldn't hold a beat. I couldn't, literally. It was frying, like shh. So that showed up when I was moving. And so now, like that, and even singing, again, I wouldn't go on Star Search, but I will sing, and I will sing in front of other people, and that would never have occurred. And I'm finally getting to the place, I've unraveled so much gunk that it's time to play. And you can do that anytime in your Cogno journey, but my journey was a lot of gunk. And then now I'm like, ooh, I'm at the creative place. Like, let's make some stuff happen. What can we make happen or co-create to happen? I mean, put my mind in that direction and undo what is potentially there for me to not do whatever it is I seek. And then knowing full well that when I arrive at the place of what I'm looking at or wanting, I have the wisdom, I have the perspective, I have the ability to hold that because of Cogno movement. So, you know, we want these things, and so it's all possible, but we arrive when we can hold it. And this has gotten me to hold so much, and my container is expanding so big, and I just love it. So there's your answer.
It's
Coral.
so cool. Go ahead, Bill.
Oh God, we could do this all day with Coral. So I want to just if you would, because it really tugged at my heartstrings, is what happened, the relationships that are closest to you, kind of, and you know, it's now been a while, but kind of where you were at in those relationships with your family, your kids, and that sort of thing before, you know, with different aspects of, you know, things that were going on, and then what happened? I'm
the queen of TMI, so you want that can open? Let's keep going. Here we go, and they're probably watching, so whatever. Anyways, yeah. So
well, they're probably like, oh my gosh, Coral, do more, mommy, do more Cogno movement, you know?
Oh yeah, if they could have me just in a tank doing it all the time, they would. But no, in a cage. They're like, here's the ball, mom. No, there's been, oh my goodness, like, you know, sibling fights, just diffusing that, and that, like, you know, they'll Cogno movement for that sort of thing. And so, but anyways, what, really, I will just, yeah, TMI. I was not the most nurturing person because I didn't know how to be. I wanted to so bad in my heart. Like, I'm a kind person. Everyone's like, oh my gosh, Coral, you know, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not naturally nurturing. I'm not. I just didn't have it. And you don't know. How do you become something that you don't just have in you? Or I mean, that's buried in you because it's always in there. So really, truly just becoming that nurturing person, nurturing myself and becoming more nurturing to them, being more open to them, being, oh my gosh, the best thing ever is letting them on their journey, but from the perspective that I have. And so instead of me trying to insert myself in my children's things, like everything that they have to do has to be what I used to be controlling, very controlling, like this is how you do it. This is what's right. This is what's wrong. Not anymore. Now it's like, of course there's safety in that all, that's normal, but
and the food,
Oh,
just use food as an example.
Oh my gosh. I'm somebody who would make homemade Cocoa Puffs. Okay. So, and they don't like that. They like real Cocoa Puffs that you buy at the store, and they're not real. But anyways, besides that, Bill, what do you want from me? Okay. So I, when they were younger, they're teens now. I everything from scratch. And like, if I could live on a farm in the middle of nowhere and they never got a chance to experience any of this other stuff, I would be perfectly content and happy. Well, that's not how the world works. And I grew up a different way, and I look at me, I'm just fine. So it has let me find a balance that they can go and they can have it, instead of trying to keep all that from them all the time, there's a balance in the house. And so really I was pretty intense would be the word with it. And so it is really not the same anymore. It's very relaxed, and well, they might not even say that, but it is so much more relaxed. And the stress that it was on me about it, because everything was poison to me, right? Like, oh, that's poison. Don't eat that. And so my mind never wasn't on focusing on what the quality of the food was. Where now it's like, yes, be aware, and that's still, I still make things from scratch and such, but really relax so much. So, yeah, and more
happiness, the happiness there and the peace that you've brought about. I'm just thank you, Coral, for being vulnerable and being able to tell people your story, and thank you. That was so beautiful.
Thank you, Bill. I'm going on mute now.
Well, and, I just want to thank Coral. I know you're going on mute for doing this, because, we really are such strong believers that when you change yourself, you change about 1,000 people around you. We really have those kind of influences. And every time we do a Cogno movement session, we expand our field, we clean it. We make our interactions with even the people in the grocery store better. So by doing this for yourself and your kids, like, think about all the people they're already influencing. It's incredible. And, to have this relationship with you where it's relaxed and easier now, and they have easier relationships with food, they're going to pass that on and make a huge difference generationally for their kids. And I happen to know that Coral has made generational changes through her own body for her ancestors as well. People who came before her. So every time any one of us is willing to do this thing where we change an automatic response and we change the electromagnetic field around us, it's way bigger than that. That's a super simple way to put it. We make a change for the planet. So thank you, Coral.
Thank you. Thank you,
all right,
for being here. All right, I'm muting.
All right, we're going to say goodbye to Coral. Katie is on next. We're going to hear from Leah from the Cogno Movement team. She has a special offer. Just fair warning, we're going to do this for just a couple minutes at the end of every hour. We have some really amazing things we want you to know about. And then we'll dig right in with Katie, who's going to talk to us about some magic. Go ahead, Lee.
Hi, guys. So we just want to talk to you about Cogno Conscious a little bit. It's a super extra exciting event that's coming up at the end of March. And today only, because the price is going up tomorrow. So today only, we have some really cool specials for you that you're really going to love. And this is going to be super transformational, you guys. So if you get Cogno Conscious tickets today, you are going to get basic training for free. If you already have basic training, you're going to get a $2.99 discount off of Cogno Conscious.
Leah, I don't know that people know what Cogno Conscious is. You might want to share that real quick.
That's probably a good idea, because these are new people and I'm used to sharing with people who already know who we are. So let me tell you a little bit about Cogno Conscious. So Cogno Conscious is a 4-day event. It is going to be in beautiful sunny San Diego at the end of March. And really the tagline of this event is, are you willing to let go of the third dimension rules in order to live a fifth dimension life? So in these 4 days, you are going to be working through the Hawkins scale, going all the way up and releasing all of the emotions and all of the physical sensations through the Hawkins scale. It's a one-of-a-kind event. There really isn't an event like this in the world right now, if I say so myself. This work is important because you're not only going to raise your own consciousness, you're not only going to shift your own reality, but you're also going to be raising the vibration of the world. So it's just amazing. When you raise your consciousness, when a group of people like this raises their consciousness, the whole consciousness of the world raises. So you are going to be actively shifting your reality during Cogno Conscious. This isn't an event where you learn how to do stuff and then hopefully it happens afterwards. You're going to be doing this work actively. It's going to be shifting every single day you do this work, and days, weeks, and months afterward.
Leah, can I explain this Hawkins scale for just a second?
Yes, in just a sec.
Okay. I'm going to explain. Okay.
Yeah, you'll be manifesting faster than ever from your own field instead of asking the universe for help. And it's going to be a very intense event, but it's going to be one of the most fulfilling events that you'll join. So go ahead, Bill.
Okay. So this is like really important. And the Hawkins scale is Dr. David Hawkins, God rest his soul, died a few years back in his 90s. And his work was probably the most popular of the work was a book called Power versus Force. That was where he ended up going on Oprah, and he had developed inside of that basically what he called a map of conscious or levels of consciousness. And this levels of consciousness was different things that we go through in life. It was basically the understanding that a person had come to thus far in their life. For example, this levels of consciousness start off at a very low level at shame and humiliation. And then at a next level up, guilt and grief. And then it goes right on up through guilt, grief, anger, fear, resentment, blame. There's courage, willingness, acceptance, forgiveness. Love emerges, joy, bliss, enlightenment. So it is a natural ladder that us humans walk up. Now, in a given lifetime, for most of us, and use this as kind of a litmus test of truth, just see if this is true of the people that you know around you. Are the people you know basically the same? You know, they are angry or they're resentful, and they just kind of been that disposition all of their life. Most people never change much in their lifetime. And with Cogno Conscious, what we do is we remove the shame of a lifetime, the guilt of a lifetime, the resentment, the fear of a lifetime. So when we do this, automatically, without trying, by just removing the blocks, what happens is you elevate to a whole new level of understanding. So when Leah is saying that, oh my gosh, there's these major transformations, it's real. Most people, according to Dr. David Hawkins, the scale goes from 20 to 1,000. Most people will only move 5 points in a lifetime, 5 points out of 1,000. When you go to the Cogno Conscious, the average is over 100 points. So life transforms. You go from fear and anger to forgiveness, acceptance, optimism, bliss, even genius levels of creativity emerge. People start to experience love, enlightenment, all kinds of things happen. But this hopefully will give you a framework for understanding what the heck it is, right? What's Cogno Conscious and why would I bother going? Well, that is the tool that's used and how we get the big jump. There's much more to it, but hopefully, then I'll shut up. Go ahead, Leah.
No, we're gonna.
So we don't want to cut into Katie's time anymore. So I just want to go through what you guys are going to get if you get the Cogno Conscious tickets today. And we're going to do this every hour, so we'll get lots of time to explain. And you will learn a lot about the Hawkins scale during Cogno Conscious. But the important things you need to know is that during Cogno Conscious, you are going to have the transformation of a lifetime. You'll get the reality you desire. You'll experience living in the fifth dimension. You're going to raise your consciousness and all of that stuff. So if you get Cogno Conscious tickets today, you're going to get basic training for free. Basic training is required in order to attend Cogno Conscious or any of our other events. So if you want it for free, you're going to get it for free if you get tickets today. If you already have basic training, you get $2.99 off. You're also going to be able to attend a secret class that is going to prepare you for Cogno Conscious and give you even a bigger boost for when you come. And you are also going to be able to attend basic training live, which is going to be a little bit different from your video course as well. So it's a lot of value and a lot of preparation for Cogno Conscious. It's going to be really fun. And then also you're going to be able to pick an item from our Cognomovement merch. So I'll go into more detail later, but we're going to give the floor to Katie. She's an amazing level 2 Cognomovement practitioner. And there you go, guys. Take the floor.
Thank you, Leah. And thank you everybody for being here. I'm really excited to be in front of this many people. Looks like there's 86 of us on. So I'll share some of my own story, and it goes very directly with my theme for today, which is Cognomovement is magic, the magic of Cognomovement. And when I get to the story part, it's not just magic I've seen in my own life, but it's magic that I've seen in the lives of people that I'm working with too. And there's so many stories. I'll tell as many of them as I can in the time here. But I really want you guys to start to bring up the idea of magic. And it's funny because since I started leading the daily sessions and the Cognomovement Challenge, for anyone who's doing that, magic has been everywhere. Just simply by leading sessions, looking for it, it's been popping up all over the place. And that's one of the magic things that we see with Cognomovement. And the most simple definition of magic that I want to introduce you to today is that magic is simply science we don't understand yet. And that becomes more and more true. The longer that I'm in this journey, the more Cognomovement I'm doing, and the more science I see validating what we used to call the woo, the more that feels really real to me. And the changes that I've seen in people's lives are nothing short of magic. So I wanted to keep that focus today. So the prompt, go ahead, grab your object or grab your ball if you have a Cognomovement ball. And I want you to start to look down at your body. And you've heard a bunch of magical stories already. Coral shared a bunch, that woman being able to fly again after having that fear, her relationship with her kids, and so much more. So I'm hoping that that's enough for you to realize that Cognomovement is magical. And so I want you to start to bring it into what magic do you want Cognomovement to bring into your life? And start to bring that into the body. Just this idea that magic, that Cognomovement is magical. And then in the infinity, we'll go into where you want this magic to show up in your life. For now, just start to tap into Cogno movement is magical, or the magic of Cogno movement, whichever one you feel more. I'm feeling it in my solar plexus, and now that I've done human design, that explains why I always feel it in my solar plexus. I'm wide open energetically here. So this is where I tend to feel it. But like Coral said, it can be on the bottom of your foot. It can be an itch somewhere. Scan your whole body, head to toe. Cogno movement is magical. The magic of Cogno movement. And they're going to be taking the ball or the object down into low position again, focusing on that feeling. And we want to make this feeling bigger, because magic is something we want to make bigger. We don't want to release it unless we're going to be releasing magic into the world and keeping some for ourselves. So we're going to be focusing on making it bigger today. All right, with your full focus on that feeling, I want you to start moving the ball or the object and say whatever color you see or whatever aspect of the ball pops out to you. That was a great way to say that, Coral. Breathing into this, feeling the magic. Cogno movement is magical. Maybe you've already seen some magic in your life already if you've been doing Cogno movement. Up to the solar plexus. Take nice deep breaths as you're doing this. Move the ball at whatever speed you need to. It's okay if your head moves a little bit on this one. Nice deep breaths. Feel that magic. Make it bigger. Feel into it. Think about what may be possible if you're adding Cogno movement into your daily life. Consider keeping your mind open and letting the magic come in as you're hearing all these amazing stories. There's so many more to come. I've got a little glimpse of some of them. I'm really excited for you guys to hear from other people today too. Up to the solar plexus, focusing on magic. Cogno movement is magical. Feel all that magic. I can't help but smile even doing this. It's getting so big inside my body. Feel that magic. Cogno movement is magical. Magic of Cogno movement. Feel it. Breathe into it. Cogno movement is magical. Up to the heart. Let yourself feel that. Feel the possibility. Feel the expansiveness of magic. Feel the magic of an event where you can leave the third dimension and go to the fifth. All the magic that is possible with this modality. Everything you're going to be hearing about, everything you've already heard about, everything you've experienced. Start to grab all those magical moments in your mind up to your throat, feeling that magic, breathing into it. What else have you seen in your life that's magical? Maybe even outside of Cogno movement. What is magic to you? Feel it. Bring it up in the body. Stay in it. Up to the eyes. The magic of Cogno movement. Cogno movement is magical. Nice deep breaths. Keep saying the color either side, moving at whatever pace you need to. Up overhead. Really opening up to the possibility of magic now. What is possible after today that wasn't possible before? And what can be possible tomorrow that may not be possible today? And the day after, think about the buildup of magic and more and more and more momentum with magic as the days pass. Inhale, bring the ball to heart center. Exhale, push it down. All right, and then we're going to do the infinity again. I'll come in close so you guys can watch my eyes. You're going to want to hold your head steady on this one. Cutting off the top of my head here. Oops. There we go. All right. Call that up in the body again. It may be bigger. It may have changed. Just note where it is. What's the same? What's different? We're going to start on the left side in our right brain, the creative center, since we're calling up some magic. You want to have this really close to your face. I like to have it about here for me. That works for my vision, but optimally, really having it really close like this. Just kind of set it towards the shoulder and then just let your eyes go to the side. It's an easy way to be able to line up. Stay connected to that feeling. If you need to reconnect again, go ahead and do that. Feel that magic, the magic of Cogno movement. Start to move the ball very slowly. Any place where you feel the eyes stick, you can actually reach across with the opposite hand, pull the ear forward as you do a quick inhale, exhale and let it go. Maybe there's something that's in the way of you experiencing magic. What may that be? Let's just get that out of the way first. anything comes up for you in there, what's a different perspective on that thing that would clear the way for magic? And let's start to think about, what magic do you want in your life? What is it that you want to bring into your life this year that would feel magical? Where do you want to see magic? Where would magic be of the most service to you? Stopping anywhere you're feeling the eyes react. I've got a little spot here, but continue if you don't. Feel that magic. If there's anything still in the way of you experiencing magic, find what it is. See if you can change the perspective. And keep focusing on where else you want to have magic in your life. Where else do you want to see magic? Where have you already seen it? And where else would you like to see it? Magic. All right, go ahead and put your ball down. And then we're going to walk in 3 figure 8s. And I want your eyes to just be a little bit up as you do it. Your body will know where you are on the floor. You can make them really small if that makes you more comfortable. We'll walk in 3 figure 8s with your eyes a little up, focusing on that feeling of magic. And just keep thinking about what else is possible with magic. What else is possible? Magic. Cogno movement is magic. And magic is science. We just don't understand fully yet. Although we actually do understand a lot of the science around cogno movement. It makes it even more magical. Magic. All right. We're going to turn our heads to the left, give a nice big yawn, real or fake. Let that settle. Turn your head to the other side. Nice big yawn, real or fake. All right. Then we're going to do a quick positive set just to reinforce this idea of magic. So go ahead and grab your ball or your magic again. This is just going to be a fast pass up the body. Reconnect to that feeling of magic. I see magic and miracles every day in my life, especially when I decide that I'm going to look for them. Up to the solar plexus, magic is everywhere in this world. I simply have to choose to tune into it and look for it. And on any day that I choose to look for magic, I'm going to find it all over the place. And miracles too, up to the throat. Miracles and magic, they can almost be indistinguishable from each other. And this modality allows you to experience miracles and magic every day. Up over the head, thinking about the magic of cogno movement and what it can possibly bring into your life. The miracles, the magic, the amazing events, the amazing changes that we see as we transform with cogno movement. Inhale, bring the ball to heart center. Exhale, push it down. Ooh. Thank you, guys. That concludes my session there. Just a quick one on magic today. And
is that something that like people could do in the morning just to zhuzh themselves up for the day?
Yes. So I actually, before we started doing the challenge, Sandra Nathan, who you're going to be hearing from later, had mentioned about how she looks for miracles, and I can't remember the exact prompt, and I'll let her share that with you, but she gave me the ideas to start to look for magic and miracles every day. And so I started to do that. And it just a 5-minute session, I experience miracles and magic every day, just going up the body. I experience miracles and magic every day, just a 5-minute set looking at that. And then later in the week, after I'm doing these sessions with the Cogno Movement Challenge, I get on a call with someone to interview her for a podcast, she was interviewing me on her podcast. And she's like, oh, I just started this class about tapping into your inner magic. Like, did you know? And yesterday I was doing a session with a police officer, actually. And he's like, I don't want to insult you, but this is a little magical. I'm like, thank you. I actually consider magic a compliment. So you telling me that I'm magical? Thank you so much. I will take that.
He
And
felt like it was creating magic in his life. Is that what he meant? Or what did he mean?
He thought the fact that this modality, and this was before the session, and even after, he was just like, this is magic, like full on magic. And so he's actually, one of the stories of magic is because he's a police officer and he does some rounds on the SWAT teams. That's not exactly the low stress part of law enforcement. He has trouble sleeping. And this is something that's normal. And I checked in on him today because I like to check in the day after, and then I check in again a week after, because I work with people who have pain. And so I want to make sure that they're still doing well the next day when we've made an improvement. And he said that he fell right to sleep last night. And this has been going on for years, that he hasn't been able to sleep. And so his feedback was that it was magic.
That is amazing. So I know you're going to tell us.
Yeah. My gosh, everybody, listen to what she's saying. You realize, digest that for a second. These are guys that are, the whole top of the stress chain, police, SWAT team. And of course he's not sleeping. I wouldn't sleep. If you put me in that situation in a given day, I don't know when I'd get to sleep, right? But here it is for years. And you helped him. Awesome work. What a gift. What a gift. And you know what that means to his family and everybody around him. And then the people he pulls over, right? Right.
Yep.
Imagine, you're a cop, right? How are you going to treat people? Well, if you're not feeling good, you're not going to get treated good, and here you are, the impact, the wave that goes out from that. Really, really great. I love it. Great work.
I love working with law enforcement because we do see those rogue cops out there, the ones that are not putting goodness out into the world, and they're giving good cops a bad name, and it's raising everyone's stress. It's making everyone feel like you've got a cattle prod attached to you when you get pulled over, and no one needs that. And so one of the ways that we can start to shift this in our society is to start to remove the trauma from the bodies of officers. And so I'm grateful to just have a chance to be able to start to work with them, and for them to be as open and receptive to me and to this modality as they are is just, again, it's magical. It's absolutely magical. Like, these are people that I would have historically thought would not have a buy-in on a ball. And there's several of them since meeting me have already booked with me and are continuing to book with me repeatedly. And one of them had even said the average lifespan of a cop after they retire is 6 years.
Wow.
And he was like, I can retire in 6 years. I don't want to be dead in 12. So I want to start working on myself now so that I'm enjoying my life after retirement. And I was like, yes.
Well, Katie, doesn't magic, I'm asking for myself really, and for everybody else, kind of some clarity, doesn't magic really mean just something that you believe is impossible to happen, and then it happens?
Yes.
And for some people that might mean, I have a job where I see such horrific things that I cannot sleep. I know there was another instance for you where the person was able to relieve grief out of their body and allow them just to go on. And you said remove trauma out of their bodies. And that's exactly right, which feels like magic. It's like it's gone, right? They just don't feel it anymore.
Yep. Yeah. And I've experienced that myself too. So I was introduced to Cognomovement through a friend of mine who saw Bill on Gaia and had been working with Bill. And he said, you should try this ball. And at that time I was waiting for a neurosurgery consult for my lower back. And I thought, okay, what have I got to lose? If this doesn't do anything, it's just a few $100s that I'm out, and no harm, no foul, a couple hours of my day. To my surprise, the opposite happened. My first session with Bill, my back pain broke apart. And then Bill suggested Cogno Conscious, like he was talking about, and that permanently changed my pain state. My first Cogno Conscious was almost 3 years ago. I'm not in pain anymore. And it's given me the ability to be able to understand pain on a deeper level to help other people be able to get out of pain. There's so many pieces that make it so much more complex, especially if someone is experiencing chronic pain. It's not just the physical sensation, it's the toll on the life, it's the emotions that go with it, it's the fear around the pain spikes, it's the stress. It is, let me see what Vera's saying, you're a nurse and nurse practitioner. Yes, Yeah, sometimes medications don't actually help. And that was what I ran into, Vera, as I kind of hit the end of what pharmaceuticals and traditional medicine could do for me. And I was disabled, and that was not working for me. I had been a skydiver before. I used to travel the world. Being disabled in my early 40s was not flying. So I started to really do this work, but it wasn't until Cognomovement that I started to really transform my life. So and Liz, you're going to have to help me remember, and Leah too. So since Cognomovement, I've left corporate, I'm doing this full time. I've used it to manifest healing in my knees. I don't have pain in my knees anymore. I've avoided 3 surgeries. I manifest my life partner. We have a great relationship. We've been together about 1.5 years now, and we're in our 40s and 50s. So, we know what we're doing as far as partnerships. With someone I worked with last year, actually, we did a session, and she had wanted to find her voice, to speak her truth. And she's now a director in a major networking organization that's global. And she's the top lead. She's in this huge network marketing company, and she is the lead in the state for that network marketing company. And she's a friend of mine too. And I went back to her a few months ago, and I said, hey, how much of these changes that are going on do you think came from our session? She's like, oh, yeah, so many of them came from that session. It unlocked her voice, and she has been completely unstoppable since then. And she is 70 years old, and she is kicking tail like no one's business. And she has found her voice, and she has more energy than I do. And she's 22 years older than me. And she is phenomenal. And just unlocking her voice has opened up this entire world for her. It's just incredible.
Well, we're talking about opening the neurological patterns that are holding something stuck. So can be physical, totally emotional, can be spiritual for sure. I mean, that's a big part of what we're talking about in Cogno Conscious, but the functional is what always gets me. And so I'll tell a Katie story. I think it was Cogno Conscious that we were at. Might have been practitioner training, but it was pretty magical. So I think it was Cogno Conscious. And a bunch of us were staying in an Airbnb together. And Katie's like, hey, Liz, will you look at this indentation in my back? So right above like the pants line, she wanted me to look for this thumb size indentation in her spine because Katie was a skydiver. And Katie says she was not very good at landing. Bill has the same disease. Skydiving led to serious injury. So when we met Katie, her body was pretty broken, and she really was going to surgery. Like that was what was happening when we met. Eventually, none of that had to happen. But so I remember this like it was yesterday. We're out on this patio deck thing, and Katie's like, can you look for me? I want to see how much better this indentation in my back is, because during Cogno Conscious or even practitioner training, things change. Our bodies change. Sometimes we're taller. Lots of times we're taller. We look completely different. Katie looks completely different from when we first met her, probably 10 years younger. It's crazy. But she's wanting me to look for this dent in her back. And I think she's nuts because I can't find one. I'm like, I just don't see a dent. So she's like, well, take a picture. So I take a picture and show her, and she's looking at it like, how is this happening? It's really undetectable. And then we saw a UFO. So that happened.
Yep. And so the picture, this is me before and after Cognomovement. If you guys can see this, the top one was before. That was the day I was told I was going to need back surgery to fix my pain. And the bottom one was last March. So they're 16 months apart. I didn't lose weight in between then. I didn't have anything done to change my skin tone. The top is me being in excruciating pain with high levels of inflammation, and then the absence of it.
Yeah.
That's Cognomovement. That's magic.
I like what you're saying, Katie, about inflammation, because when our bodies are in fight or flight, we always are flooded with cortisol. So fight or flight is handled by our amygdala. And our the whole system, goes from there to our adrenals, creating extra cortisol, which creates a lot of inflammation. So the function of turning off patterns in the body, even like fear, suffering of any kind, grief, loss, aggravation between couples and kids and dogs.
Mhm.
You have a dog who's always pooping in your house all the time. You could do a Cogno movement session and change that. Whatever you're suffering about creates inflammation in the body. So whenever we release any of those, even if you're not intending to change your body changes. It just does. And one of the ways Katie changed is she and I talked a lot back then, and she would tell me about an upcoming surgery or whatever, and I would challenge her to do a Cogno movement session. Do you remember, Katie?
Yep.
Yeah. So what did you do? How did that work out?
It was, you start talking to the body, you start getting answers, and everything starts shifting. And it's, I'm not even sure, one specific topic isn't coming to mind because I did it over and over again. Like, it got to a point where like, I would just start to do that myself and just be like, well, if I go to Liz is just going to tell me to do a Cogno movement session. So what can I do a Cogno movement session around, and just bypass that piece and not bother her in the middle of her day. And then it like, okay, it didn't work. What should I do instead? Like because sometimes your subconscious isn't ready to let it go from one angle, but it will be ready to let it go from another. So like, for instance, I worked a powerful session that Coral helped me lead through a few weeks ago. And it was around this fear of rejection that I had, that I was seeing everywhere. And the way that it was manifesting in my body, my shoulders were killing me. And the whole left side of my back was locked up and it just wasn't releasing. And so I could barely feel the sensation in the body, but Coral kept me in it. My back completely unlocked, completely let go. And the shifts that I've seen in my life, in my business, since getting rid of this fear that was holding me back have just been, it's blown. I actually left Coral a message yesterday to be like, holy cow, girl, like things have been unleashed from that last session. And it's been phenomenal. One of the other things that's magical to me is my mom, I think, has brain disease. We don't have a diagnosis yet, but I've been working with her daily again, and she is noting a daily improvement working with her, being able to walk better, being able to find more words. And so being able to help raise one of my parents' quality of life when they're towards the end of their life, I couldn't ask for a more magical gift than that. It just doesn't exist.
One of the basic functions of Cogno movement, we don't address any named disease, but we can build mental acuity. Your eyes and your brain and your spinal cord are one neurological system. So as she's doing the work, the mental acuity, and when I say mental acuity, the lab tests that we done, we're talking about a 30% increase in speed and accuracy. So, and anyway, there's research on that in the research tab on Cogno Movement, if anybody's interested. But anyway, it's awesome. And what a gift. My mom is in her 80s too. I don't know if she's here or not, but she is like better in her 80s now than I seen her in her life. I mean, she is vibrant, snappy, stuff doesn't bother her. She's active. All the pain in her body went away and she is vibrant. So it is, she keeps on saying, occasionally I have these thoughts at my age. I wonder if I should, everybody around me is like wheelchairs, hospice, everything. And she's like, all right, we're going to the mall. I'm getting a new car. Hey, she's going to plays, shows, it's vibrant. So
anyway,
business. Oh, yeah. 7 days a week on the, 5 days a week on the business, but I mean, it's her business. So yeah, every day. Anyway, I'm so happy for you that you're doing that work with your mom. Doesn't it feel good to be able to help your mom?
It does. Yeah, I'll actually be hopping off for a little bit to work with her before I come back on again. But someone had mentioned, I saw something in here, Susan, you were saying that inflammation, going back to the village concept again. So I actually have 2 cases where I've seen where we work directly with a diagnosis and shifted the way the body is responding around it. So one was me personally, and one was someone that I worked with. But one of the things, so we actually have 13 different systems in our body. I don't remember what they all are, but none of them are running in a silo. They're all overlapping. And so, yeah, inflammation is a signal of like the body trying to protect itself. That's one of the ways that that happens. So you're correct, Susan. That is like a flag to these systems. We can lower that inflammatory response with Cogno movement and help to relax the nervous system again. So an example of a nervous system that is running in perpetual fight or flight, that was me at when 2016 rolled around. I was breaking out in hives every day. I was not having that much of an allergic response. I was that stressed out by my own body because I had been in pain for so long. I was still completely avoiding everything about myself and anything that I could have possibly help it. And so every day I broke out in hives that just were uncontrollable all over my hands and my wrists. And it was miserable, absolutely miserable. And through time and through work, have gotten all that inflammatory response out of my body. But there were 2 cases. So one, I worked with a client of mine who has lymphedema in her neck. And so she tends to wake up with a lot of swelling, a lot of pain. She'd actually had major malpractice done to her. She had had stage 4 thyroid cancer, had the thyroid removed, and they stapled her shut instead of sutures or something that would dissolve safely. And so when I had first talked to her, her comment was that she was going to hurt for the rest of her life and there was nothing she could do about it. We did 2 sessions together, one around an accident she had had around the time of the surgery and helped release some emotions there. And then we thought, okay, well, I wonder if we can talk to the body and help the lymphedema by figuring out a different way to help the lymph system drain. And so she did that and it worked. And so the last time I checked in with her, she said that she had very little pain and her lymph system was actually draining better on its own. And that was 1 session for the lymph system that cleared that up. And then in my own experience, so like Liz was mentioning the adrenals with all that cortisol. So being in pain and being stressed that long, I had a nasty case of adrenal fatigue. My practitioner said that she had actually not seen another case as bad as mine. I had flatlined cortisol. And so what I had been doing to counter that flatline cortisol when I started Cogno movement was drinking a half pot of coffee a day and then still crashing about 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, not half a pot, half a gallon, half a gallon of coffee a day. I like literally the whole pot down in the morning. And I'd have to have like half of the pot before I could even talk to anybody, like just was not here, so much fatigue. And through Cogno movement, I was able to raise my body's energy enough. I've done 3 Cogno consciouses. Everything that they're saying is absolutely true. I've done 3 Cogno consciouses. I don't drink coffee anymore because my body's actually highly intolerant to it. So I have my tea. It has very little caffeine in it at all. And I'm working so much, like I said before, with the hiring an assistant thing that I need an assistant now. I've got that much energy to be able to scale my business and I'm not on caffeine. And one of the other things that I realized my body had done to adapt was in order to keep me awake, I was actually looking for and creating stress to create cortisol. And then my body was metabolizing it and dumping it again. So that wasn't helping me. So I did another session with Coral. She and I work a lot together. And we shifted it and changed it. Okay, instead of me creating stress, like what are some other emotions that wake me up? And it was excitement wakes me up. And anticipation wakes me up. So we changed that. And about 6 weeks after that session, I'm still in this frame of mind. And it's been this way. So that session was about 10 weeks ago now. And for the last 4 weeks, if any kind of stress comes up in my body, I am immediately figuring out what action I need to take to get it out of my body. Like I want no stress whatsoever. And I'm shifting it immediately into excitement as well. And I'm not consciously doing it. This is now my autopilot of my body feels stress. I immediately take action and find something to be excited about. And that's just the way that my brain is going through things at this point. So that's 2 examples where you can actually shift a body's response to something and shift it into a response you actually want to have that's going to benefit you.
Yeah, I'm really glad you're saying that. So I'm obliged to kind of address something. Cogno movement can't say that we can cure or heal any named illness. We're not that kind of a device or organization or product. However, what we're talking about is that we can change the automated responses in the body. What Cogno movement does that's different from anything else is we access the nervous system. We have direct access. We call it the subconscious. You can call it the ego, but it's the thing responsible for our movement and the information that comes from our brain. So when we can change a stress level in a body, we immediately also, like we said before, reduce inflammation, but we immediately allow the brain, the nervous system, the body, the mind, the higher self to come up with new ideas. Like I know this has happened with Katie, where all of a sudden, when she does a session on one of these injuries, she now has new ideas about how to handle that thing. So, she's changed her diet over time. She's, taking supplements over time. She's doing better in her whole life, like reducing coffee. So a lot of the times when we do Cogno movement, our body does change directly or indirectly from what we're doing, but it's because we're accessing this part of the system that we can tell the body, stop that repetitive response that creates stress and pain and frustration and, all kinds of anxiousness, things like that. So somebody asked about food. We have an amazing, amazing set called the Craving set, which I think we'll get to talk about later on in the day. It's one of those things that stops the body from automatically wanting a certain food. So if you're trying to lose or gain or do whatever with your body, it's an amazing tool. And we have lots of stress around food. So we go in and we address the nervous system that way. Where is the body experiencing fight or flight, creating a pattern that just isn't resourceful anymore, that just doesn't work? So if you've experienced that, haven't you, Katie?
Yeah. Yeah, several times. And thank you for pointing that out. It was the symptoms around it. It was the way my body was responding. I didn't actually heal my adrenal fatigue. I just have circumvented it in a place that it doesn't bother me anymore. And I no longer need my supplements to raise my adrenals, but I didn't heal it. Yeah, just to be clear.
Yeah, when a body is less stressed out, it can heal itself. And here's why. The body will use energy to run these patterns of fear, stress, grief, trauma, everything, worry. It uses our energy, our horsepower. So I like this explanation that it's like you have a Ferrari. I don't know how many horsepower it is. Maybe Bill knows, but let's say it's 300. And 250 of that horsepower is rerouted to the door locks. Resourceful? No. But our body's the same way. We have a certain amount of energy. We measure it all the time with the BioWell machine and voltage. Maybe throughout the day, we'll get a chance to show you that. Some of those images, it's incredible. But before a Cogno movement session, the voltage will be low, like say it's 20. And then after it's 28, it's like, 20% of your overall horsepower. By the way, I don't math. I don't know that that's 20%, but is increased because you've released it from an old pattern running like stress. So guess what happens when you have more energy in your body? It goes to healing. It goes to thinking. It goes to better sleep. It goes to better digestion. So that is the function in which whenever you can release your body from a stress pattern, you get the energy to start to heal physically. So
I've seen a lot of questions about pets in here. So you can work with them by proxy and they feel it. So my cats, I call them my Cogno kitties because every time I do a session, they come into the room, whether I'm working with someone else or working on my own, they know when Cogno movement's happening, they come in. And I was working with a client one time who had a horse, and as she had a release, the horse went, and the horse had a release too. And like, she was like, did the horse feel it? I'm like, yeah, she did. So yeah, it does help with them as well. And just for anybody who's a cat fan, this is my squishy cat. She's a giant meatball. This is after 3 years of dieting. She's just my meatball.
Well, one of the ways too is that when we change a neurological pattern in our bodies, it changes the electromagnetic hormonal chemical field that we're emitting. So our animals are the closest in that field. They sit on our laps at our root chakras. We hold them at our hearts. So they are infinitely influenced by our fields. And, there's even an argument that our pets are trying to heal us all the time. So we've talked about this. Katie, do you have one of those stories where you changed the animal through yourself? Can you think of one specifically? Your dog.
Yeah, she's my dog is as my consciousness has raised, I'm actually able to communicate with my animals better. And so we've been able to dive in and understand a little bit more around my dog's anxiety, and been able to help communicate with her better. So I've worked around my own reaction to because I have a German Shepherd who's very, very reactive, and I love her to death, but she can spaz. Like, she goes from total chill to spazzed out, hackles, the whole nine, and like that. And so I worked around how I felt around that, and she hasn't reacted as much. And I could probably go back and do more sessions around that as well, but she's at a really good level right now, and I don't want to change her personality. And what's funny is I share with my parents, and I had been thinking I really wanted her to come home and live with me all the time. She doesn't want to. And it's not because she doesn't love me. It's because she feels like her job is to take care of my parents, and she gets to see me all the time anyway. So for her, she feels like she's working, she's where she's needed, and it's happier and my parents absolutely love her. And so it's the best of both worlds. I mean, I would welcome her back in my house anytime, but I had been really struggling with guilt around that and feeling like I needed to take care of my dog, and then to be able to really fully feel and understand that she's exactly where she's supposed to be, and she is loving her life being in 2 homes. So that was kind of cool every time around her, I see it. Like, she lights up. Like, she actually has me trained right now when we've got a lot of snow here in Maine, that if I show up, I need to put on her e-collar and take her out to go play. Like, that is the first thing I have to do when I show up at the house. So I have to have an extra half an hour in my schedule when I go to my parents' house right now. But that is part of the agreement I have with my dog. And yes, I know I could train that out of the dog, but I kind of love it, so I don't want to. And all of this, again, is magical. I actually thought of another magical story this week from a session I worked on Monday night. Someone who come in through the Cognomovement page, and she was working on this deep feeling of codependency that she had, that she's like, I've felt this since I was a little girl, and she could pinpoint it. It was right above her belly button. And as we finished the session, suddenly her side of the screen was really, really bright. And I looked at her and I said, did you change the light in there? And she's like, no. I'm like, you're glowing. She was like 4 or 5 shades lighter than she was before we started the session. That feeling had been gone that she had since she was a little girl. She had that feeling for 40 years, and it was gone. And she was lit up to a point where it looked like she had turned on an extra light on her side of the session. And she hadn't. It was the exact same lighting that we had started with, but she was glowing. She had this huge smile on her face. Her eyes were bright again. She hadn't really been looking at the camera at first. She was looking directly at it. It was magic again.
You know what, the thing about the glowing is so true. I've shared this story so many times. We as practitioners, when we do a session afterwards, myself, I've experienced this so many times. I'm walking through the store and people will say, oh my God, you're glowing, or wow, you look so beautiful today. When someone I don't know, I even have had a little kid tug their mom's coat and say, Mama, she's pretty. And it doesn't mean I haven't done anything special with myself. In fact, when I get home, I look in the mirror and think, oh my God, my hair's a mess and my makeup's I'm frazzled. It's been, the sessions are long and intense for us too. But what they do is they absolutely change the electricity that we're emitting, the hormones, the chemicals. They release the stress out of our bodies, and practitioners get that too. But Katie, you said something that I want you to clarify if you're willing. You said, as my consciousness raises, what do you think Cogno movement has to do with raising your consciousness?
So it's those energetic levels like Bill was talking about, the shame, like Coral had said, she released the shame around herself. And there's layers, like a lot of times in growth work, we hear about the onion. If you've heard about the onion, you're peeling away the onion. I want you to throw out the damn onion. You've got a whole field. If you're a human being in your adult years, you have an onion field of layers to sort through if you want to. Everybody does. And so that just kind of works to remind me that there's other places where I can continue to work on. But anytime I'm working through any level of fear or shame or resentment or anger, I was historically a very angry person. I still know people who are pretty angry because that was where I was vibrating for a long time. But as I'm getting rid of that, those heavy energies aren't in the way of my thought processes anymore. So I'm able to communicate more clearly with other humans, with other beings on this planet. Like I'm very grateful for my food, and I also eat meat. And sometimes I'll actually hear a "you're welcome." Not all the time, but I had some bacon a few weeks ago, and that pig had been very, very, very happy because it was like the happiest little "you're welcome" I've ever heard. I know that may sound crazy to some of you if you don't have any animal communication, and I'm okay with that. Like, it's all right if you think I'm a little weird. I am. But this is real to me, and it's been actually validated by other people too. Like I've shared with people that I've heard "you're welcome" come from my food, and I've heard, I have to do that too, and I hear that too. I'm like, okay, great. It's not just me. And it's all of that. It's getting rid of these layers that are bogging us down, that come from that fear programming, that come from the programming that we get in society, all the things that you need to do this and you need to do that, and you have to have this thing, and you want to eat this thing, and you aren't being really guided into what these things are actually going to do to your physical body, to your spirit inside of you. We're just blindly doing it because it sounds like a good idea. And a lot of times that programming may not actually work for us. But until we pause and really consider it for ourselves, or start to say, hey, what could be the why behind this? We're not going to change what we're doing. And being able to change that for myself has been life changing, health changing. Like I've gone from, my pharmacist used to know me by name, and now my doctor doesn't even know me because I'm in there so infrequently. Like, I mean, it was seriously like, it's a little depressing when you're in your 30s and you walk to CVS and like, hey, Katie, how are you doing? Like, I'll be better after I get my meds. And the only thing I take now is bioidentical hormones and a couple supplements, and I rotate through the supplements. I actually don't take them all the time. I take them for a few weeks, and then I take a break for a few weeks to see what my body can do on its own. And it's doing more and more on its own the more that I'm tapping into it and raising my consciousness.
Has that tool we talked about in practitioner training helped with the flashing, the power surges?
Yes. So recently started to be able to control my hot flashes with the craziest little hip tilt focus that Liz taught me. I have dealt with hot flashes for 3 years, and now I can shut them off like that.
So Katie, I want to say thanks so much. I can't believe we're butted up against the end of the hour. You guys, you can reach out to Katie Wrigley at katiewrigley.com, and also you can find her through our practitioner page as well. Lee's going to share with us some more about Cogno Conscious. And if you stay with us through the noon hour, at noon, Bill is going to talk about the map of the level of awareness and exactly what Katie's talking about. What the heck does changing your nervous system have to do with raising your consciousness? That's what we will be doing at Cogno Conscious. But there's a deeper understanding of how you change yourself and your world. So at the noon hour, Bill is going to share that with us. So thank you so much, Katie. Thank you for everything you do. You inspire us every day. We point to Katie as our miracle constantly, and what she's doing to help the world is absolutely spectacular. So, Leah, I'm going to invite you back. Will you tell everybody about our Cogno Conscious? Do you want to say something before we go?
Actually, Liz, can I, I wanted to add one other thing about Cogno Conscious. So like I said, I've gone 3 times. The first time I permanently changed my pain state. The second time I left corporate 2 weeks later. And I had been estimating I would need another 6 months, and I left 2 weeks later. And the third time I was able to dig down into the roots of some of these other heavier energies in there and have ripped them out. And that's creating, and I can't even really quantify what the third one has done yet, because it's still taking place in my life, but it's been amazing change that's happened. So I highly recommend you guys go, and we will see you there, because I will definitely be there. So I hope to meet some of you guys in person. Thank you so much, Liz and Bill, for creating this. I don't know where my life would be without Cogno Movement. I echo everything that Coral had said. I'm just so grateful to you guys and for this modality and this amazing family full of open-minded, accepting people that let me talk about magic and aren't going to like burn me at a stake. So thank you guys so much for that. I appreciate it.
Well, and we learn from you every day. Katie, do you want to say something, Bill, before Katie signs off?
Katie, I mean, just love it. And just love you being part of the whole Cogno movement. And thank you so much for the work that you've done. And also the first responders that you've helped. I mean, that is just awesome. If you have a friend or whatever that's a first responder, there is a war going on inside them you know nothing about. So there's something you can do about it. There is a freedom, and it's just through this neurological release, this releasing the trauma of their neurological system. Thank you so much, Katie. Thank you.
So I just want to say, before we talk about Cogno Conscious, I just want to share my screen really quick because it was a little bit blurry when Katie was showing it to us. But this is Katie's before and after. Hopefully it's a little bit less blurry, but you can see the top one is her before and the bottom one is her after. And it's just an amazing before and after. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. And then now I'm going to stop share. Anyway. So I'm unmuted. Okay. So let's talk about basic training just for a minute, because I know we've had some questions. So basic training is step 1 for Cogno Movement. So basic training is a lifetime access video course that shows you how Cogno Movement works, how to do sessions on your own, anytime, anywhere that you have a ball. So if you carry a ball to work, in your car, at home, you can do Cogno Movement in your underwear. And it comes with 2 Cogno balls. And also you get access to our Facebook, private Facebook group, where we have classes all the time in there. You can ask questions, you can ask for help, and you get support from our practitioners, from Liz and Bill. So basic training is step 1 of Cogno Movement, and it's how you start. And so it is a prerequisite for all of our events, all of our classes, all of our trainings. You have to take it first before you can come to our trainings. So if you get Cogno Conscious tickets today, you actually get basic training for free. And if you already have basic training, you get a $2.99 off coupon code. So all you have to do is private message me and I'll give you the coupon code for that. But you get basic training for free. Not only that, you get to attend a very secret class that is only for Cogno Conscious attendees, and it is to prep you for Cogno Conscious. You also get to attend basic training live, which that's always really, really fun. It's just a really fun class. So you're going to love that as well. And then you also get to pick one item from our Cogno Movement merch that you want, and we will order it for you. So let's talk about Cogno Conscious for a minute. Cogno Conscious is going to be at the end of March. It is going to be March 23rd through 26th. It is held in beautiful, sunny San Diego. And it's it's just being in San Diego is super fun in itself. But you're going to let go of your third dimension rules in order to live a fifth dimension life. Like Liz says, at noon, Bill's going to go over what that means a little bit more. But you're going to be working through the Hawkins scale those 4 days, which means you're going to be releasing everything from fear and shame all the way up to enlightenment and love and joy at the very end. So Cogno conscious, the work is important. You're not only raising your consciousness, but you're raising the consciousness of the world. You'll be able to manifest faster than ever without asking the universe for help. It's all going to be within your field, and you're going to learn how to do that. It is going to be a really, really intense event. You are going to be actively doing this work throughout the days. This isn't an event where you have a event high and then, you leave and it kind of goes down after a few days. You are going to be actively shifting your reality, actively raising your consciousness for those 4 days, and you'll feel the effects days after, weeks after, months after. It is an amazing, amazing event. So I mean, a lot of us can't stop gushing about Cogno Conscious. So if you get your tickets today, you get all of those free things. Like I said, basic training live, a secret class before Cogno Conscious, plus the basic training video course and your Cogno movement balls. And you get to pick an item from our Cogno Movement merch. So I need to let you guys know that Cogno Conscious, the ticket prices are going up tomorrow. We're getting into our tier 2 prices. So you want to get the tickets today if you want to come and get all of these free awesome things. So the free awesome things are free and awesome, but Cogno Conscious is the main thing. It is the gold platinum star. You are going to love this event. And if you go to cognomovement.com/Cogno Conscious, you're going to see all kinds of testimonials, all kinds of information about Cogno Conscious. And yeah, so get your tickets today. Go to cognomovement.com/Cogno Conscious, and let's get into our next event.
So up next is Sandra Nathan. She is going to talk about how she creates miracles daily, and she literally does. But right before we do that, we have a lot of people asking about how to maybe have a conversation about Cogno Conscious. Please private message Leah, the Cogno Movement team here, and she can set that up for you. You also can talk to Leah about getting into the practitioner training program. There's some steps to do, but you can absolutely start that conversation now. We have live in San Diego, which is a part of that as well, coming up in April. So there's still time to get in. But just reach out to Leah here at the in the chat, or info@cognomovement.com. You'll get her directly, and she is happy to set up a complimentary call with you to answer your questions and tell you more about it. Also, at Cogno Conscious this last time, we opened a portal, and that's all I'm going to say until later on in the day. Just a little teaser. I just want to welcome Sandy from the UK. Sandy, are you here with us? Leah, there she is.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, great. Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. I'm Sandy, also known as Sandra. And I love Cogno Movement. It's just absolutely amazing. I just wanted to share with you all what I tend to do most days. Most days, I set myself up to have a really good day. So I'd just like to show you what I do.
Now, now, hold on a second. Wait, hey, hold on. Hold on a second. Now, she is avoiding how special she is. She is, we're talking about one amazing lady here. There's a lot of letters after her name. Now you're a therapist, right?
Yes, I've been a therapist for more than 20 years now.
Okay.
Therapy and various other things.
She's done so many things. I mean, right? You've been training virtually all your life.
Yes.
So with her, she brings this wealth of experience, and it has been so wonderful to have her with us. So the perspective that she brings is what I would call very weighted, meaning you've been, we won't say how many years, but it's been many, many years you've been a therapist. So you've seen it all out there. And so she has the ability to talk from a position of authority. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that out in the forefront. And she's just outside London, I believe.
That's right, Bill. London.
Right.
All right. My clinic is in Harley Street in central London.
Yeah. And I've had we've had the lovely opportunity to spend time with her. She's come to San Diego and all of our events. And so we've got a lot of FaceTime here together. The real FaceTime, not the other FaceTime. So anyway, me and Liz both love her, as everybody does. And thank you, Sandra. I'll stop talking now.
Thank you, Bill. Yeah, it's great being part of this Cogno movement community. It's just amazing, absolutely amazing. So thank you, Bill and Liz. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share with you guys what I tend to do most mornings. And it just sets me up for the day. And I would say that 99% of the time I have great days. I really do. Things just seem to go my way. Okay, so if you're all ready, if you take your ball, I'll show you how I start my day, the Cogno movement way. So if you're using a ball, hold it with both hands, or if you're using your pen or any other object, let's get started. Okay, can you hear me? Because the volume's suddenly gone. You can?
We can hear you.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so what I want you to do is, I want you to just for a moment, just close your eyes. And I want you to think about someone or something or someplace that you love unconditionally. It could be, like for me, my grandson. I love him unconditionally. No matter what he does, it doesn't matter. The love's not conditional, it's just there. For someone else, it might be a pet. Doesn't matter if they poop on your carpet, you still love them. No matter what they do, they don't have to behave in a certain way for you to love them. So I want you to feel that love that you have for that person or animal or even a place. It could be that you love going to Venice. Doesn't matter if it rains or shines, you just love it there. So I want you to focus on this love that you have, this person, this unconditional love. And just really feel it. Where do you feel that in your body when you think about them? Which part of your body do you feel it in? Could be anywhere. For me, it's in my chest area when I think of this unconditional love. And it's just a lovely warm glow for me. I don't know what it is for you. What I want you to do, I want you to give that unconditional love that you have for the other person or animal or place or thing. I want you to give it to yourself. Just imagine that you are loving yourself unconditionally, faults and all. Feel that lovely unconditional love that you have. Feel it for yourself. See what it feels like. Where do you feel it in your body? Could be anywhere. Now, whilst you're focusing on that, I want you to take 3 nice deep breaths. And with each breath, I'd like you to try and expand that feeling in your body of unconditional love. So as you breathe in, see if you can expand that lovely feeling. With each breath, see if you could make it even bigger and really feel the sensation of the unconditional love. Okay, now let's start doing our Cognomovement session. I want you to take your ball or your object, and we're going to start from low and go up to high. And we're going to go from left to right. And as you move the ball from side to side, I want you to say the color that you see. Whilst all the time, 95% of your attention should be on that lovely, lovely feeling of unconditional love. Okay, so let's go. So this is how I start my day. So what I say is, so moving your ball from left to right, remember you're saying the color at each point. I am open to having a wonderful day, and I welcome into my life harmony and balance. Concentrate on that lovely feeling in your body. And say the color at each point. Now we're going to move the ball up a little bit to the sacral area. I welcome love and laughter. Say the color. Focus on that feeling. That's good. Don't forget to breathe at the same time. And now raise your ball up to your solar plexus level. Focusing on the ball and saying the color, and always keeping in mind that lovely, lovely feeling in your body. And I welcome success and abundance into my life. Keep moving the ball from hand, using both hands from side to side, calling out the color, and focusing on that unconditional loving feeling you have in your body. Now we raise up, go up a little bit more to the chest area. And as you move the ball from side to side, keep concentrating on that lovely sensation in your body of unconditional love. And I welcome gratitude and forgiveness into my life. Keep focusing on the ball, saying the color, and feeling that lovely unconditional feeling in your body. And as we move the ball up to throat level, keep focusing on that wonderful feeling in your body. I welcome into my life gratitude and forgiveness. So just keep going from side to side, calling out the color and feeling that wonderful feeling in your body. Move the ball up a little bit. And as you focus on it and that wonderful sensation in your body, I welcome into my life compassion and bliss. Remember to say the color and focus on that wonderful feeling in your body. And now we're going to lift the ball up overhead, keeping your head looking straight ahead, but your eyes are just moving, following the ball. I am open to having a wonderful day, filled with all the wonderful things that make me happy. I know anything is possible for me. Anything and everything is possible. And I'm welcoming in a wonderful day for me today. It's the ball above your head. As you breathe in, as you bring the ball down and breathe out. Okay, now what we're going to do is the infinity. So what we want to do is keep the ball about a hand's breadth away from our eyes. And the idea is to stretch our eyes as we slowly move the ball around. So different days I choose different colors. So I think today I'm going to choose purple because I'm drawn to purple. And all the time whilst you're moving this ball very slowly, you're going to concentrate on that lovely feeling in your body of unconditional love. That lovely unconditional love, and how you can have a wonderful day. And there may be areas where you find perhaps things go out of focus and you can't see that color or symbol. Or maybe it's even a blind spot, or a bit blurred, or your eyes feel really dry. So what I want you to do is, with the other hand, massage your opposite ear, the outer rim of the ear. Just keep massaging it and slowly moving the ball into focus, like that. As you do that, you'll find the focus will get better. Right, that's done it for me. And then you move on to the next spot where you feel it's glitchy, or it's just not right in focus for you. Take a nice deep breath as well as you do this. That helps. Nice deep breath and massage the ear. And just move the ball a little bit to the left, to the right, maybe a little circle until you get it back in focus. And keep going, really stretching your eyes whilst thinking about that wonderful unconditional love that you feel that's right there in your body. And then move on to the other eye. And we're just carrying on with the infinity. When you watch the recording and do it for yourself at your own leisure, you can spend more time and do the infinity more times than we might perhaps have the time to do here. Today, I'm just going to do 3 infinities, and let's see how we go. Think about that wonderful unconditional love and the beautiful day ahead, where anything is possible for you. Anything at all is possible. You have the power to bring it into being. Absolutely anything is possible. You are open to having a wonderful day, filled with all the wonderful things that would make you happy right at this time of your life. That's it. Just think about that lovely, lovely feeling of unconditional love and the beautiful day you're going to be having, where anything at all is possible for you. Just whatever makes you happy, whatever you want to fill your day with. It's all possible. It's lovely. Now bring your ball down. Now what I'd like you to do is turn your head to the left and have a nice big yawn. Oh, you may not feel like yawning, but if you sort of do a big gasp, it does the same thing. Oh. And now turn to the other side and do the same thing. Oh. And now just one more. Just with your head back a little bit and do another yawn. Oh. And now just jiggle your body around, just whichever way it wants to go. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to do the figure 8 on the floor. So what I want you to do is look straight ahead as you do a figure 8 and think about the wonderful day ahead, filled with all the wonderful things that you would like the day to bring. Just think of what would be really nice for you today. what sort of things you would like to come into your life. Maybe have an easier day than other days. Maybe things that you're hoping for will materialize today. Everything's possible. And just think about this wonderful, wonderful day. And it's there for you. And you can make it happen. We'll do one more figure 8. Doesn't matter how big or how small figure 8s are. It's all fine. It's just about turning. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do some thumps. I like to do really nice firm thumps. Just wakes everything up, moves everything around the body. It feels really good for me. And I thump all the way down each arm, all the way down to the hand, and up to the armpit and across the chest. Nice big thumps. That's what I like. And then I do it down the other side. Just like that. Just moves everything around for me. Take that. That's it. And move my body around at the same time. Just get all the energies flowing. And then we'll just do a little bit of this. This too wakes me up and really sets me up for the day. And I feel invigorated and alive. Oh, that's lovely. Just jiggle around, move around. That's lovely. Okay, well, that's it, guys. That's what I do. You can try it and see how you feel. And I'd like to know in the chat if that did anything for you or not. It works for me every day, and every day I have a really, really good day.
Yeah, absolutely. Share in the chat what's different for you now. This is our question in Cognomovement. What's the same and what's different? So Sandy has said to me that this has worked so well for her that it changed her business so much that she hasn't had time to actually experience and have her other manifestations or enjoy them, right, Sandy? So tell us a little bit about that.
That is true. Since starting Cognomovement, I think I'm just in a different place. Everything just seems to go my way. And even if it doesn't, I have a different attitude towards it. And I know that everything is possible. And I've done Cogno Quantum and manifesting, and I know that all works. I've been to Cogno Conscious, and that's been so transformative. And when people tell you, when Leah tells you about Cogno Conscious, believe me, it really is. It's awesome. Absolutely, absolutely awesome. It takes you to a different place. And with Cognomovement, everything is possible. Try it on everything and anything. It's just amazing. For me, it's just been amazing. Absolutely amazing. And if you've got any problem with relationships or anything, just do it on yourself, and you find that actually everything else gets better.
Sandy has a super fun story. This is one of my favorite about the apartment that
didn't
have a garage until it did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. So my partner and I were looking to move. We were looking to buy a property. And we saw this lovely property, which was really lovely. And we thought that would be ideal for us. But because he has a car with a soft top, one of those soft top cars, we needed a garage. And that property did not come with a garage. And then I went to Cogno Conscious. And so we had to drop that idea, even though the property was absolutely lovely. It had loads of potential. So we had to drop that idea. Then shortly after coming back up from Cogno Conscious,
Practitioner,
what happened was that I happened to see the same property advertised in the estate agent. And this time, and that very day, I was thinking, I really like that property, and I wonder maybe we could try and hire a garage somewhere else and still go for that property. This is after I came back from Cogno Conscious. But when I went to the estate agent, that property is now advertised with a garage. How did that happen? It was just amazing. I could not believe it. Apparently, all the time it had a garage, but the owner had not wanted to sell it with the garage. So it was just so awesome the way it happened. I was thinking it would be so great, we could go and rent a garage, and then suddenly I see it, and there it's now manifested a garage for me. So yeah, but lots of lovely, lovely things have happened to me. I'm just a much happier person. I'm much calmer, much more peaceful. I have a lot of good fortune, abundance in every aspect of my life. It is just, and I'm just joyful in myself. I'm just joyful, and I love it so much. I can't stop talking about it to whoever will listen to me, quite frankly, because I see the miracles that happen in people's lives. I've been on the trainings, and I've seen, other practitioners and the work that we all do with people, and it's just transformational, is what it is.
Can you remember? I know it's so hard because after Cogno Conscious, everything changes so much. It's so hard to pinpoint. But can you think of one thing in particular that changed for you after the fact?
After Cogno Conscious, yes, I think particular relationship changed a lot. And that was just really with me. Cogno Conscious was such an awesome thing. You go through all these feelings of shame, guilt, apathy, grief, fear, all of those things, and you clear so much out. And it kind of like, when it comes to relationships, it frees that other person to be themselves somehow, because you no longer have the same expectation of them. And so they don't react to you the same way, because there isn't that tension and all of that. It's sort of like it's freedom. It's freedom is what it is. It's how I would explain it. It's freedom and the possibility, knowing that anything is possible. And Cogno Conscious was so awesome. I was there when that portal was opened. Yes, it was just we are all so elevated to such a high level at that time in this meditative state of bliss and pure harmony, and just absolutely, well, just kind of like vibrating at a different level completely, It's just absolutely awesome. So whoever wants to go to Cogno Conscious, if you can do it, it's mind-blowing.
And you had, I don't know if I'm telling tales out of school here, Sandy, but you had a bit of an intuition uptake, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I did. I don't
know if she wants to share any more about that, but it does happen. We mentioned the portal, this huge energy in the room was incredible. We could see it, you could experience it, was amazing. But something that does happen after, if anybody's interested in this, is many times if you're a little bit psychic, you're a lot more after. If you're a great manifester, you're an amazing manifester after. If you want a guide, you end up with one in a higher level or higher level guidance. Like, there is this metaphysical aspect, even though Cogno movement, it really is a technology. It releases so much energy. And when we do it as a collective, nothing else can happen but this huge amount of energy in the space. So, Sandy, people are asking, how can they reach you in London? Can people work with you?
Yes, certainly. Absolutely. I'll put my email address on the chat, and so people can be in touch with me.
Yeah, and Cogno will be coming to the UK for courses. Sandy might be at the base of that. We've got, I think, 4 practitioners in the area. The person you're going to meet next is a practitioner in training who will be available very soon as well. So absolutely, we'll put that together. So any last words, Sandy, before
last words. I would like to say, whoever's on the call, honestly, Cogno movement is absolutely amazing. Get the basic training if you haven't done that already. And you learn so much on the practitioner course. It's just awesome. It's just, I cannot find a word better than awesome to describe it. And Bill and Liz are such amazing people. And once you join, you become a member of their family. And it is just lovely. And all the people who are the practitioners who go on these trainings, they're just all lovely people, all very like-minded people. And you have a ball. It's just lovely. So just, go for it if that's what you want to do.
That's very powerful coming from you and somebody who spent their life helping people as a psychotherapist. You've tried it all, you've seen it all, you've done it all. So anyway, Thank you. It's that is humbling. Thank you. Thank you.
Bill and Liz, this is the best thing ever.
Isn't it fun?
Is the best thing ever. It can be used on anything and everything. It is the best thing ever.
Well, and I don't know if you guys would agree with me, but to us, these practitioners that you're meeting today are the best thing ever. Are you guys enjoying meeting them? Put a thumbs up in the chat, if you will. I mean, our practitioners are everything. And the thing I want to say before we introduce Karen is that we learn something from each of these practitioners every time we're in contact with them. We're in training a lot during the month. We have a lot available for our practitioners to choose from and learn from. And a lot of it's face-to-face with me and Bill. And we learn something every time. They create this modality. If you've ever wanted to be a part of modality where you get to be part of the creation, this is it. It changes literally daily. With every session each of us do, the modality changes and grows, and the things some of these practitioners are doing are astounding. So anyway, Karen's waiting. We've got another of our, thank you, Sandy, so much.
Thank you,
we
everyone.
appreciate you. We love you.
Thank you.
Karen
Thank you.
is next.
Thank you,
She's
Bill.
also in the UK. And Karen has one of the best craving stories ever. Karen, feel free to let it all hang out.
Oh, well, I will. First of all, 82 people on the call. I mean, come on.
Woo!
Hello. This is amazing.
Now,
Okay,
Liz
so-
was saying, from all across the globe.
I know, isn't it?
Yeah,
fantastic?
everywhere on earth. They're all across the globe. Welcome, all of you. I'm so happy.
Cognomovement.
It is the movement, baby. All right. Thank you so much. I'm so excited oh my gosh, we love her. Yeah, we just,
You're just
we
saying
do.
that.
We're just so happy you're here, and your stories. I'm gonna shut up because I want to let you rip with these wonderful stories. The truth.
This is the big one for me. Okay, so as Liz said, I'm a practitioner in training, and I joined back in August. And prior to that, I'm a law of attraction coach, and I do mobile apps for coaches and the fitness industry. And when I got introduced to Cognomovement, I went, oh my God, if this works, this is a game changer for me as a coach and just my whole life. And I wasn't wrong with that. So I decided, in training, I thought, what should I do? I want to practice a craving or something like that. And I thought, you know what? I have a massive addiction, not addiction, but a massive craving for chocolate. Okay. And we're talking, I got to the stage before doing a session on myself where I was snacking chocolate for breakfast. And that's when I knew, actually, Karen, have you got a problem now with chocolate? I mean, I would have anything with chocolate in, any like chocolate eclairs. It's not just chocolate bars, but it's chocolate eclairs. It'll be chocolate ice cream, anything that had chocolate in it. I would be searching the aisles for that type of chocolate, and I would go, oh, that looks nice. And I'd take that and I go, oh, wow, this is beautiful. But I got to that stage where chocolate actually was probably taking over my life. So if I was getting bored during the day, I would just go to the fridge. And the first port of call for me is, what chocolate have I got? Not something like a banana or something healthy like that. No, it was chocolate. So I thought, do you know what? Let's see if this Cognomovement thing actually works, shall we? So I did a session on myself. And I think I did like three rotations in. And so you start with like, you have to taste the chocolate. And I thought, winner already. I get to taste the chocolate and then do my Cognomovement, and then we'll see what happens. So I'm tasting the chocolate. I'm going, oh God. And I'm feeling the love in my heart of how beautiful this chocolate is. Okay. And as I'm getting through it, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is good. And I got to like the third rotation. I'd already had another piece of chocolate. I thought, okay, yeah. And then, okay, what's happened? Because I'm like, my whole nervous system went, nah, literally, nah. Now, let me tell you something about chocolate, okay, with me before that happened. and this is my mother-in-law commented on me on way that I dealt with, shall we say, going out for dinner, out for a meal with my in-laws. And she commented to my other half, why does Karen look at the dessert menus first before looking at the main menu? And so my other half explained, well, Karen likes to know how much, what the size of the pudding of the dessert is going to be, that will always include chocolate at the end of the meal. And therefore, that dictates how much main meal she eats, so she has enough room for the delightful chocolate dessert. So if it's just ice cream, I'll have a big Sunday roast or something like that. If it's not, if it's a big gooey chocolatey, like, chocolate fudge cake with cream and with vanilla ice cream, oh my God, that means I'm having a salad. Yeah. So I'm healthy still, but it would dictate it. Now, I never really thought about that because it's something that I always did. So after doing the Cogno movement, and as soon as I did, as I did it, that going back to that bar of chocolate, which by the way I never finished, I went to the fridge probably an hour later because I was bored still, and I opened the fridge and I'm looking around the fridge. And there's honest to God, the fridge is full of different bits of chocolate. And I'm looking around the fridge and I just went, no, nothing in there, and closed the fridge door again. And I walked away and I stopped. I went, oh my God, this is witchcraft. Something inside me has changed that now. I don't even need to even see chocolate in the same way. And I'm like, oh my God, this thing does work. It really does work. Now, don't forget, I was in training, so and I already knew this was good, but I didn't realize that having such a strong desire for chocolate would just disappear like that. But it wasn't just that. So that was on the 29th of October last year, 2020. And I've noticed other things since that. Okay, so. I think a week after I did it, I was out for a meal with my other half. Now, normally I would finish my dinner really, really quickly. Now, I'd looked at the menu, and to be honest, I wasn't looking at the chocolate. Nothing on the chocolate. I went, oh, some vanilla ice cream. That sounds nice. Oh, a lemon tart. That sounds nice. So I was like, not even considering chocolate. So that was like a bit of an epiphany as well. I was like, well, I'm not even considering it. That's good. But it was the speed that I ate my dinner, which was interesting because my other half, who eats slow, I finished after them. Now, I'd never done that before. And then it occurred to me that I wolfed my dinners down in order to get to the dessert. Yeah. And I'm sure there's some people out there who go, oh my God, I do that as well because desserts are so lovely. Yeah. But for me, it was the chocolate side of it. Okay. And then what came to me was my childhood and my parents saying, stop, don't have anything before your dinner because, you're going to spoil your dinner. So stop eating sweets, stop eating chocolate because otherwise you're going to spoil your dinner. So we'd stop eating chocolate, me and my brother, and then we would quickly eat our dinner down in order to get to the chocolate. And you know what? My brother eats really fast and he's exactly the same as me. He loves his desserts. Okay. Perhaps not just chocolate. I think he's got a craving for a different type of thing, probably just sugar in general. So he's a big guy, he's not a small guy. He's a big guy. He's 60 now. So he's got some health problems as a result, probably of the way that he eats really fast and then tucks into that dessert like I used to do. So that was another thing. So this comes from childhood for me, for I get rewarded at the end of the day if I eat my dinner and then I get that reward for some form of sweet or chocolate. And for me, it was always chocolate. Yeah. So, get this, my partner the other day. So bear in mind, there's still chocolate in the fridge, but it's not mine anymore. Okay, in fact, there's more room in the fridge now for normal food. But my partner turned around to me and said, do you know why I love the fact that you've given up chocolate now? I says, I haven't given up. I says, I still think that that I could have chocolate if I wanted it, but I don't have any desire. That thing in my nervous system doesn't kick in anymore. My brain goes, yeah, you like chocolate. But my nervous system goes, yeah, but you don't need it. So I'm like that. And they turned around to me and said, the reason why I love the fact that you no longer have chocolate in the fridge. I says, why? She says, because it means that you don't steal mine. And I went, damn. So there you go. So that is my chocolate craving story. And I kid you not, it works. So if you've got any cravings, then get a Cognomovement in, okay? Because that's really going to help you, okay? It's going to help your health. It's helped my finances as well, because, I would probably spend at least £10 every shop extra just buying all the chocolate stuff that I love. And now I just buy for my partner. In fact, sometimes I don't even have to get stuff for my partner because I don't go down those aisles anymore, especially the sweet aisle. Don't need to go down there. So there you go. That's my story.
I love it. Oh my God. You're just so many effects of that. And and it's just so comical about how you just enjoyed the chocolate and like probably, like all of us, we're like, got to be stronger than the chocolate. You got to be stronger than the white wine or whatever it might be. But here it is. You just like enjoyed it and your nervous system let it go.
Years ago, Bill.
Not a struggle. Yeah, go ahead.
To interrupt you, but years ago, and I just remembered this. I think I told you guys. I did. So I used to get really upset stomachs and a lot of gas, and so I got tested for any food intolerances. And I said to them, she says, is there any like foods or anything that you wouldn't want to get rid of? And I said chocolate. And she said, okay, so we're going through, and there were like 64 different food types, including chocolate. And so she was like this electrolysis thing that she was putting into my thumb. Okay, so, and if it made a beep, then I'd have an intolerance to it. Okay. And so we're going through nothing. My thumb is hurting at this point because we've done like 34 through. And then suddenly it goes beep. And I went, what's that? And she looked at me with fear because I already said chocolate. It better not be chocolate. And she went, it's chocolate. I went, you're kidding me. She went, no. She says, but it's worse than that, Karen. I said, why? She says, it's the cocoa bean that you have an intolerance to. So it's much healthier for me now to not have that cocoa bean in my life anymore. And I've lost a bit of weight as well on the back of it.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about that? How's your digestion? Is there any change in
it's
digestion
better.
or is it the same?
Much less gas. Much less gas, shall we say. Yes, my partner's loving it even more.
Oh my gosh, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah. I feel my gut is much healthier, without doubt, as a result of it.
Yeah, our gut, actually, there's an interesting thing that happens with our gut. They call it the gut brain. And so, when we're in utero, when we actually are developing in utero, the brain and the gut are one, and then it splits apart. We actually have more brain cells in the gut than we do in the brain. So the interesting thing is when our gut calms down and gets repaired emotionally without even trying, without no effort, but we find a more of a stabilization.
Interesting.
Yeah. So this, there's something to think about, obviously I'm just kind of springing that on you, but
yeah.
You're physically having a reaction. You're having a physical reaction.
The other thing, which is interesting, and I made a note of this the other day, was that I never used to add salt to my dinner. Because the food tasted fine to me. And then my other half said to me, she said, you do know that there's a lot of salt in chocolate. And I said, I didn't know that. So because I'm not getting the salt from the chocolate, I'm now seasoning my dinner with salt. And that was interesting to me, assuming that's correct. So yeah, didn't know
that
there was
is
so much.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Liz is nodding her head there. So yeah.
Yeah, that actually makes perfect sense. How about that makes me curious then, Karen, about other foods and stuff, because chocolate also has a lot of fat and sugar.
Yeah.
Have you noticed changes in what else you want to eat? Are you guys eating something different in your, regular breakfast or lunch or dinner? Are you reaching for something you didn't before? Have you noticed any of that?
Avocados. Strangely enough, I've always liked avocados, but like if I have a salad, I have avocado with it. But I think that's the only other thing that I wouldn't say it was a craving for avocados. I'm not eating them every day, but if I have a salad, I think, I'll have a nice avocado with it because it's really, really nice. It just gives it a different texture and a different boost for me. So, but otherwise, no, I don't think so. I don't think there's, apart from not snacking in between meals. I mean, that was the big thing for me. I would literally, and even now, like I'd go, okay, like I have a breakfast and then, come 2 o'clock, something like that, I'd go, oh, I've not had anything else, and like, I'm still getting bored during the day, but now I'm doing things rather than raiding the fridge or looking for chocolate. I'm not looking for that fix. And that's the difference. So which is, I think that's why I probably lost weight, not necessarily because of the chocolate itself, but because of the snacking that I was doing in between. So
it changed not only the chocolate, but kind of that in between snacking.
It's changed. Yeah. It's changed. I guess from a nervous system point of view, in the way that you feel things, like that trigger, that's not there anymore, and that's the bit when I get mind blown, because I still. I mean, I look at chocolate. I was looking like what type of pudding should I have, or dessert and type thing. And sometimes I don't bother, and sometimes I'm looking at the shelves in the supermarket, and I thought, oh, tiramisu, I love a tiramisu. And then I pulled it out and I went, oh my God, it's got dusting of chocolate on it. Put it that back, and I just put it back automatically without thinking, knowing how much I love tiramisu as well. But it's like, no, it's got chocolate on it. I don't. And I say to people, I don't eat chocolate anymore. I could if I wanted to. I did my neighbor. I did, as part of a training, we practice on people, and I did my neighbor with a chocolate craving as well. She only took a little piece out of the chocolate, and again, 20 minutes in, and she's like, nah. I went, that's what I said. Nah, not interested. She's not touched chocolate since. So it's witchcraft.
That happened to me with chocolate chip cookies. If you guys have watched us for any time, I got whammied inadvertently with chocolate chip cookies just watching a session. But that's like what it is for me. I can eat one and the texture still feels nice and it smells nice, but a bite or two in and I'm out. Like I just have no interest. I don't have a driver for it anymore. So you're a practitioner in training, and you said it's witchcraft. But when people ask you about it, how do you explain it that this crazy little ball and moving it around a little bit really ended a lifelong desire and driver for chocolate?
I think I explain it. Well, I try to explain it in the way that you sort of say, is that, we have, perhaps it's just for me, it's just a childhood memory that has got stored in my nervous system, and my nervous system just gets excited about chocolate. There was another one as well where I remember falling over in the playground in school when I was in primary school. So so I was about 7, something like that, 6 or 7. And I'd smacked all my face up like that. It was because I fell like hot stuff. I was doing, playing around, and I went straight like that on my nose, and it was all like sore and everything. And my mum picked me up from school with here in the UK, a curly whirly. Have you heard of a curly whirly? So it's basically toffee covered in chocolate, but it's got like, it's like a plait of toffee, Okay, so there's bits of holes in it. And back then the toffee was really, really hard. And I just remember it didn't matter about the pain here. I was having that chocolate because it was a comfort thing for me as well. My mum had bought it. She didn't know I'd fallen over, but she'd bought it anyway. And I was like tucking into it, but it hurt like hell because it was hurting my nose. I was trying to lift my lip up and all this was like knackered, you know, sore and everything. But yeah, I think it's just perhaps it was always a comfort thing for me. But yeah, it's
Well, I mean, that's exactly what it does, is it just changes the driver between the brain and the body. And if you think about a craving, it feels like that. You're driven. Like, it's not even your mind. Your logical mind knows you don't want to have the ice cream at midnight, but you find your body being pulled to the fridge. It's this automated thing. And so often it is something that gave us comfort when we were a child. That's true. And not just, if that's true for you, it just automatically pops up when I call it wandering around in the files of the brain, you know, doing the infinity part of our session. When we're doing that, a lot of times we'll see the moment in time when that became important to our nervous system. But I have to say, for myself personally, I'm always the one during practitioner training who volunteers to do a craving set because everybody else has gotten rid of all of their cravings and they're terrified to get rid of the next thing. So I've done a lot of them, but I have yet to find in my own system where any of these started. I could make something up, but what I know is I go for it before without thinking, and then I don't. We literally delete the file out of the system that creates the drive to have that food. And I have one of those foods that literally I can't look at the bag. It's a bag of chips. Somebody mentioned a craving for chips, and I can't look at the bag in the grocery store. I mean, I really whammied myself on that one. But for the most part, you know, you can live with that food in your life. You just don't have to eat it. I think that's it for most people.
But you're right, Liz, in that you know, we're obviously during the training, what I've learned now, and I'm still learning, obviously. And I think for all of our us practitioners, when we get on the practitioner call, we learn more, you know, and we share it all. And this is why, for me, you know, this is really a family that is special to me because of that and what we're all going through and how we're looking after ourselves, both mental and physically, and that's amazing. But the fact that it deletes it out of your nervous system, that's the bit that is mind-blowing for me. By doing this movement, these cognitive exercises, and then how the brain reacts to that, or how the nervous system reacts to that, and then just goes, okay, I don't need that anymore. It's just I can't get my head around it.
I know.
It just shows how amazing our bodies are.
Yeah, they so are. And even though Bill and I created the thing, we can't get our mind around it half the time, but we do know how it actually works and why it deletes. So we call it delete because it's exactly like a program in your computer. You know, how you'll have an operating system. My PC came with a certain operating system, and then things get onboarded that sometimes will slow the computer way down, or just don't work, or they don't fit. And when you delete it, it's not like they hang around and you have to keep deleting it. They're gone. So we allow the whole system to really look at it, where before only one part doesn't. It's the part that's a little bit broken, that's stuck in a pattern, in a driver. We get the system to take a look at that, and it can't do anything but autocorrect. And the file no longer runs that way anymore. Exactly like your computer. Your brain can't find it. And your body doesn't feel it anymore. And when you delete the feeling out of your body, that driver, that crave for the food, then your mind just doesn't give a crap about it anymore. It's like you're just not thinking about it anymore. What you have no feeling about, you have no thoughts about. So it's just gone. It's the most wonderful thing. However, it's a little bad for business, for practitioners, because lots of times it's so complete that the client forgets they ever saw you.
Yes, you don't get much repeat business, shall we say? As a coach, you do. But you know what? The thing is that, like I said, I'm a law of attraction coach, and initially I thought Because sometimes you can't shift somebody. As a coach, you can't shift somebody if they're stuck in a pattern that's from childhood. As a coach, you can't always shift that. And I had that at the very start of my coaching career, in that I had one person who every week I thought would move forward, and then the following week she was back to where we were, and it was all to do with her relationship with her mother. Now, I, as a coach, can get rid of that straight away and then be able to coach their lives going forward and what they want to do. And that's the other reason why. That's the reason why I initially did it. But actually, Cognomovement is bigger than that, much bigger. So I can help so many people. It's
Well, I have to say, our days are so much brighter with Karen Peters in it. I mean, we just smile when she comes on because we know it's going to be fun. And it's true about all of our practitioners. Karen's right. They become our family. These people are the most incredible people I have ever met in my life. I made it a point one time many years ago that I wanted to have these great conversations with people. I wanted to talk to people who had amazing ideas and could talk about things just for the idea of it. And this group of Cognomovement practitioners from around the world, you're it. You're it for me. So we love you, Karen. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, thank you, Karen. What a blast. What a blast.
What a blast.
Blast.
And Karen, tell everybody where you are and how they can reach out to you, because you are a law of attraction coach now, and you are a practitioner in training, very soon to be on our list. But tell everybody where they can find you.
Yeah. So KarenPetersCoaching.com. Have a look at that. And I am in the UK. I'm about probably 90 minutes from Sandy. And so I am in just outside Basingstoke in Hampshire in the UK. And just go online. You'll be able to find my website and everything and the details. Okay.
Beautiful. Put it in the chat if you will.
Will do. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that, Liz.
Everybody, before we move on to the next segment, it is the Bill McKenna Hour. He's going to walk us through the map of awareness. We're going to do a mini meditation on what does changing the world look like to you, and then a session around it. So we're going to change our nervous systems around what does a better world feel like to you. Collectively, around the world, we're doing it together. We'll make some real change. However, I want to answer a couple things, and then Leah's going to tell us a little bit more about Cogno Conscious. If you are asking about practitioner training, please message Leah. It says Leah Cognomovement team. She can answer your questions. She can answer your questions about payment plans, basic training, all of that. Just reach out to her. Or if you want to be able to hear every word and ask later, info@cognomovement.com. You can also set up a 15-minute discovery call to ask about Cogno Conscious or practitioner training. So Leah, will you share with us about what we've got going with Cogno Conscious?
Yes, just really quickly though, there was a comment in here. Anna was asking about if the Craving set would work on cigarettes and other substances. So I thought it would probably, if you could just really quick answer that question, and then I'll talk about Cogno Conscious.
Yes. Oh, go ahead, Bill.
I can take that one. The answer is yes. It doesn't matter what it is. It's all the same. The desire, what we do is we work on the emotions. I'll give an example. There was a guy who was drinking 2 to 3 bottles of red wine a night, and great guy with his family, and the family that was his family was having a lot of problems, right? Well, so he would drink 2 or 3 bottles a night, and that would make for more problems. Well, anyway, he came in for a session, and we did the session. During the session, what ended up happening was we, as Liz says, walking around in the files of his brain, there's that in the infinity. When he was simply, I had him in the state of enjoying his red wine. There was a specific red wine and a specific time of day that he would enjoy it and that sort of thing. Well, anyway, it turned out what ended up happening was he saw the time when he first enjoyed red wine. And you know what it was? It was the family of origin that had been estranged for decades. There was a party where they all came together and everybody had loved and forgiven each other. And during that, where the food was cooking and everybody was loving and forgiving each other, what happened is he had a glass of red wine. The fixing of problems in his life was associated with the taste of red wine. So every night he was at home trying to fix his problem in his own home. Anyway, when we processed that out, poof, it was gone. And he just without that desire anymore, when he went home, and he was like, well, it's something he'd done for many years. So he's like, gosh, I wonder if I could still drink that. And he opened it up, he took a sip, and he was like, oh God. He was like, he got where he's going to throw up. Anyway, amazing story, but not only about the desire, right? But what the heck caused it in the first place? So the answer is there's nothing you can't apply it to. It's really, you'll find very interesting information during the craving sets.
I just want to add to that. There are things that you don't think are cravings that the craving set works for, like a person. We've used it for that. Like a person. People have used it for biting their nails or other kind of repetitive things. I do want to issue a bit of a warning. First, the craving set is in the basic training. I know Leah's going to explain that in a second. However, you would want to use this in conjunction with your doctor if you have a severe addiction to drugs or alcohol, if you consider yourself an alcoholic or a drug addict, only because there can be withdrawal effects like that. So we want to make sure that if it's a severe addiction, make sure your doctor knows you're going to do it and work together with them or your therapist. But everything else, you're free to do. Okay, so Leah, we've got lots of people asking questions about basic training, Cogno Conscious, and Practitioner. Would you clear all that up for us before we move into the Bill McKenna Hour?
Yes. So I just want to answer some questions that were in the comments. If you have questions about Cogno Conscious, please private message me your phone number and I can call you after the event is over. I've got a list going of people to call. If you would like to talk about Practitioner and Cogno Conscious or don't have time tonight, please go to cognomovement.com/discovery call, and you'll be able to schedule a discovery call and we can talk about all of that stuff. So as far as Cogno Conscious goes, it is March 23rd through 26th, and it's going to be in Missions Bay, San Diego. Right now, there aren't any payment plans for Cogno Conscious. There are payment plans for our practitioner certification. When you get tickets to Cogno Conscious, you're going to get an email with hotel deals, the exact location of Cogno Conscious, and other really important details for Cogno Conscious. So you'll get all of that information once you sign up. So if you're new here, Cogno Conscious is an extra transformational event. It's the only event of its kind, if we do say so ourselves. So I just want to say, how many events have you attended that gave you an event high, a plan of action, and lots of motivation and commitment to change, only for the high to wear off in a few days? How long have you searched for real timeline shifting change only to be left feeling like there's more work to be done and the results were disappointing? Cogno Conscious is different than any other event, and you don't leave with a plan. You leave having already changed your reality. So now's your time to make the lasting changes you've been searching for. This is important work. It's going to raise your consciousness and the consciousness of the world. You're going to learn how to let go of the third dimension rules in order to live a fifth dimension life. So really fun, really important. However, the most exciting part is if you get tickets today, you're going to get basic training for free. Basic training is the preliminary step 1 of Cogno movement. You get Cogno balls, you learn how to do Cogno movement yourself. And it is a prerequisite for all of our classes and training. So you have to have it in order to attend Cogno Conscious. If you get tickets today, you're going to get basic training for free. You're also going to be able to attend basic training live before Cogno Conscious, and you're going to be included in our secret class that is just for Cogno Conscious goers for an extra boost in preparation for Cogno Conscious. Not only that, you're going to be able to pick this is really fun and it's just an extra, but you're going to be able to pick an item from our Cogno Movement merchandise. You can pick a t-shirt, sweatshirt, backpack, and you'll get that for free during Cogno Conscious. We'll hand them out. So if you have any questions, again, please private message me your phone number and I can call you after this event is over at 4 p.m. Pacific, or you can schedule a discovery call at cognomovement.com/discovery call.
All righty. All of that is very exciting. And I just want to say Cogno Conscious for Bill and I, we always had to hesitate before we put this one on the schedule. I mean, we really did. We're like, oh God, hold on to your hats. Because the truth is that we would go through such extreme changes that it took us a bit to get our lives back together. We figured it out. But literally, Leah and I would lose time, hours on the freeway on the way home. We would have strange time anomalies and events that we couldn't explain because we didn't exactly know what happened. It was happening. Now we do. It was so intense for us that we had to think about it. Now we are so excited that we cannot wait because the things that happen are so miraculous. And I know later on in the day, we're actually going to share with you some of the testimonials that are just mind-blowing. Unexplainable, like magic and miracles. If you don't know that you can change everything when you change your own electrical system, when you change your own nervous system, it changes your timeline. It changes your density. It changes your reality entirely, but it changes your consciousness. So we're going to move into, we got a whole hour with Bill. He's going to share with us the levels of the map of awareness. I'll get that brought up on my computer while Bill introduces that. Be ready for the Change the World Cognomovement Session and meditation right after that. So go ahead, Bill, and I'm going to get your screen ready.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So what we're going to talk about in this segment is something we call the map of awareness levels, the mole. And what this is a dive into what is the features of the third dimension, fourth dimension, and fifth dimension. Now, you could call it dimensions, you could call it levels, you could call it frequencies. But once you begin to understand this, everything will begin to make more sense about your own life and the lives of the people around you. It'll just make more sense. Like, wow, now I understand why life has been hard. And the ladder that I can walk up to change it. So there's numerous different aspects to the third dimension. So the third dimension, the characteristics of the third dimension are that you find that this is the dimension of conditional love. There are laws, rules, and regulations that are natural in this dimension. Everything being conditional, it's the home of rules, right? Right, wrong, good, bad. We see in judgment everything. Not only are we looking at everything and everyone in judgment, but we go through a state change constantly of either wanting something, not getting what we want, or we're indifferent. And this happens with every moment during the day. Now, Dr. David Hawkins, his scale of consciousness, he has these different states, right? Shame, guilt, grief, humiliation, anger, fear, resentment, blame. The craving type desires, meaning it's enslavement type desires. These things, if you find yourself where I'm just naturally worried or I'm just naturally irritated, with this, with all of these feelings that I would call reactions, if you're in a state where you're feeling those things, you're in the third dimension. You don't choose the feelings of the third dimension. You simply have them, right? I'm worried, I'm angry. So if you're in those emotional states, you have the feeling and you have thoughts that are appropriate to that, then what you'll have is a life experience that is bound by the rules of this dimension. So what are those rules? The first one you might be really familiar with is time itself. So in the third dimension, we experience linear time. There's 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in an hour. And with this, when we're in this third dimension, we find that our attention is on either the past or on the future. That is where our head is at, right? I'll be happy when I get this. I'm going to be happy when I win the lottery. I really resent this person in my life and what happened to me. You know, I was just happier when I was a teenager. Boy, I sure do miss that old lover of mine. Whatever it might be, but you're not here and now. Whatever's happening now is simply a reaction, but you find yourself drifting from I didn't get what I want. When we're in this state, what happens is that things happen by a force of will. I'm going to make things happen because I'm going to go to work. I'm going to make it happen. Or we find ourselves victimized, right? It happened because I made it happen, or it happened to me. So this level in the third dimension, manifestation happens, but it happens very, very slowly. I want the new Tesla. I go out to work and I work really hard for the down payment. And then I put my money down and, you know, it's happening very, very slowly. And all of us have basically been there. Now, you might find that when you're in this dimension, that you are in some sort of fear and doubt. And your attention is all focused around one of the three basics: money, sex, power. An attraction or an aversion. You might say, well, I'm not into money. Well, I hate people with money. The rich are jerks, whatever. You're on one side of the fence or the other. You're certainly not neutral about it. And you have a lot of feelings around my personal power, sex, money. Now, when we are in this state, we're constantly judging and we are assuming, right? Today, if you look out at the masses of the population, there's judgments and assumptions constantly, right? In a very basic way. People are looking at the political party of this and the political party of that, or the news of this particular broadcasting station versus that broadcasting station. I assume that they are bad and wrong, right? And, right, we want, and we are not getting what we want. The subtleties of this, is the way I like to express it, is that it happens within an instant. Everybody here has been in a convenience store all across the globe. In the United States, we have 7-Elevens. It's a convenience store, but all of us have them under different names in different parts of the world. But even a trip to the convenience store, if you walk in the door of a convenience store, you want something. I want a bottle of water, right? So I go into the convenience store and I'm there to get my bottle of water. And it turns out they only have it's basically tap water. It's not spring water. And it's like, I'm sorry, I don't want tap water with all the chemicals in it. All right. So I wanted, and then I walked in, I'm like, I didn't get what I want. And the people are walking in and out of the convenience store, bing bong, they're walking in and out, and we don't even notice them. Why? Because we're disinterested. These are the three modes. And we jump in between the three modes constantly. As soon as you see somebody, that maybe you're super interested in talking to, you're there trying to talk about the water, and then there's maybe somebody's attractive or something, and you're like, oh my God, look, wow, they're beautiful. Well, I hope they smile at me, and I wanted, and then, they don't smile at you, they sneer at you. So with this, we experience all three modes, and we jump in between them on a constant basis. Now, what the work of David Hawkins talks about is that this is 99.6% of the population is going to be here in the third dimension. So everybody you run into, really, 96% of the population, 96% of the population will, anybody you run into, that's the overwhelming majority, is they're going to be in one of those three modes. Now, our society is going through a transition because this melds perfectly. The third dimension is absolutely perfect for institutions, right? Laws, rules, regulations. That's perfect for any institution. And institutions can be different universities, the medical system, the different religious orders, all kinds of things like that. I know when I say religious orders, our religious orders are all based on systems of not good enough yet, meaning laws, rules, regulations, right? You need to do penance or you'll go to hell or you have karma or whatever. So these institutions of all kinds, military, you name it, everything is a hierarchy in the third dimension. So by hierarchy, if you wear a hat, right? Whether it's the Pope's hat or whether it's a policeman's hat or the robes of a judge, there is better and worse. If you had a robe or you put a hat on or a badge or whatever, we put them up on a pedestal. All of that is transitioning. As a species, we are migrating into the fourth dimension right now. And with that, there is a collapse. You're seeing it right now. So you can imagine with all these laws, rules, and regulation and all these reactions, right? And a focus on power and different things, that there's going to be a lot of secrets. And secrets are the home of the third dimension. They find a home there. But in the fourth dimension, as you're going to see in a second, they can't exist. So what happens? They get exposed. Well, what's been happening? What has been happening over the past decade? Oh my gosh. Whoa, I thought that institution was in my best interest. I thought that they were all honest. I didn't think my government would do that. I didn't think that, oh my gosh, you mean to tell me that they were cheating? That they were lying to me? All of the secrets are getting exposed, and we've seen more and more of it. And you're going to see more and more of it. Why? Because we're migrating into the fourth dimension. So what is the fourth dimension? In the fourth dimension, we migrate. We go from the position of judging and assuming to releasing our judgments and assumptions. We go from a point of view of, I'm not getting what I want something, to becoming neutral. We go from a feeling state of all of those negative reactions that we talked about, shame, guilt, grief, humiliation, anger, worry, enslavement with desires. All of those things get released, and we start to move into optimism, a willingness to change, a willingness to look at other perspectives. Trust begins to emerge. Distrust is a feature of the third dimension. Trust is a feature of the fourth dimension. We become willing to forgive. We experience different states of awareness. Whereas the third dimension was the home of conditional love, the fourth dimension is the home of unconditional love. Now, this is a gradient, right? Slowly, bit by bit, we move towards unconditional love, meaning we remove the condition to having a good feeling about somebody or to accept them. In the third dimension, we're judging. In the fourth dimension, we begin to allow people to be, do, and say as they wish. And that makes both of us free. So all of a sudden, what happens is time starts to change. And I know this sounds nuts, but what happens is your attention goes from the past and the future, and it goes more into now. You begin to stop looking outside of yourself for love, and you begin to actually love yourself as a feeling. I'll get more into this after we get through this, and it's going to make more sense to you when we do this because it's an experience. But when we do this, time begins to become malleable. It behaves differently. So what do I mean malleable? What I mean,
I just want to tell you there's a 5-minute warning, and then we got to get to the meditation in the class.
okay, thank you. I know Leah is my wrangler, and I so appreciate because, I'll lose it. I'll be all day on this. Thank you, Leah. So when we begin to feel this feeling of love for ourselves, and then we become less judgmental of others. When I say time is malleable, it speeds up. If I think about something, instead of it taking me 2 years to get the Tesla, I think about it, I mull it over, and maybe it only takes a few days, and it just shows up. So this fourth dimension here, you're able to do things that would seem miraculous in the third, like healings. Your attention goes into the spiritual realm. Now, in the fifth dimension, things change again. In the fifth dimension, you are in an experience of oneness. Meaning, this love that you have is the same love that everyone has. And it becomes part of your experience. You become one with everything and everyone. That means, what are the ramifications of that? Well, when you're in this state, things happen instantly. You think Tesla, and Tesla shows up. So this state, the fifth dimension, when you're here, it sounds really great. When I first got to understand all this, I was like, fifth dimension's for me. Yeah, bring it on. But you know what? I was like, well, over time, I understood maybe I'm not quite ready yet, because as you think it, then it happens. And so if you have not cleared all of and mastered all of your emotions, whatever you think, you'll create it. So if you have a thought like, I'm angry at this person, I don't like that, boom, something happens. Anyway, the third dimension, the lower energy centers, money, sex, power. Fourth dimension, you're in the spiritual realm. Fifth dimension, you transition down into your heart. This is the gateway to the fifth dimension. So this is where we will lead into the meditation. How'd I do, Leah?
You did.
Everybody
great,
give
Bill.
Bill a round of applause for finishing early.
All
And
right.
now we're going to get into the meditation. Go ahead, Liz.
Yeah, we're not actually finished with this conversation. In the 2:30 hour today, if you guys notice on your schedule, Bill will be doing another healing session. So there'll be another opportunity to dig in just a little bit more about that fifth dimension. But I want to say that this is kind of what we're talking about. We've been talking about Cogno conscious all day. And we work these levels, the things that Bill just very briefly took you through. We take you through those first dimension things that are fear, desire, anger, that we all have, shame, and they all have an energetic signature. They cost you energy. And during these 4 days, you get that back. And in fact, every Cognomovement session you get that energy back. And this raising of consciousness that happens after Cogno conscious, the reason we call it that, is literally the raising of your voltage, your energy, which, by the way, we measure. So we're going to walk into our meditation and want everybody to be ready. Grab an article. If you don't have your Cogno ball, which I know you all will soon, grab something that you can look at, a pen, another little ball, something with some color is great, something to keep your attention. And the meditation that Bill's going to lead you in is about changing the world, changing your world, though. So this little bit's going to help you get clear on that. And then we're going to work an actual session to get your body to feeling neutral or way better about how things are going to be changing in your world. All right, Bill McKenna, take it away.
All right. Fantastic. All right. So we're going to start off this meditation. So there's two parts. The first part is that we're going to do a little meditation to get you into the appropriate state. And then what we're going to do is give your neurology, all the different parts of your brain, a look at it so that it can help to make changes. This session, you can obviously repeat over and over, and you will find so many things that are going to show up. And it is natural. When we do the Cogno movement session related to this, whatever is in conflict with this feeling will naturally show up. And it's fine. We're just going to let our system, the system automatically work, and it'll move. It'll move. Some of the things move faster than others. It's okay. Just, you know what? The allowance of how you feel is going to be the trick, right? It's like, oh, wow, my body is objecting. That's okay. We'll let it object. All right. So here we go. The first part. Relax. Relax. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. And just simply breathe. Uncross your arms. Uncross your legs. And put your attention on the center of your chest. And here, as your attention is on the center of your chest, allow yourself to think of somebody that you loved in your life non-romantically. It could even be a pet. Take yourself back to a time and a place where you really felt it for them. Now, if you've lost this person or pet, do not go to that point where the loss was. Go to the good time. Go back to the good time and just be there. The time where you could really feel it. Allow yourself to be there and feel that feeling of love. It is what it is for you. For some of us, we only have one person or one pet that we got to experience non-romantic love from or to. This master that showed up in your life was very much on purpose. You would have never known what true unconditional love was, but for them. They had to show up so you could experience it, so you could know it to be real, a real possibility. How to have a good feeling that was not attached to any outcome. You feel good about them, and it's not attached to an outcome. Notice how that feels. Allow that feeling fully. And as you're here, enjoying that, notice that you know that they have faults. You know they have faults. But it doesn't matter, does it? It's like, who cares? I love them anyway. Matter of fact, it's a little bit endearing, those faults. I still love them. Yeah, they do that. I'm not ignorant of it. I'm not in denial. But you know what? I don't care. Allow yourself to love them. Not hard to do. Noticing, paying particular attention for the moment on that acceptance, faults and all. I just accept them, faults and all. Notice that all of this is really not a thought, but it's a feeling. There's simply a feeling. Notice the feeling. And as you're here, noticing this feeling, give this feeling to you. Just the feeling. Now, I know many of you are blocking. You're like, no, hey, whoa. They're that great, but I couldn't do that for me. Yeah, no. Just give the feeling to you. The exact same way you did it for them. Yeah, you know you got faults, but you know how you felt about them? And you let their faults be and still give them the feeling? Yeah, the exact same for you. Allowing in the feeling for you. Faults and all. Letting go. I'll allow it in for me. For many of you, this is going to be a first-time experience. It is going to be very foreign. This is the nature of the universe. This great feeling, which is unattached to an outcome. As you allow this in for you, you move from the third dimension to the fourth, and ultimately to the fifth. And with that, the synchronicities and coincidences of whatever it might be, the speeding up of time, all of these different things that naturally happen that are just features of the different dimension show up. Simply letting go and allowing yourself to feel it. For those of you who this is a first experience, and there's maybe some resistance, ask yourself the question, did my mother have this feeling for herself? Did my father have this feeling for himself? We operate by permission. We operate by permission. So if you didn't have it for you, it was simply, hey, this is not how we do, right? It's not how we do in our family. Love is for somebody else, not you, you blah, blah, blah. All right. Beautiful. You feel it? All right. Now, keep that feeling. Type me in the chat. Did you get it? Did you feel it? Did you feel it for the other? Did you feel it for you? Yes, yes, in the chat. And then we're going to start our Cognomovement session. Yes, yes. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yes. All right. Oh, yes, yes. Oh, good, good. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Oh, good. All right, Patricia. I love it. Yes. Yes, yes. Thank you. Good. Good. All right. Yes, tears. Oh, God. Yeah. Right. I get it. I get it. Oh, yes. Beautiful. All right. Yes. Charles, Gloria. Oh, yes, I know. And oh my God, if I connect in with you too much, you're going to make me cry and I got to do this session. Okay, I'm going to start reading the comments because it's hitting me. All right. So I should, got to maintain, Bill. All right, here we go. Now, World Cognomovement Day, as within, so without. With this feeling, as I change me, the world changes. Would I like everybody in the world to have this feeling? If everybody in the world had this feeling all day long, do you think we might treat each other differently? Would that be a good thing? With how you feel right now, can you imagine everybody in your life felt this way? What a gift. Do you think we might be more respectful? We might treat each other better? We might listen? When we begin this session, simply stay in this feeling and our wish this for everybody in the world. Ready? Grab your Cognomovement ball. Grab your Cognomovement ball. And let's begin. Put your attention on that feeling that you just got. Think of the person again.
feel it, give it to you. And with this feeling, think about all 7 billion, 8 billion people on the planet, wishing them all this feeling. Begin to move the ball from left to right. Nice and slow. Feel the feeling. Feel it. Feel it. All the way left, all the way right. Moving up to the belly button. All the way left, all the way right. Move up to the solar plexus. Feel it. Chest level. Feel that feeling of love. 99% of your attention on feeling that feeling of love. Eye level, feel the feeling of love. Up above your head, feel the feeling of love. And now we're going to do the infinity. The infinity is basically a figure 8 on its side. You're going to take the ball, you're going to put it about a hand's length away from your face. Keep your head straight forward and level. And look over at the ball. Feel that feeling of love. Feel it. Feel it. And begin to very, very slowly move the ball. Now, as you move the ball, there may be a place where the feeling increases or diminishes. The places that it's diminished, go back. Feel the feeling of love and move the ball through that area. We're giving our brain, we're giving our complete nervous system a look at what does real love feel like for all. Feel this love for you. And as we go, and we're feeling this feeling of love, moving the ball very, very slowly. If anything comes up where, oh, you know what? You did that. You did that. Just work that area right through with the ball. Oh, I did that. Yes. Go back to that feeling of love. This particular thing that you did or did not do or happened to you, simply go back to that feeling of love and let your neurology, just simply your eyes, work it through. If you have an area where the eyes are pulling, when I say pulling, they feel like they're stretching, that's the area. If it feels like a stretch or it's dry, that's the area that there's some resistance. There's some resistance to loving myself. Having this love for all. When you're here, wherever that is, you can simply just work the ball through that area and it'll release. Once it releases, you keep going, finding the next area. allowing yourself to fully feel it. Now, there may be a point in time that you need to refresh, especially if something has come up that is conflicted with this feeling of love. Go back to that person or pet that you love, and then feel it again. Beautiful. Just allow yourself to feel it. With every different eye position, there's a different part of your brain that gets to look at. This is what unconditional love feels like. This is what this unconditional love feels like for me. This is what it feels like to allow everyone on the planet Earth to have this same feeling. Allowing. Breathe. Breathe. All right. Now we're going to walk in a figure 8. Now, what is a figure 8? It is like there's an 8 on the ground. It is a U-turn to the left and then a U-turn to the right. Allow the feeling. Walk, U-turn to the left, U-turn to the right. Look at the floor. Enjoy the feeling. Move your eyes level. Feel the feeling. You turn to the left. You turn to the right. Look up at the ceiling. You turn to the left. You turn to the right. Every time you apex the turn, you shift lobes of your brain. Beautiful. All right. And now what we're going to do is we're going to take the ball, go back to the feeling, refresh. Think of the person that you love non-romantically, the pet. Allow yourself to fully feel it. Give that feeling to you. And now up the body, giving the feeling to you. I feel that way about me. I feel this way about me, and it's okay. I can do it now. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Up at the top, breathe in. If you're ready, I wish this for all of humanity. I wish this feeling that I have towards me to all. Left to right. I wish this feeling I have for me to all. Belly. 99% of your attention's on the feeling. Solar plexus. Chest.
eyes overhead. Beautiful. All right. Come on back, sit down. Thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, Bill McKenna.
Comments in the any comments of anything, any realizations or anything that you want to chat, put in the chat. Don't make me cry. Thank you.
Yeah, let's ask specifically. The first thing really is, could you guys feel that love for yourself? I know that's really hard for some of us. Did you feel it? Were you able to feel it start to fill up your body? Love to know that. Absolutely. Yeah.
How many of you, you know what I'm curious, how many of you was it the first time? If it was the first time that you actually got the feeling for you.
This is a fantastic question, because it's like we said before, when you're able to change something within yourself, you change about 1,000 people. We all have about that much influence. You don't think so, but when you start figuring it out, you do. And when you can start emanating a love for yourself, those 1,000 people start to change too. And there's no way for the world to change unless each and every one of us is willing to feel it for ourselves. I know that's hard news, but we have to feel love for ourselves, appreciation, excitement, even joy, for it to spread. So this is such a poignant message, Bill.
Oh my gosh, there's so many people it's the first time, and that's beautiful. Let me, you know what? Oh, Pam, great. Oh, yes. All right. So let me tell you something, why this is life-changing and why the Cogno conscious is so life-changing. When this embeds and this becomes part of you, and there's an absence of the reasons that you could hold this for yourself, which is Cogno conscious. But when you do, there's a phenomenon. People do not treat you. Listen to this really, really carefully. People do not treat you how you think they should. They treat you how you feel about yourself, not a thought, but the feeling. For all of you, for a second, that it's your first time, or maybe it's not. But if you look at yourself and how you felt about yourself, does it make more sense why they treated you that way now? I know for me, I point the finger at myself. I remember, before everything happened, me and my friends, I used to say, we're a bunch of a-hole, right? We're a bunch of jerks. And you know what? We felt that way, and everybody treated us that way. So when you have this new feeling of love and acceptance for you as a feeling, people are going to treat you different. It's just how it is. It was so mind-blowing for me, because I've talked about this in the past, but people would start rolling up on me. I was like, I never talked to anybody. About anything. I was like, I don't want to talk to nobody about nothing, and all of a sudden it was like men, women, dogs, cats, everybody's rolling up on me. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. And I was like, it all shifted. That even babies, I remember there was an incident where I would walk up to baby carriages before, and the babies would be start crying, and And then afterwards, I remember I was in an airport and there was a mother and her baby on her lap, and the baby was, one-ish, maybe less than one, maybe probably less than one, just that toddler walking thing. And the baby was wriggling around, and I just looked over. I thought it was cute, and I just looked over and I smiled. And the mother was like, "You want them?" And the whole family was there, right? The mother's kids and the father. And I said, "Yes." And I opened my arms, and that little kid wiggled his way off the mother and ran over to me. I swear to God. And he jumped up on my lap, and he came on my chest, and he put his head down on my chest. And I was like, "What? What?" And the mother's looking at me, and the father and mother are like, what? They're looking at each other. And I was like, he lifted his little head up, looked at me, I looked at him. He put his little head down. And then he would look up again, put his head down. I was like, wow. Anyway, that went on for a while. And it was kind of a very phenomenal situation. But when I say that, people treat you how you feel about you, this feeling that you've got today, it can be permanent and an existence for you. So there is another reality, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, it'll be real for you when it is real in your experience. And with that, I will shut my mouth.
Feels like he knows, he feels the pressure. It's time. We packed so much into this day that we can't believe how fast it's going by. We want you to get all of it. So we'll be talking some more about this through the day. I just want to say that, for so many, especially women, it is so hard to feel love for yourself. We're just not taught this as children. In fact, we're taught the opposite. You shouldn't be too bold. You shouldn't be too proud of yourself. You shouldn't be too confident. And we kind of learn to dislike everything about ourselves, who we are, what we can do, what we look like, all of that. And it's not a logical mind thing. If you guys are ever in training with me, you'll see me rub a hole in my own forehead. It's not here, people. It just isn't. It's a driver in your body from some little injuries, many over time, that tell your nervous system, be in fight or flight about who you are. You can't help it. It's not your fault. It just is something that your nervous system learns to do to try to keep you safe. That's all. So this is what Cogno Conscious does. It works from shame, fear, anger, I can't even think of all the things, through courage and acceptance and neutrality, and then into love and joy and bliss and enlightenment. And at the end, the drivers are changed permanently. So you feel very, very differently about yourself. And I can tell you, as a woman, I've experienced this for myself. How I feel about myself today is 100% different than when Bill and I started to even create Cogno Movement, and we both had lots of skills before that. And I know you all do too. But until you know how to change the driver within your subconscious or / nervous system, it's just so hard to get out. You can try to change your mind, but that's like, trying to talk to a terrorist or a toddler. The body is so much easier. So I just want to encourage you that this is so possible for you. And think about this. If you could learn to really fully, and I mean just in general, love yourself and spread that to the world, what would that do to any child that's in your life? What would it teach them? What will it do to that friend of yours who has such terrible self-esteem? Will it rub off on them? The answer is yes. Your nervous system affects everyone around you. So with that note, I'm going to pass it on to Leah, because Cogno Movement is one of those, Cogno Movement and Cogno Conscious is one of those hows.
Yeah, so we've talked about Cogno Conscious a lot today. We've also got some new people that probably haven't heard of it. So Cogno Conscious is a super intense event. It's a 4-day event. It's live in San Diego. It's going to be March 23rd through 26th. And for just a minute, I want to talk to you about what Cogno Conscious transformation means. So Cogno Conscious, like I've said a million times today, is intense. It's only for people who are ready to make significant changes in their life, really ready to make significant changes in your life, in your relationships, in your career, your mental health, and your physical well-being. So the last few years have taken a toll on all of us, and Cogno Conscious is here to help you take your energy back, take your power back, and take your life back. So the world's been out of control. Attend Cogno Conscious and regain control of your own reality. Transformation is essential to changing the course of your life this year. So what does Cogno Conscious transformation mean? It means you're propelling yourself into the reality you desire, experience living in the 5th dimension, raise your consciousness and elevate your being, fast track your manifesting and other abilities, gain massive energy back from the 3-dimensional blocks, draining your power, shift your perspective and shift your timeline, change your relationships, romantic, platonic, career, familial, and even more changes that seem like miracles. So when's the last time you completely changed your reality? You're going to actively be doing this during Cogno Conscious. So there are a couple of things about Cogno Conscious that you need to know. So the basic training video course is required in order to attend Cogno Conscious. Basic training is the foundation of Cogno movement. It shows you how to do Cogno movement. It comes with 2 Cogno balls, and it shows you how to do sessions anytime, anywhere. And this course is actually a prerequisite for most of our events and classes and trainings. So if you get Cogno Conscious tickets today, you're going to get basic training for free, which is normally $299. You're going to get a basic training live class on top of that, and you're going to be able to attend a free secret class that is only for people who are visiting Cogno Conscious and get tickets today. It is going to prep you and give you a big boost for your Cogno Conscious event. You are also, as a little extra, going to be able to pick something from our Cogno Movement store. A sweatshirt, t-shirt, backpack, bag. You can pick one thing, and we actually will be ordering those and giving those to you at Cogno Conscious. So lots and lots of value-packed stuff, but the end goal is Cogno Conscious. It is the most exciting part. So if you have any questions for me, please feel free to ask questions in the chat. If you want a phone call after this event, please private message me your phone number. Or if you have questions about Cogno Conscious and practitioners, you can, or you don't have time to talk today, just go to cognomovement.com/discovery call and we can chat about it later. But just so you know, the price for Cogno Conscious is going up tomorrow. And those free things are going to expire tonight. So just let me know if you have any questions.
Yes, Gloria, private message Leah. If you already have basic training, there is a discount code. Absolutely. I want to answer real quickly. We are going to move into Luell's session, which is a session, a story about Cogno Conscious, but I want to answer, we've got a couple of really great questions here from Ren. So it says, if you want to release a belief like I'm unlovable, or life is supposed to be hard, or like a punishment. Number one, in a regular session, would we focus on the negative belief or the feeling? Do we create a positive affirmation and focus on that feeling? So Cogno movement is 100% focused on the feeling. So when you, Ren, think about that statement that you made, I just lost it here. I'm unlovable. Everybody else, you can do this with you. What just happened to your body? Notice the body reacts. It does something, like maybe it's a little bit of a queasiness in the tummy. Maybe it's a bit of a clench in the throat. Maybe your hands just went numb. maybe, your left eye twitched a bit. What does your body, your very specific body, do? Lee, can you pin me because you're on the screen? What does your very specific body do when you think I'm unlovable? Remembering that it's the feeling in the body that drives the thought. Strangely, it's not the other way around. The feeling informs the nervous system about whether we're supposed to run, fight, get smaller than, get bigger than around this topic. So notice, what does it feel like? I'm unlovable. And then you just hold on to the sensation as best you can while you're doing the session. Now, you can do it the opposite way too. I'm lovable. Now, for most people, if that does not feel true right now, you will also have a feeling. Your body will kick right back. Your nervous system will call BS on that. You'll get a feeling. So around that feeling, you simply do your work. So you can do it either way. Coriel Simpson is the queen of positive Cognomovement Sessions. And she always finds in there whatever's holding you back. Because if you're not getting what you want, if you're not in the place that you want, there is something in your nervous system that is kicking back and, saying, hey, we're not safe around that. That's the driver that you need to delete. The next thing would be in a craving set. I'm trying to find it here. Lee, on my end, it's still looks like you're on the screen. Is that true?
Not that I know of. I can see you.
Okay.
All
right. So next.
So do you want me to screen share and do Luell's video, or you want to do the session first?
No, I'm going to have you do Luell's video first. I'm going to answer this quick question though. If we did a craving session around belief, would we focus on how good or familiar it feels? Now in craving set, you love it. So Leah, I'm going to call her out. We did a session with her on cream cheese icing. Leah's a cake decorator and cream cheese icing was everywhere and she was eating it. So what we had her do was actually get it, have some. If you can have the thing during the session, and then you just enjoy the heck out of it. How does it smell? How does it taste? What's the feeling on your tongue? What happens when you eat it? Do you feel excited? Do you feel warm? When you do a craving set, you love it. Now, things that are maybe negative around it will also show up. You'll get the feeling around it. But for cravings, you get to just love it. Now, the unhealthy belief part, the addiction part, that would be more of an emotion set. How do you feel about it being unhealthy? That's a judgment. It may be unhealthy for you, may be perfectly healthy for someone else. So you would work, I think this is unhealthy, and notice how your body reacts. Your body has an opinion. It's so funny. Our bodies have these funny little opinions about things. So what's yours? What's your body's opinion? And then the third piece is, oh gosh, I keep losing it. No, I guess that was it. Those were the two questions. So I hope that answered that for you, Ren, and for everybody else. Lee's going to share with us next Luell's story. Luell wanted to be here with you, and I was hoping you'd get to meet her because she's incredible, but she had a death in the family. So Lee's going to share, this is Luell's testimonial, what she shared after Cogno Conscious.
Okay, sharing screen.
One of the greatest challenges that my mother has been one of the greatest challenges that I've had. I think she's been the thing that I have the thing that I've learned the most from, but really up until San Diego, there was always resistance from me. And then at our event, I was talking with Liz actually, and it occurred to me that I could cry right now. Oh my gosh. it occurred to me that she just really, like, I've been resisting her for so long because she is a very destructive, damaging individual. I mean, she kind of goes about the world, not just with me, but that's her MO. But it occurred to me that she really just adores me. And I have been resisting that for so long. And she's very limited in how she can love and how deeply she can love. But in her own way, she like just adores me. And I never wanted to. That was always very dangerous for me. She always was very dangerous for me. Again, because she just is and was. And so I've been able through, the work is just that weekend, and that has continued. I totally and completely have forgiven my mother.
Wow.
It's so huge. It's shifted. And Bill, like you were saying, I never realized that really it impacts, that kind of break impacts everything in your life, and you don't even realize it. You don't know. And so I feel like, and I know now that I'm being patient with what's happening, because it's all happening. It is all happening, and it's just, it's so interesting, and it's phenomenal, really. And I'm getting pieces of myself back, and things are coming back to me, and who I am, and who I truly am, and how things are just naturally supposed to be. And I think that's really the underpinning of it all. I forgave my mother for big stuff, and I know now that it's for me, and I'm on my merry way.
That is so great. Oh my God, Leah, are you going to tell her about the business and what happened after?
Yeah. So Luelle had a business that she really had wanted to sell for a lot of years. And it just didn't happen. It wasn't happening. And part of it was that, the business shares land with her mother, and she just wasn't, she didn't want to go down that road. That just was not a good thing. So during the session, during Cogno Conscious, Luelle got an offer on her business. But it was after this moment in time, and I want to share this moment in time with you. Luelle, and she gave us full permission to share this. During Cogno Conscious, there's us and practitioners, and during the session, we're all in there working and supporting everybody. Somebody's leading and the rest are supporting. And I was supporting that time, and Luelle needed some help. So I went over, and she was saying to you, my mom is the devil. She wants to kill me. My mom wants to kill me. And I didn't really know Luelle, and I didn't know if that was true or not true, but that's not up to a Cognomovement practitioner. We stay in the feeling. So I held her in the feeling, and she went through it. My mom wants to kill me. My mom wants to, and then in about 5 minutes or less, all of a sudden Luelle goes, oh my God, my mom really adores me. And her whole energy changed. Everything shifted. For me, it was like a wave of love moved through my body. It was incredible. She was glowing, radiating, like she didn't even look like the same human. So one of the tools we use is called backtracking, where we'll repeat back what the person says to us. And so I said, okay, Luelle, when we started this session, you said your mom was the devil. And she looked at me like with the blankest look ever. Like, what are you talking about? It was so funny. But, we have to keep our composure. So I just wait, and I kind of raise my eyebrows and smile. And Luelle goes, oh my God, I did say that. In 5 minutes, she had completely forgotten that she had felt that her mom really wanted to murder her, which it was, after that, she wasn't true. What she knew fully and completely, what her body knew. This is what I want you guys to know. What her body knew is that her mom really, really loved her. And in her own way, even though she's flawed like we all are, her mom wanted to love her, wanted to be close. And when they got back, she had to go give the mom the offer and let her know what the changes would be to the property. And she said it was just this beautiful conversation, this easy conversation. Her mom was happy for her, excited, and it was going to work out great. And so, not only did she change everything about her life, because the way she was treating her mom and thinking about her mom affected her child and her husband. And they were so relieved when she got home. There was no complaining about mom anymore. Everybody was so much happier because she was happier. That she didn't even realize that upset with her mom was radiating throughout all areas of her life. So everything quickly changed, business and friendships and all of it. It was so, so beautiful. However, I will say this. We had this conversation with the well. We heard from her a few weeks later, and she's like, oh my God, you guys, it feels like chaos is unleashed in my life. So we quickly got on. We knew what she was talking about, but when everything changes, everything changes. Let me say that again. When everything changes, everything changes. How often have you wished, I wish everything would change? And then when it does, it's all new. And your body has to learn how to deal with that. So often it's these wonderful, beautiful things, but it's new and different. So that is really what becomes available. So there's this period of time after Cogno Conscious, or after, even one very significant Cognomovement session where the world does not look the same. The colors are different. The air is different. Food tastes different because your body is different. Your nervous system is the only way you have to interact with this planet, through your eyes, through your ears, through your taste, through your touch. Every one of these little cells on the edge of your skin experiences the world through your nervous system, sends the signal to the end of the fingers and back. How cold is it? My nervous system tells me. Does that person like me? My nervous system tells me. Now, on that one, my nervous system may be telling an effing lie. True. But it tells me, it informs me. What my eyes take in informs me. So when you change your nervous system so dramatically like you do in Cogno Conscious, the input, the signals are different. What your nervous system tells you is true about the world is completely different. The blinders are off. Who said that? I think it was either Coral or Katie said it this morning. You see the universe as one, pliable and malleable. Woohoo! And two, as a new place that's safer, where you're more comfortable, where you can move about the cabin freely without your seatbelt. So it changes everything. So our session in this hour is about relationship. Go ahead, Bill. Did you want to add something before we move on? Oh, I can see you now for some reason. You're muted. I don't know what's happening. Anyway.
Everything's good. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All good.
What my eyes take in informs me, right? And does it inform you correctly? This is the big question of the day. Do what your senses take in, what does your nervous system or your subconscious, what it takes in, is it accurate? So Bill tells this really fun story about after one of the sessions, noticing a whole building that had been in his town for years, on a corner he drives by for years, that he would have sworn was not there before. It literally opens, well, one, our peripheral vision. It's very, very good for our vision. As we get older, our vision goes like this. And you know how people are like stuck in their ways? They can't see other positions. It's because of their vision. When the vision goes like this, the brain has less ability to perceive another position, something new, right? When you open that up, now you have all of these new stimulus, all of this new input. So many times people describe having something literally right here that wasn't 2 minutes ago. Or the solution to something happened so rapidly that 1 minute before it was absolutely impossible. And the next minute, the solution is right there. So I'll tell myself, because this is what I always do in these sessions. I had a situation. I'm working with 3 different estates. We had 3 people die in our family in an 18-month period, and I'm helping handle the estates. And we had one of these situations that all of a sudden hit me like code red, nuclear explosion. The only outcome was like literally a nuclear explosion in my life. It was going to be so devastating, and it was so inevitable. And it's kind of funny because now that, I have Cognomovement for myself, I use it. So to have my nervous system literally going off like a 5-alarm fire is unusual, but it was. So I'm working my ball, but this time I couldn't see myself. So I call up my friend Bill McKenna, and I'm like, you got to help me because I'm experiencing 5-alarm fire here, and I know there's probably another outcome. But in my reality, and this is what I want you guys to understand, in my reality, that was the only outcome. And actually looking back, it's true. The outcome I was so afraid of was very, very possible and likely until it wasn't. So I get on Zoom with Bill, and he, walks me through a standard Cognomovement session. And all of a sudden, it's gone. It's gone. And the idea that it took to solve it was there right now, instantly there. I pick up the phone. I say, basically, the answer was no, thank you. That's all I needed to do. No, thank you. And it was over. And it was nothing. So what literally was a nuclear explosion in my life 1 minute, the next minute was absolutely nothing. And the whole thing has worked out just fine. So this is what becomes available when we change the stimulus in our nervous system. That's it. The way we perceive and emit. That's it. We're changing the way we receive and emit, and that changes life. It changes timelines. Bill, do you want to say something?
Oh my God. I just love that Liz shared this story. I hope you guys are listening, because how many people can relate? But we didn't have, you didn't have a tool, and you were like, you're in the middle of it, right? And this used to happen to me all the time. It's like, oh, hell no. And I would be like, yeah, no, I see reality. I see it very clearly, and there's going to be a problem, right? So, my system's going crazy, but I didn't have to live that way. I just didn't know it, and I thought it was the darn truth, and my body is going nuts. I didn't understand any of it. So, oh my God, I love it, but it's just so laughable, right? I mean, if I was like, understood what Liz, was just, and had these experiences, where it was just simply, oh, no, thank you. that was the end of it, making a phone call and no, thank you. And then going on with your life. Yeah.
It's true. We have so many in Cognomovement, all of us practitioners, you can vouch for this. We have so many, are you kidding me moments? Like, really? Are you kidding me? It was that easy.
Yeah. Like I spent my life. Wait a second. You mean to tell me I've been spending my whole life that way, and now it was that easy? That's stupid.
I know. I find myself going, dang it. And then hallelujah at the same time, because we can change timelines. So I want to talk to you guys. Our session isn't going to be about relationships, but there's something we need to explain here for you guys, because we call it the quantum relationship effect now, because it was one of the first things where we noticed absolute changing reality, changing timelines. So what do I mean? Like, you're living your life, you're going along, and here's what's happening. And then 2 minutes later, it is not that. You're on a completely different trajectory for the rest of your life. And we started noticing the effect really early on in Cogno movement. And again, at first we're like, how? Well, it's a real easy explanation. So one of the ones that I experienced was I had a woman in my office who's a doctor, a professional, very high level human, just an amazing human, very aware and conscious as well. And she was in my office because she was kind of not so much with her husband. Like, she wasn't liking him so much these days. And she was knowing that maybe that could be changed. And so she came to see me. So we worked through the situation with her husband. But what happens so often is everything's connected. So other relationships came up. And one of them was her mother, which we touched on in the context of a greater session. I want to tell you that big emotions come up during Cogno movement, but it lasts like 10 to 30 seconds, like literally gone. These huge issues in life move up and through because now the nervous system has seen the availability for that thing to go. The nervous system really does know it's gobbling energy. It just doesn't know what else to do. We've got to help it find a new way, another program. So why I'm focusing on the fact that we just touched on this thing about her mother is that it wasn't a big focus. It was a minor part of the session. Well, what I didn't know was that her mother was a military, career military woman and behaved as one. She was hardlined and she had a very busy life. And my client really had to be the mom in many cases and had been through a lot of things, taking care of her siblings. And it was a hard relationship. So she leaves my office. It's maybe 5:30 in the evening. She gets home. And as she walks through the door, her landline rings, her phone. And it's her mother. And her mother says, hey, I just realized that maybe some of my actions have really negatively affected you in your life. My client said she stood there with her mouth open. She did not know what to say because she said in 40 years, she had never, ever, ever even imagined this phone call. It wasn't going to happen. It was impossible until it wasn't. We had so thoroughly disconnected this angst about her mother, this frustration and fear and anger, probably very real. We'd so thoroughly connected it that, listen to this, 3,000 miles away, her mother felt the disconnection and easily leaned into an apology. Not only an apology, but a full understanding of why she was upset in the first place. Think about that. One minute, her mother, this woman, she didn't care. She didn't think she did anything wrong. To, hey, just had a thought. Maybe I did some things that affected you. 3,000 miles away. This is the quantum effect. We started to understand very fully after we heard many. We could spend the whole day telling these stories. It is not an individual thing that happened again and again, almost daily. We do a session, and during the session, the person that you're working on calls, texts. During Cogno Conscious last time, we had it happen many times where one of the people are working on a person in their life, a relationship that's really sucks for many reasons, and they get a text. Hey, I'm just thinking about you. I want you to know I love you. I want you to know I'm sorry for whatever I did. So actively and effectively, we are changing the information that is going into the greater grid. It changes the wave between two people, no matter where they are. And keep in mind that we are connected. If we're connected genetically, it's just like, when they cut photons in half and separated them, you affect one, you affect the other. We affect each other 24/7, even in our dreams. So think about that. If you are sending a negative signal about someone, whether they deserve it or not, they're feeling it. They know you're thinking about them, and they're pushing one back. What you push against pushes back. What you pull against pulls back. It's called equal and opposite force. It's physical. It's physics. So when our energy is pushing against someone, they cannot help but push back with their energy. They don't even know they're doing it. So when it's released, when it's neutral, when all of a sudden your body has let them go, and it's okay for them to live wherever they are, it's fine. They feel it, and it gives them the opportunity to lean in, to soften, to write you that note, I love you, and I want to have a better life with you. Not about apologies, not about them working the whole thing out, not about them having counseling, not about any of it. Simply, you've changed the nature of the relationship, what's called a calibrated loop. I do this, so you do that. You do this, so I do that. Think about a person in your life that you have a lot of interactions with. Somebody you love, but it's frustrating, right? Could be your dog. And think about it. You know when it's going to start. You feel it in the room, and they're going to say that thing, and it's going to trigger you. It's going to set you off, and you're going to say the thing back. Think about how many times you've had the same argument, especially married couples. Haven't we had this argument before? And it ends exactly the same place every time, nowhere. But you kind of go through the same dance again and again, and it gets more and more frustrating. Imagine if you could end that right now. And if you knew that all you had to do was adjust your nervous system, not this, but maybe this. Not this, but maybe this. That's all you had to do, that you could change it instantly. Would you do it? So put it in the chat. If you knew you could literally snap your fingers, change it, and it would change, would you do it? Would you change it? Would you be willing? Meaning that it's going to change, but they don't have to do anything. Would you be willing to do it? Definitely, immediately. Now, shockingly, some people are not willing to do it. They're like, no. I'm not letting them out of this. They need to apologize to me, and they need to go to therapy, and they need to find Jesus. Right? But you can change it through your own body. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to find someone in your life. Now, pick a person that maybe it's not maybe your main relationship. Maybe it's somebody that just kind of annoys you. Pick them, because we're going to do a short session, and I'm going to teach you how to do the steps. So I want you to be able to hear the steps and also feel the person. Once you know it, you can do it on a bigger scale. So find someone that just kind of annoys you. Everything they do is irritating. And they walk in the room, when you see them at a meeting, they're annoying. One of our practitioners, Carmen, shared this story. In fact, it's how she got into Cogno movement. She came to a Cogno hour, and there was someone at work that was just irritating the crap out of her. She did a Cogno session, went back to work, and the next day, they became like best friends. Weird, right? But possible. So find someone in your life. Now, here's how you're going to do this. When you think about them, your body's going to react. You're going to feel that irritation. For a lot of people, irritation, you feel it in your head, a tightening of your scalp. You may feel it in your heart. It may be in your throat. Maybe this person, the things they say keep you from speaking, whatever. You might feel it in your gut. You know what's funny? A lot of people feel this in their forearms and into their hands. So just notice where you felt it. Will you put in the chat for me, where did your body react? Now I'm talking about a physical sensation. With Cogno movement, you've got to learn to notice your body. Your body's telling you all the time. We just don't know how to listen. So listen, where did your body just react? Put it in the chat for me. Was it your throat? Did it tighten in your throat? Head and gut, tightness in throat. I didn't have a feeling, but my jaw clenched. That's a feeling. Yes. Congratulations. I can feel my ears pull back. Yes, yes, yes. Gut. Whole body tightened up. Beautiful. Biting my lower lip. Absolutely, Vonnie. Solar plexus. You guys are doing so well. So what I'm going to have you do, Coral showed you this a little bit, but let your head drop and let your eyes drop, but don't close. When you close your eyes, you go internal, and I don't want you to be super internal. Let your eyes drop. Broke out into a sweat. Yeah. Between my eyes, neck. Yeah. Let your eyes drop like you're going to look through your own shirt. When your eyes drop, you're in your physical. You're in your kinesthetic. This is why when we don't want to cry, we move our eyes upward, right? Right. So I want you to feel. So what that is, bring that person to your mind, but more than that, to your body. With your eyes open and looking through your own shirt here area. Feel them. Feel the sense.
Sorry to interrupt. We have an important question though that I think, but
okay,
they
go.
sent me directly. If you have the sensation in 4 places, do you hold all of them? So that's a good question for you to answer.
It's a great question. Thank you for that, Leah. If you have it in 4 areas, you can let your attention be on all of them. But we often find it's more effective as you focus on the one that is the biggest. In fact, give it a number. Between 1 and 10, 10 being the strongest, it really, oh man, I mean, it couldn't be a worse feeling. And 1 like, eh. So between a 1 and a 10, give it a number and focus on the one that really is the biggest. So great. 10 plus. Good, Lillian. I love it. Give it your attention. Here's the thing. You're going to pay attention to this more than you ever have in your life. Take a big, deep breath in with your eyes down. Kind of drop down into that sensation and let it be there. In fact, maybe make it a little bigger. Yeah, Susan, it can be about a committee. Great. Another big deep breath in, eyes down. Keep your attention on it. Breathe into that particular sensation. In fact, get a little bit curious about it. What does this feel like, actually? It's in my throat. Why am I sweating? Feel it. Notice the parameters of it. Does it have a size? Like, is it about 8 inches in the heart? Or I don't know. Maybe it fills up the whole room. What's the size of this thing? On another big deep breath in, keeping your eyes down, connect with your physical. Breathe in. Get curious about it. Notice, is there a color? I know it's a weird question, but is there a color associated with this thing? Just notice. On another big deep breath in with your eyes down, connected with the body. Could there be a shape? I mean, it's weird, but for some people, it's like a yellow triangle. For some people, it's nothing. Some people, it's a blob. Just notice what it's like for you, your body. How is your body experiencing this person as it relates to you? Good. Make it a little bigger. I'm going to ask you a weird question next, but see if you're willing. Eyes down, feeling the shape, the color, the size. Does it have a taste? For some of us, like, we'll get a coppery taste in our mouth or something sour. Does thinking about this person have a taste? Does feeling about this person have a taste? Reddish brick lodged in my forehead. I love it. That's great. Good. So another big deep breath in, eyes connected with the body. And see if you can welcome the sensation, not the human, but the sensation. See if you can make that sensation okay for it to be in your body for right now, because we're going to work with it just for right this second. All right, let your eyes come up. And I want you to grab whatever item, if you have a Cogno ball or, a pen, whatever you can put your attention on. And we're going to actually do a session that works 4 areas of your brain, your lobes, and your nervous system. So we're going to see if these 4 areas have a different opinion. You're going to start by moving left and right, just letting your eyes move left and right. In this one, you're going to keep your head forward. In our normal left and right, when we move low to high, you can move your head. But in this one, you're going to keep your head straight and level. And you're going to let your eyes tick-tock back and forth. Now, we're right about like mid-nipple level. I know that's not a good excuse to use the word nipple, but it's the best description. Right across that heart chakra, left and right, breathe. And I just want you to feel that sensation, the one we got so familiar with. Breathe, let yourself breathe. And let that picture of that person cross your mind. We're just getting more of the physical reaction, your body's physical opinion about this human. We're going shoulder to shoulder, just letting the eyes tick-tock back and forth. And breathe. And more than anything, feel. Feel this person. Feel the aggravation. But more than anything, feel your body. Notice your body. Maybe for the first time ever, it might be a little weird to know that your body has an opinion about this human or committee, group. Breathe. You're doing great. Good. All right. Let your head rest and your eyes rest just for a minute. And you're just going to take inventory. Is it the same or different now? And maybe it's bigger. And if it is, great job. Maybe it's smaller. And if it is, great job. Maybe it's the same, but there's a slightly different quality. Just notice it's all good. You're doing great. Next, I'm going to have you take your ball into your right hand. Left and right are hard for me. All right. So we're going to do a little advanced move here. So you're going to see your ear right here. See this upper part of your ear inside, where some people have an earring way up in there. You're just going to put your thumb and your forefinger there, and you're going to give it a little pressure. This is actually accessing the root chakra, your coccyx, actually, your spine, your spinal cord. So you're just going to pinch, just gently, a squeeze. Daffodils sprouting behind my ears. Oh my gosh, Susan, that's amazing. All right, head forward. Let your eyes drop for just a second and reconnect with that sensation. You're doing great. Pull the ball or whatever object back to your shoulder. So I'm going to make you really stretch your eyes. And this is uncomfortable, guys, and it needs to be. Really get your eyes stretched. Start here at your shoulder. It's multitasking. Squeeze the ear. Feel the sensation and breathe. And let your object just gently move up the side of your face. Very, very slowly. Keep your eyes on the object or ball. Breathe and feel this human, this person on the planet that annoys you. Let the ball come back down, squeezing the ear. Noticing where, this might be really hard, or it might be easy. Notice where the eyes catch. Good. Where is it sore? This human, notice the feeling in your body now. And if there's a place that's sore, just stop for a minute and just rock your ball up and down, left and right. Spend a minute and then move on. But we're letting the left side of the brain take a look at this person and the feeling associated with them. Pinch in the ear. Breathe, really let those eyes stretch, guys. If it's not uncomfortable, you're probably not doing the work. So really let them stretch. And breathe. Feeling this person. Notice what your left brain has to say about them. Breathe in again, moving the ball up slowly. All right, release and let your head drop and your eyes rest. And you're probably thinking, oh, thank God, that was miserable. But notice, how does your body feel now? Good. you had a spot in your throat, a spot in your chest, or a red brick in your forehead, notice, is it still there? Is it bigger? Is it smaller? What's the same? What's different? Just breathe. And give your body your full attention. Really good. All right, we're going to move to the other side. You're going to put your ball in your left hand and you're going to pinch that spot in your ear. Right up there. Pinching that spot, accessing the coccyx or the first chakra support feeling. We're just accessing the spine. We're giving it the opportunity to move some energy. Pull your object back to your shoulder, head forward. Let your eyes stretch and notice that feeling in your body now about that person. And breathe, moving the ball slowly. There's a spot that's really stiff. You stop, you let it work itself out. We're letting the right side of the body, the right side of the brain, have a look at this person and how you feel about them. You know, if a story comes up or a picture, just let it be there. Whatever it is, you're doing fine. Pinch in the ear. Stretching the eyes and feel them. Feel them as how they relate to you. Let it be there. Good. Moving very, very slowly up the left side of the body. You notice your eyes skipping. I noticed mine just did. Go back and kind of smooth that out. Stretch. If your eyes aren't stretching, you're not doing the work. Really good. Feel it. Feel that person in your body. Feel your resistance to them and them to you. Breathe. And release. Let your head drop and your eyes rest. And with every deep breath in, let your body fully relax. Actively relax. Feel the tension, let it go. And notice with your eyes in this down position, connecting with yourself like you're looking through your own shirt, feel them again. Notice if maybe the story's changed. Notice if you feel a little different. Some of you I know will have started laughing during this process. But just feel, if it feels worse, you're still doing great work. You're doing it. That's it. Breathe. Get curious about what's left about that feeling. Breathe in again. Welcome it. Make it bigger. Now, with the object in the low position, as though it were sitting on your lap, start there, and I'm going to have you move the ball far left and far right. You can let your head move for this one. This is called mapping in the changes we've already made, left and right, moving up the body. We're letting all of the system, kinesthetic, auditory and visual, logical mind, eyes and ears, higher self, ideas and inspiration, take a look. Really, really good. All right, now that we're at the top, you're going to let your chin drop and your eyes go up. If you feel your chin lifting, bring it back down. Really important that the eyes stretch up right above your head, and bring this person back to mind again. And that feeling. It might be hard to find the feeling now, I know, but try. Or notice what the new feeling is. And tick-tock left and right. This left and right, breathing. And see if some other possibility starts to pop in, left and right. Now on this one, if you feel like swinging wide left and right, you can do that too. But it's really only necessary to go a little here, breathing and feeling that other human that used to annoy the crap out of you. Notice if there's something else emerging. Maybe. What else is possible here? We're in the realm of ideas and inspiration. Feel. Just a few more passes. Ideas and inspiration. Chin down, eyes up, and feel. All right, hold the ball up over your head. And you're going to act as though there were a chain up on the ceiling, holding that thing up. And on a big deep breath in, we're going to pull it out of the ground and out of the ceiling and let your eyes follow. Let your head drop and your eyes rest. On a deep breath in, actively relax. And just let your ball move left and right up the body. Relatively quickly, we're just mapping in. Saving. We're just saving. We're pushing the save button on our computer. We're saving this new information. Good. Let your object drop and just kind of thump your chest, a little King Kong action. It's called a neurological thump. It's a reset for your nervous system. It also happens to be the lung and kidney meridian. Breathe. Give yourself a little pat on the neck and shoulder here. Deep breath. Other side. Now, we're going to do something that's not attractive, but please do it with me. So you're going to turn your head to the right and you're going to unhinge your jaw. Have you guys ever seen those vampire movies where the jaw unhinges? That's what you're going to do. So you're going to let it drop. And I'm warning you, it's not attractive. As far as you can drop. Like this. And then you're going to gasp. So this. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. And let it out. Okay, one more time. Let it drop. Unhinge. You're going to open all of this up right here. And let it out. All right. Opposite side. Turn your head as far as you can. Unhinge. And one more. Another signal to the nervous system to relax. You're never going to stop and unhinge your jaw with a lion on your butt. So we're telling the body around this subject, it's not a lion anymore. We can relax. All right. So this is going to be the end of our mini session. If you started out or an 8 or a 10 or wherever you were now, would you please put in the chat, where are you now? What number? Could be a 0, and that's fine. Could have changed to something else completely, and that's fine. Just put in the chat what changed. Did the number come up or down? So put the number. And then anything else that came to mind. 9 to a 4. Good job, Robin. Lillian's a 3. Good job. Yeah. So a 3. Yeah. Tears to release 2. Very good. So you can do this again. And people have been asking, is this recorded? 10 to a 6. Great job, Anna. You can continue to do this a few more minutes. 9 to a 0. Really good. 10 to a 6. Ren says, that's wild. I reached a 0 for my first person before you finished the questions. I switched people. Very good. And got it down from an 8 to a 3. Great work. 5 to a 0. Feeling moved in places and feels not as heavy or daunting or yucky. Excellent. That's really the point, right? Different point of view. That's excellent. When you can find a different point of view, a new perspective, you win. You win for sure. So great. All right, you guys. So what we did is we really allowed 4 aspects of your brain this time. We worked at the other end of your nervous system to see this, to see and try on what it feels like, to get a different perspective. See, your left brain may be thinking very linearly about this person and their need to change, but your right brain might see them as crazy and creative and who cares? Let them be. You didn't know before this likely that all of your body has a different opinion about a singular issue. So this exercise helps you do that. Do it a few more times today, and you can literally change anything with it. Now, for some of you, something is going to change instantly. You'll get a text from that person, a phone call. when you get back to work, if it's somebody there, something will have changed. So please, if you guys get an almost instant reaction, if a timeline changes, reach out. We want to know. Miracles are mandatory reporting. So you guys did amazing. Thank you for working through me with that. But start to think in the moment at which lots of contagious yawns. Yawning is absolutely releasing from your body. So this is something we haven't talked about. Yawning, absolutely. That's the body releasing the neurological chemicals associated with that pattern. You might have tummy rumbles. Some people have to run to the bathroom. It's the body releasing that as well. Some people sweat. Some people get a little shaky. Some people get a little dizzy. All of that's perfectly normal. It's all signs that your nervous system is changing. You need to have a big drink of water, and you need to have some salt. Will really help your body change. So burping, yeah, that's right. Burping too, that happens as well. So all right, we have to move on. Thank you so much for doing that with me. Please let us know what happens around this, but no more than anything that you can instantly change your nervous system around anyone that has given you trouble, and you will change that relationship permanently. Just consider it. If you don't take anything away from today, just the idea that that's possible is something that could change your life. All right, Leah, would you please, we're at the end of the hour, would you please share with us what happens during Cogno Conscious so people know that they have the opportunity to do this over 4 full days?
Yes. So during Cogno Conscious, it is, as she said, a 4-day event. It is live in San Diego. It is live in person. And so you start from on the Hawkins scale, you release everything. I can't speak right now. You release fear and shame all the way up to unconditional love, joy. It's an amazing, amazing event. So you're going to go through Cogno Conscious. You're going to revolutionize your life by using our specific Cogno Conscious tool, the Hawkins scale, Cogno Quantum, and the map of awareness. So when's the last time you completely changed your reality? You've probably heard a million times that you create your own reality, but how do you create the reality you desire? And in a universe where all possibilities exist, how do you access those possibilities that you wish for and bring them into your field? So the answer is Cogno Conscious. This is what we do in Cogno Conscious. It's a live class where most attendees report feeling like a different person in the best possible way. When you complete Cogno Conscious, you learn how to live on your highest possible frequency. But before you say yes, just yet, ask yourself 2 questions. Are you prepared? So this is probably one of the most intense classes. I've said it a million times again today. It's one of the most intense classes that you'll probably ever experience. You must be ready to go through a full range of emotions and physical sensations that can sometimes be, it can be crazy, but they do pass very quickly. You'll process an entire emotional scale from shame to enlightenment, like I said, in just 4 days. These changes are often described as miraculous. And the second question is, are you willing? So during and after Cogno Conscious, you're going to experience a massive jump in consciousness and awareness. So you have to be willing to leave your old life behind you and power up your natural, physical, and psychic energy, experience clarity of mind and being, and even boost your creativity. So the seminar changes you at the core of who you are to become who you are always meant to be, which is on our homepage on our website. So Cogno Conscious attendees have reported miraculously different work environments, mended and healthy relationships, incredibly easy and fast manifesting, money incoming from avenues not available before, an influx of inspiration, stress from anxiety is non-existent, timeline and perspective shifts, discovering the feeling of unconditional love, and even more. So those are just some of the things that happen to our Cogno Conscious attendees. So today only, because the Cogno Conscious tickets are going up, the price is going up tomorrow. So today only, if you purchase tickets, you will get basic training for free. Basic training is a prerequisite for all of our classes. It's the basic foundation of Cogno movement, teaches you how to do it and gives you 2 Cogno balls. You're going to be able to attend basic training live. All of these are valued at upwards of $400. And then you're also going to be able to attend for free our secret Cogno Conscious class, which is, I can see Liz looking at me and she's spotlighted. Anyway, so you'll be able to attend for free our secret Cogno Conscious class, which is going to be an extra boost for you to be ready for Cogno Conscious. And then you also get to pick one item from our merchandise that we will order and give to you during Cogno Conscious. And let's see what else. Oh, if you already have basic training, there is a $2.99 discount for you. So just message me privately and I will get you that coupon code. And next up, Alicia is going to be sharing her healing story, and then Bill is going to be taking you through a healing session.
So right before we move into that, I just want to say what I asked for. Did anybody have an instant change? And Angela said, my mom has my kids and took the, and during the event, she took the kids to the science center. My kids have been fighting so much lately. She sent me a photo of them laughing and getting along a few minutes ago. She also said her son had thrown a pretty big tantrum before. He was screaming at everyone, having a meltdown before he left too. And they were all belly laughing in the video, doing art at the table together. So that changed instantly. Congratulations, Angela. I love it. All right, you guys, pay close attention. This next story is not only incredible, it's miraculous. So I want to make sure Bill's available too. So Alicia, open your mic and we'll spotlight you.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
It's an honor to be here with all of you. Thank you.
So Alicia is one of our practitioners in training as well. And Alicia, just go ahead and share how you met Bill and what your journey has been like.
Sure. It's been quite a ride. So I'll start with 2020, when, the world was shaken and we were all looking for deeper knowledge of, hey, what's going on? So I started reading some books about who we are, that we are not just these physical beings here. And that opened my horizons to just being curious about what else was there. So as we were going through 2020, suddenly 2021 had like a big surprise for me. It was April 19th, where I had been feeling kind of off, and I had been to the doctor a few days before. He prescribed some tests, and he called me on a Monday saying, I cannot figure out what's wrong with you, but I just see your pancreas and liver failing, and those are vital organs. You need to go to the emergency room. My first reaction was like, nah, come on, I don't feel that bad. He's like, I'm serious about it. Please go to the ER. I'm like, okay, so let's go. So my husband and I went to the ER. I was admitted. They ran test after test. They couldn't figure it out. I went through ultrasound, nothing. They said, hey, let's perform a CT scan. So they performed a CT scan and they found a tumor or a cyst in the head of my pancreas. So I remember the doctor coming in and saying, we found this. We do not have the technology here that we need to go deeper. We need to get you to another hospital in an ambulance. I'm like, oh my God, is that bad to get in an ambulance all the way to another hospital. And I remember he said, there's a group of specialists waiting for you the next day to get you into the OR, review everything. And the good news is we know what's causing the issue in your liver and your pancreas. So that night, everything, you start looking back at your life and it's like, why am I here? Why suddenly the change? And first of all, that feeling of shame that you have to put this on the shoulders of your parents, that has always been something that I want to be the good girl, the perfect one that will not give you any problems, any issues. And I remember that night, my husband, it was still, COVID, they didn't allow people to be there. So my husband had to leave. And I made a call to my parents telling them that I was in the emergency room, but everything was fine, that they had discovered a cyst or tumor in the head of my pancreas, that I was going for further assessment to another hospital. So the next day I go in, the group of doctors that were supposed to check everything, they couldn't fit me into the OR. So it was the following day where another set of doctors came in. Dr. Takar was heading that team, and they got me in, they got me out of the exam. And I remember waking up and seeing Dr. Takar sitting at my bed, and he looked me in the eye with this compassionate look, and he said, it's adenocarcinoma, it's pancreatic cancer. He said, there's good news. We don't see that it's spread, and it's still what they call resectable, that we can operate. He said, usually when we discover this kind of tumors, they are already spread and we cannot operate. So tomorrow, there's a doctor that will come and see you and explain to you a little bit of the protocol that will follow. So of course you hear pancreatic cancer, and you heard so many stories of people not making it, right? That it's the end of your life and that's it. So, many doctors went by my room, and I remember Dr. Boone, he's actually the one that performed the surgery afterwards. And he came into my room, totally calm. And he said, I know it's bad news, but within all these bad scenario, the good news is we can operate. So there's light at the end of the tunnel. And I asked him why. I remember I said, so you only perform surgery on pancreas, like you're specialized just on pancreas. Why are you doing so? And I could see like the light on his face. Like I realized there weren't enough specialists, and I have just dedicated my life to that. And he just gave me this confidence and this kind of energy that, okay, that's fine. So there's been just 48 hours, right? So I'm still trying to process it. I'm still trying to process that my family is not here, that they cannot come because there's still COVID stuff going around. And I go back home, I feel very sad, thinking that, hey, there are two possibilities here. You may make it and you may not make it. And I'm 47 years old, right? I never expected to go through this at 47 years old. They were surprised because they don't expect this in people that are that young. And so I was within my, let's say, sadness, I was still remembering what I had been reading. And because of those books, I had subscribed to Gaia. So I started looking at Gaia and looking for options in Gaia. And suddenly I see an interview with Bill about healing. And I'm like, okay, let me let me watch this interview. I watched that interview and just something like resonated with me. And I'm like, okay, let me Google this guy. So I Google Cognomovement, Bill McKenna, and I see he has an immunity gym class. I'm like, hey, pancreatic cancer, immunity. I think that goes together. So I immediately subscribed to that immunity gym. And that's where my journey started. I met, amazing souls in that immunity gym. Of course, Bill leading every one of us. And there was just something that just had me thinking that there was hope. And as I was going through making all the decisions into let's perform chemo first and then surgery, then chemo, the immunity gym got me started. And then I started to study some of the principles of Cogno movement. And I realized how it would help me get centered. And when you go through a situation like this, it's like your whole world is spinning. It's like a hurricane. And just those moments where I was able to go through the immunity gym and then Bill would help me with Cogno, it was like I would come back to neutral, find like that peace and that center to make decisions. And I realized my decisions were, okay, should I go through surgery? And then something aligned within me. And I guess I learned at that point in time to listen to my body. And my body said, yes, let's do it. And then should we go through chemo? And all this time, it was, again, 24 hours a day, the tsunami and, all the energies of course, my parents, my family being very concerned, my husband, the doctors, work, because out of nowhere, suddenly, I was working full time and suddenly it was like, you are going into the hospital and getting surgery and getting treatment. And all those people that were around me, their world was shaken. So those energies would also create a lot of feelings within me. I was no longer the perfect one. I was no longer holding all the threads. I was no longer the one that wasn't making a mistake. I was imperfect. I needed help. I needed support. I didn't know what I was doing. So it was quite an experience, but through the entire journey, because it was a heck of a ride from the surgery, that it's what they call Whipple surgery. I don't know if anyone have heard about Whipple surgery, but mainly they remove part of your small intestine, part of your stomach, gallbladder, the head of the pancreas, and they reconnect everything. And they just hope that your digestive system, again, finds that rhythm and finds that perfection of how to get the nutrients and how everything can flow from beginning to end. I thought, getting to know the perfectionist in me, I'll go in, I'll go out, I'll just, it's gonna be just a stroll in the park and that's it. And it wasn't. It was a long recovery. It was getting to know my body again because I couldn't eat what I was used to eating. The doctors, they were very compassionate and they are trying to help you. But in the end, each of us are unique. And what may work for someone may not work for you. And I remember they said, we need you to start eating. And after the surgery, I was like, okay, I guess something very healthy, like chicken and some vegetables. And wow, my stomach was like, no way, that's not going in. So through this, having what they call a drain, because they leave a drain inside so that they prevent infection. They expect that drain to stay more or less 1 to 2 weeks. My healing was a little bit slower, and it had to stay in there for 30 days. And on top of that, that drain, instead of staying in between my stomach and the pancreas, it decided to go down into my bladder. So all the time I would have so much pain. And they actually performed another CT scan because they couldn't understand why I had so much pain around my bladder and the cervix. And they're like, we didn't do anything there. What's going on? They checked the CT scan, and then they realized the drain is over there. And it's like, okay, now we understand, but it's either the infection or the pain. So here are more, painkillers. Just hold in there and just keep moving forward. And all the time you feel you are drowning, and just Cogno movement for me was like that hand or those hands or somebody taking me out of the pool, allowing me to take a breath and just say, and here I go again. And it was the same for chemo. Chemo didn't go well for me. I had all the side effects you can imagine. Through the last, actually, they wanted me to take 12 sessions of chemo. It's 1 week you go through chemo, then you have a week off, then another week of chemo, and you go through 12 rounds. By the 5th round, the doctor said, this is not working. You are just miserable, and we need to reevaluate. I still went through the 6th chemo when finally I had like a seizure, and they gave me a break, and they said, let's move you into radiation, because when they removed the tumor, they realized it had spread into the lymph nodes. So suddenly from stage 1, I went into stage 3. So 1.5 months of radiation, same thing, every day radiation. So again, drowning, and then Cogno helping me get out of the pool, take a breath, and go for the next one, and go for the next one, and just stay positive. And at the end of this radiation treatment, the oncologist asked me, do you want, she said, there's no right or wrong answer. This was end of October 2021. She said, we can go into more chemo with an adjusted treatment, or we can go into surveillance. There's no right or wrong answer. What do you want to do? And just my body said, no chemo, let's go into surveillance. So with all, the fear that, hey, am I making the right decision? Is this the right way to go? There are so many things in the air. So I went into surveillance. I keep working on myself. I keep changing myself into joy, finding myself into finding that happiness. And, that was October 2021. Right now, it's January 2023. And I'm still here. I love every single day. I enjoy every single day. I'm still human. I still go through sadness, and sometimes I get, fear. But I have the tools. I have the tools to find again my center, to find that space, that quiet space within myself, and look at the beauty of another day. I have the privilege of getting up, looking at a sunrise, a sunset, enjoy these third dimension. And I know we are not here forever. So we only have the present moment. And I'm just grateful for Bill and Liz and the Cogno movement community, because I find joy. I know, I may be here until I'm 81 years old, until I get all gray hair and I get all the wrinkles, that I will be happy to have them and cherish them. But maybe I'm not here forever, and that's okay. I will live every day in full joy. And if it's 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, so far, the doctors, every time I see them, I go through checkups, at least for the first 2 years, it's every 3 months. CT scan has been clean, no evidence of disease. The last blood work, finally, the tumor marker was within normal ranges, so they were very happy. The blood work, still, white blood cell count, red blood cell count are taking their time to get to normal levels, but so far, so good. And I keep asking the doctors, what should I do? And they just keep saying, keep doing what you're doing. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it. So I'm very happy to say I keep joining Immunity Gym every day. I keep my cognobles all over the house, because if I get into fear or despair, or I feel anxious, I know I have a way to deal with it and not just stay in there. And that's where I love this phrase that resonates with me all the time. I mean, pain is part of living in this world, but suffering is optional. And if you have the tools, something that can help you just get into a better state of mind, my goodness, just take advantage of it. And with that said, I just send you all the love and all the light to keep living in this third dimension as joyful and as whole as you want to experience in this world.
Oh, Alicia, thank you. Thank you for sharing. I'm gonna share, if it's okay, from my perspective, because we got the joy of seeing each other almost pretty much every day. Pretty much every day from the word go of all of this. And she truly transitioned. The personality that created the issue is no longer there. It doesn't exist anymore. And I watched her, utilize the tools to one by one knock it down. Like every single thing that came up, all of the emotions, and talk about an accelerated program, whatever you're feeling, when something like that comes up, it's going to be, your feelings are now on crack, they're multiplied many times, right? Stuff just got serious. So not only did she applied it every single day, she did every single day the most she could to process the issues. Not only did she do that, but we had some wonderful things that we were able to use her neurology to help with. Like, she was feeling really full, like she could not eat, during the process. There's this kind of part of your brain that says, I'm full, right? And so I if I try to eat, I'm going to throw up. Well, when she told me that, we were like, oh, well, that is just a misfiring nerve. Let's see what we can do. And, we were able to work with it, and then she could eat again. And there were so many of those little things, but every single day she would work on it, right? We'd work on this and we'd solve this, and then, there'd be something else, and we'd work on that. When she says came up and went down, we would knock down a problem, and then a different one would show up. And then we knocked that down, a different one would show up, because it's such an intense chemical process, that there, all those different things that she was going through. But it was the emergence, and to be part of this. It was really amazing to be part of it, and to witness it. It was seeing the transformation of a soul in a human form, purified. And I had the most wonderful experience that after a year or so, I got to see her. We're different coasts, right? And I happened to be on the other coast, and her husband came out, and I got to see her, and I gave her a hug, and I call it the best hug of my life. And the reason is I had never in my life experienced the purity. And when I hugged her, I was like, oh my God, it's gone. It is gone. There's nothing left here. And anyway, it was a surreal type experience, but the transformation, that sometimes it takes, really incredible amounts of catalyst to create incredible change. She had a hell of a lot of catalyst, and she's a rare bird in that she understood things and began to understand that our personality creates our health, right? Or maybe something that's not quite right. So with that, she actually was committed to doing something about it. And she left no stone unturned. When anything came up on a daily basis, we were on the phone and we were dealing with it right there and then. And it was anyway, and it continues to be so wonderful. It is one of the things I'm really grateful for, and one of the many things. So anyway, thank you, Alicia. Thank you. And thank you for
I have a
sharing.
question for both of you guys. So you were talking about symptoms, and we use Cognomovement for nausea and things like pregnancy and that kind of thing. Were you able to help Alicia with the nausea, like of chemo, that symptom?
Yeah, we did that. We did that every time that come up. We just go knock it right down. And then there was. Go ahead.
And also the one where, you don't eat and actually you feel full the whole time, that you cannot eat at all. So that would help as well. Feel like a relief. You eat something, and sadly, because of the continuous treatment, you still fall into I don't want to eat, but you work through it. And also the neuropathy, because the neuropathy would get started. I was in the most, I cannot remember the name, but it was the most extreme treatment. They said, hey, she's young, she can do it. And wow, my body just had another idea about it. And yeah, the neuropathy also would start like in my hands and my toes, and we would work on that as well.
We're
Amazing.
on that, as far as that goes, that's currently an area of study for us. We can't claim any named disease, but we are studying that, and there's some interesting things going on.
Yeah, I mean, that one's true because we're working in the nervous system. We're not working in the mind. It's not woo-woo, or, it's not out there. Because we're working in the nervous system, lots of things start to become available that pertain to the nervous system. So that's why they're studied, because we found that things can be shifted and changed. So, yeah, I mean, Alicia's story is incredible. I remember seeing Alicia just a few times, during that year. Bill leads the immunity gym at 8:00 in the morning, and I'm not usually in on that class. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, pancreatic cancer, like that's really so few people survive. And knowing that Alicia was showing up daily and working the immunity gym as breath work and meditation, just having the courage to do that makes Alicia a rare person. But then having the tool and using the tool to make changes daily, I think is what has helped get you here, Alicia. I mean, you did the work, you had the tool, but I mean, it took your perseverance to do it. It's an incredible. And if you could see Alicia in person, she looks healthy and happy and beautiful and lovely.
Thank you. All the support. I now realize I used to think that this world was, there were threats everywhere. And through this experience, I realized that support comes from everywhere. And just how the kind doctors that I had, right? How they guided me. And then how I found Bill, and how I found, all the support system. I didn't know anyone. I mean, Bill was in San Diego, California, and I was actually in Martinsburg, West Virginia. So, I mean, how on earth we got connected? That's where you say, wow, this universe just really loves me. Really, really loves me. So
It does.
Thank you so much.
So here's when I say, gone. So, and I say the personality changed, like that doesn't exist anymore. So in Ayurvedic medicine, or in certain Eastern cultures, they test your pulse with three fingers over here. And so they're testing like three different aspects of energy with three fingers. It's really a very interesting art. You can't lie, there's no lying, right? And they can determine pitta kapha, all that, right? So with her, what happened is you could see the transition. She went from the heart, or the whole systems being very constrained and out of balance to I remember the day that the lady said, she had a way of putting it that it was like, oh, it's totally in balance and relaxed. And it was over, she did it. So yeah, she did it. And I saw the things happening, and it was just great to have the other kind of medical affirmation from a different point of view. Anyway, yeah.
So thank you so much, Alicia, for sharing this story. It's always so, I tear up, and you guys, if you know me, I don't tear up, but I tear up when Alicia tells her story, because it really shows to me what seems impossible is absolutely now possible and available. Does take perseverance. I mean, Alicia did it, but it's possible. So speaking of possible, Bill is going to.
And she's going to be at Cogno Conscious.
That's right. If you want to meet Alicia
If
in
you
person,
want to see Alicia, she's coming.
he's going to be there. Okay, Bill is going to take us through a healing Cogno session. So what's possible for you now? What do you need to heal in your life, and what's possible? So that's the subject of the next session you're going to lead, Bill.
Oh, okay. All right.
Bill's looking like, what? It's on the schedule.
Okay. All right. Well, so I'm going to approach this, as I do, always a little bit differently. And so let's close your eyes. And what do you need to heal in your life? Just close your eyes and let's just take one thing, not everything, just one thing. Just one thing. Now, when I say one thing, maybe it's a relationship. Maybe it's my finances. Maybe it's how I feel about me. Maybe it's somebody living in the house with me. Maybe it's something I did or didn't do. And I keep thinking about it. The important thing here is that we're going to make a decision. As your eyes are closed and you ask, what's the important thing for me to heal? The important thing for me to heal. What I'd like you to do is very, very slowly, as the eyes are closed, rotate your eyes inside your head, meaning look up, look over to the right, look down, look over to the left, like a huge circle. The slower you move, the better this works. If you simply run rampant, you blow by, we have to give your brain, every eye position is a different part of the brain. We have to give the brain a second to respond. So if you move really, really slowly, what is it? The number one thing for me to heal? What is that thing? What is that thing for me? You may have multiple things, but we're simply going to choose one. Relax. And now, reverse your eye direction. How would my life be if this was healed? What would change if this was healed. What would I be? What would I do? What would I have? What would I know? What would I see? What is the severity of this problem? Neutralize your eyes. And what is the severity of this problem? On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 is the worst and 0 is nothing. Not a problem. Where do you feel something in your body as you focus on this problem? Do you have a sensation somewhere? Is there a feeling somewhere in the body, like a pressure or contraction? Okay. And now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do another technique, and this technique is very, very simple. Your ears, you pull them forward and flop them over. 2 ears, and you just flop them right over. You're going to pay attention to where you feel the feeling and let yourself feel how you feel about the problem. It's not solvable. I've been working at it forever. It's just how it is. They are just how they are. Let yourself feel it. You're not going to avoid it. If it's screwed, it's screwed. Allow it to be screwed and feel it completely. The more you feel it, the better this works. So allow yourself to feel it. Pull. Now, what we're going to do with our eyes, if you look at my eyes, what we're going to do is we're going to move the eyes across the floor from left to right. And then we move a little higher. And then a little higher. And then a little higher. Higher, higher, and higher. Now, at a certain point in the altitude, you're going to notice it's harder to move my eyes. They were super easy down here, but over here, it's like there's resistance. That is the place neurologically that there is resistance. You found the exact point where the problem is, right? Our eyes are relative to the position in our brain. So here we go. Ready? Pull the ears forward. You know, if you're on a desk, you rest your elbows on the desk. It works out quite well. And then you start to move, moving your eyes across the floor, all the way left and all the way right. Move the eyes. You're going to feel the problem. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel how you feel about the issue. Allow it. Feel it in the body. As uncomfortable as this is, feel it. Feel it. You're going to want to move Now, just a little nano bit higher. I mean, a fraction of an inch. All the way left, all the way right. Feel how you feel about this. Feel it. Breathe. And a little bit higher. Notice if there's a place that you're like, oh, that's a little harder. Stay here until it's not hard. Move just a little fraction higher. Allow yourself to feel how you feel. Feel it. Move a little bit higher. Stay in the problem. If your mind starts drifting, go back to the feeling, go back to the place in the body. Move a little higher. Keep breathing. Feel it. And let go of your ears. Close your eyes. Relax your eyes. Close your eyes. Breathe through your nose. Turn your head to one side, all the way over, and yawn. Ugh. Turn your head to the other side and yawn. Ugh. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. And now you're going to grab your Cogno movement ball or whatever. And now you're going to do a big infinity. One hand right like this, head straight and level. Again, be in the issue and feel it in your body. You know how to do the infinity? Very, very slowly. Do the infinity. And as you're doing the infinity, stay in the problem. Now, this time, when you feel resistance in the eyes, pull one of your ears forward. Just one. Cross over, pull the ear forward. Keep the eyes pinned on the ball and breathe through the nose. Let go of the ear. You can pull again. The eyes should let go. Maybe it takes 4 or 5 pulls. Find the area of resistance. Stay in the problem. Stay in the problem. And you find the place in your periphery vision where there's resistance. Move slowly. The slower you move, you'll pick up the location. If you're just running a figure 8 real fast, you blow right by it. Let yourself feel it. Feel this insurmountable problem. Feel it. You can pull the ear forward. Everywhere there's some resistance, Stop right there, park the ball, pull the ear, and breathe in. Beautiful. Once that releases, you go to the next point, and then release. Keep in it. The more you keep in it, the better it works. During this, the area that you find some resistance in, sometimes people see or know things if they leave the ball there. The place that has the problem also has the solution. Sometimes you'll actually know it, and sometimes neurologically you won't, but it ends up releasing and the problem just goes away. Just going from point to point, and allow yourself to pull the ear when it's needed. It'll cause the release. Okay. And great. Close your eyes, put the ball down, and close your eyes. And now everybody on this thing is muted. Everybody's muted. And what we're going to do is, from the beginning, when the problem started to now, we're going to give an opportunity for our spinal cord to release this. If you can, you cross over, and this outer lip of your ear, the outer lip of the ear is the spinal cord. You'll go from the very top all the way down to the earlobe. The earlobe is the brain. This is the base of the spine right at the top of the ear. The outer lip. You are going to tell the story. Tell the story of how all this started, all the way through to today. And I'm going to count you down. Ready? When you go, you're going to pinch and wiggle as hard as you can on this, as hard as you can. Ready? You're going to tell the story. I'm going to count you down from 50 down to 0. When I get to 0, you're at the bottom of the earlobe. We start at the top. Tell the story. You have to verbalize it. There is a neurological function that autocorrects when you tell. So you're going to tell the story. Ready? Get ready. And pinching and wiggling is super important with this. It's going to help it release. If you find a painful point in your ear, that's the point where the problem is. Ready? Feel it, and tell the story without remorse. Ready? 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38. Tell the story. 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31. Pinch and wiggle as hard as you can. 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let go. Pull the ears forward. Breathe in through the nose and let go. Okay, close your eyes, relax for a second. Now notice, where do I feel it in my body now? Where's it in my body now? What is the severity of it? now. Write down the severity. If you would, put in the chat so I can get a little feedback here. What number did you start at and where are you at now? Okay, 10 to 6, 10 to 7, 10 to 4, 8, 4. Okay, 4 to an 8. Okay, other way. All right. Started at a 10, 7, 8 down to 3, 10 to 8. Okay, 8 to 2, 10 to 3. Okay, went to the throat to the head. Okay, 10 down to 7. Okay, 9 to 7.
So,
Okay.
hey, Bill, we Tia's on the list next, but she's not here yet. So maybe
Okay.
give everybody one more quick pass.
Okay, I'm gonna great news. We have a little bit of time. So we're making progress. I want you to notice that, okay, there's progress. At this point, it probably seems like unlikely that it would get to a 0 for some of you, but be assured, if you continue, just like it got knocked down, it'll keep descending. All it takes is just a matter of time. We will get this thing to release. I don't know if we'll have enough time today, but you can rewatch this, okay? And do it again. Ready? Here we go. The important thing here, again, emotionally stay in it. And for those of you who it went up, that's normal too. It'll come up and then it'll start chipping down at it. Ready? And pull your ears forward. Ready? Pull the ears forward, both ears forward. Begin to move your eyes across the floor. Move your eyes across the floor. Feel it. It sucks. Feel it. There is no way out. Let yourself feel it. Feel it completely. The more you feel it, the better this will work. Feel it. Feel it. All the way left, all the way right. Feel it. Move a little micro notch upward, all the way left, all the way right. Feel it. Eyes all the way left, all the way right, and feel it. Stay in it. Feel it. Feel it. Keep breathing. Notice your breath. If you're holding your breath, keep breathing. The breath is the bridge in between the subconscious and conscious minds. So as we can continue to breathe, we're actually creating a bridge. Feel it. Stay in it. Feel it. The worst problem, the big problem. Stay in this one problem. Don't wander to another problem. Stay in the one problem, the one that you started with. Stay in it and feel it. Stay focused. Feel it. Move up just a notch. Just a notch. Move up. If the level below was actually the hard part, go back to the hard part. Wherever the eyes are resisting, that's where the issue is. So let's move up if needed. If that's cleared, you move up. Notice even at the ends, when it's all the way left or all the way right, is that super hard? That is a great indication. Beautiful. Stay after it. Feel how horrible this problem is. Feel the problem. Feel how horrible it is. Feel it. Move a little bit higher. Feel it. A little higher still. Feel it. Feel it in your body. Feel it in your body. A little bit higher. Feel it. 99% of your attention is on feeling it. A little higher still. Feel it. And right across the top. Feel it. All the way left, all the way right. Beautiful. Okay, here we go. Now get up out of your chair. Get up out of your chair. And you're going to have a wide stance. Wide stance. Put your hands on the lower back. And let the head fall back and do a back bend. Going to arch the back, pressing the chest up towards the ceiling and totally relaxing the spine, opening the spine up, all the way back, holding it, relaxing the spine fully, and then back up. And now, not often you see me do ballet, but you take one arm across the top like a ballerina, and you're going to let your head fall over, all the way over. I got some rods in my spine, so it's you're probably going to do much better than mine. And then you're going to go the other way. Relax, let the head fall over, all the way over as far as you can. Beautiful. All right. And now, oh, okay. I'm being signaled. Come on back.
Yeah,
ready?
Tia's here, Bill. So
okay.
Wrap it up and move on.
All right, hold on one second. I'm just going to have everybody, now that you're back in your seat, turn your head to the side, yawn. And turn your head to the other side and yawn. Okay. All right. So be quick. Take your Cognomovement ball. And we're going to do the tick-tock. Ready? It looks like this. Right across the top. One shoulder to the other shoulder. Across the top of the head. Follow it. And as you're following it, very slowly, what have I yet to consider about this problem? What have I yet to consider about this problem? Is there a perspective that's now available? Keep your head straight and level. And you're just going to go right across the top of your head. Is there something I haven't considered yet? Is there a resolution I haven't considered yet? If there's an area of resistance with the eyes, stop there. Is there something for me to know? Okay, now you can write down if you got a realization, of some kind. Maybe it was in that part, maybe it was in a different part. You can write down that realization. And now put in the chat just so I can get a read. 1 to 10 where you started and where you're at now.
Okay, Bill, while people are doing that, we have to move on. We kept Tia waiting. So will everybody keep it writing in the chat while we introduce Tia?
10 to 0, 5 to 0, 10 to 3, 10 to 4.
So right before we do that, we've got to have our station identification from Leah. She's going to share with you one more time what there is to know about Cogno Conscious. We'll make it short this time. And Tia, you are up next. So go ahead, Tia. Bill, you can continue to answer.
Leah.
Leah.
Okay.
All right. So second to last announcement about Cogno Conscious. Please keep in mind that tomorrow the prices do go up. So if you want tickets to Cogno Conscious, you got to get them today before the prices go up. Cogno Conscious is live in San Diego, March 23rd through 26th. And it is a ridiculously transformational event. If you want to know if it's for you, just ask yourself a couple of questions. Are you willing to let go of the third dimension rules in order to live a fifth dimension life? Are you ready to manifest faster than ever from your own field instead of asking some outside force for what you want? Are you prepared to attend Cogno Conscious knowing you'll spend 4 days actively shifting your reality? And are you ready to experience one of the hardest and most fulfilling events of the year? If you answered yes, then you're ready for Cogno Conscious. Keep in mind that basic training is required in order to attend Cogno Conscious. If you get tickets today, you get basic training for free. You also get to attend basic training live for free, and you get to attend the secret Cogno Conscious class, which is an extra boost before your Cogno Conscious event. So if you have any questions at all, please message me in the comments. You can private message me your phone number. I'll call you after the event, or you can schedule a discovery call at cognomovement.com/discovery call. So once again, Cogno Conscious, the ticket prices do go up tomorrow. So you want to get them today if you want to get the lowest price and the best pluses. So we'll just put the URL in the chat if you want to get tickets, and take it away, Tia.
Tia, unmute yourself if you can. Here she is. I just want to check your sound, Tia, because I want everyone to hear this story. Yeah. Go ahead and let me hear you chat.
Okay, can everyone hear me now?
That's pretty good. Make sure you stay real close to your mic.
Yes.
We're going to talk with Tia. Tia's in Australia. Tia is one of our practitioners in training, and she has the best manifestation story. We're going to be talking about manifesting some really cool things. And to close out today's Cogno world, I'm going to take you through a little manifesting session. So Tia, will you share with us your story? Are you sharing the story about the zoo?
I am.
Yeah. All right. Take it away.
Okay, so going to the zoo, probably everyone listening can agree that a trip to the zoo needs some preparation mentally, especially in school holidays, and especially Australia Zoo, which is Steve Irwin's zoo. So my husband had a trip to the zoo that wasn't very nice for him. It was quite traumatic. So was that I wasn't there sort of in my brain, and then I thought, oh, there's going to be crowds and people at crowds or people, but also going to a zoo. Oh God, okay, I tell you what, I'm going to positively manifest that. I thought, I'm just going to do a positive cogno on my day. Like, why not? So I had probably 20 minutes before Bowie, our daughter Kira, arrived. So I just did a positive manifestation. I thought about how I wanted it to go, how cool it was going to be, how much fun we'd all have together, just how easy it would be as well, and how we'd get around everything, and that I wouldn't get tired, that I'd have lots of energy, and everyone would be nice, all the traffic would be fine. So I did that, and I stuck to it. I really concentrated on it and was positive, and finished, and then comes Bowie now. Off we went to the zoo. So the traffic was a little bit intense. There was quite a bit of traffic, but it was fine. We just drove on through. We got to the gate, and there was a lot of people starting to back up in traffic. And one of the things they do at the zoo is they cut off the parking and say, right, you have to go a good 10 kilometers down the road and then get a bus. We're like, oh, we won't be doing that. There will be no queuing for a bus for us, getting on a bus and going into line. I realized that I'd forgotten our disability parking permit. But I just pulled up and I said to the guy, look, we've forgotten our disability parking permit. I can prove that we need it. And he's like, just go on around there. So we went around, and then there was a second person. I said, look, I'm sorry, we've gotten our disabled parking permit. She said, well, just go ahead and park right here. It was literally at the door. And it's like you could not have gotten any closer. So that said, we get everything out. We go off and we go to the entrance, and our daughter's in a stroller, which, it looks like it's a stroller for somebody that gets tired walking along. And I said to the lady, oh, we haven't got a companion. But we seem to have forgotten everything this day. We don't have a companion card, a disabled child. How are we going to get through? And she just looked behind us and she went, you know what? Go on through. Go through for free. I said, it's too busy today. And you guys, you look like you need to go in. So off we went. So we went through and we had the best day. And I said, I'll tell you what, let's go to the furthest. It's called Africa first, and then we're not going to be too tired at the end of the day to go. And we just walked, and we walked all the way to the Africa exhibit, to the giraffes and the rhinos, and there were thousands of people. Like I've never seen so many people, but no one got in the way. They seemed to just part out of our way. We could see everything really easily. There were so many families. I've never seen so many people in my life. I know I've said that already, but it was crowded. And we just went back, and it just went really well. And our daughter had a really good day. There was sort of no issues because I was a bit worried about that. It wasn't, the heat didn't get to us. And then we went to see the tigers, and we just managed to see him doing some beautiful things. And we go up to where they have the big crocodile shows and the macaws and everything. And we're standing there wondering where we go. And this lady comes brushing up. She said, oh my God, I saw your beautiful daughter at the tigers. Come on through to the VIP area. Come on through here. Put your stroller just to the side. Put one down and sit here at the front. So we just sat there and had a VIP show. Sorry, always happens, doesn't it, when you're talking? Had a VIP show. Lady, we were just leaving, and this lady came up and said, have you fed the kangaroos? I've got some kangaroo food here for you. Fed the kangaroos. And then we said, you know what, let's go. So we left just before, about half an hour before everybody else did, and we just drove on out. We saw the traffic was 3 deep on the side of the road. Like I said it in the other talk I did, I don't know how those people didn't get tickets. They were literally on the sides of the freeway, and I don't know how people were going to get out. And we just drove home easily. And on the news that night, we saw that Australia Zoo had record numbers of people, and people waited in the sun for an hour and a half for the bus, that no one could see anything. It was, most people's worst day of their lives, whereas it was the best day for us ever.
Tia, you had just done a Cogno movement session, right? Beforehand, but it was a Cogno positive. Tell everybody what that means. What did you do?
I thought about what I wanted. I thought about having the best day ever. I thought about how good it was. I thought about it in the positive tense. So how good it would be for people just to get out of my way, how good it would be to park next to the door, how good it would just be to drive on in, drive on out, how great it would be to see all the animals easily. I'm pretty sure I even thought about sitting where we sat without realizing it until afterwards. I'm pretty sure I thought about sitting right up there. I literally thought about how great it would be, and I filled myself with love and positivity and gratitude. And I know from listening to Bill that the gratitude is the key. Thinking about how grateful I am for having such a great day. How awesome's a word that I use a lot because I'm from New Zealand. But just how awesome it would be, and just floaty and nice, bit of a hippie. So, I skipped through the zoo. And it was lovely. It was just it's the gratitude. And that's one of the key things I've taken away from Bill is when you fill yourself with love and gratitude, manifesting is so easy, and just the little fun things too. I mean, it made for a great day. It made for a great story. We had the best time. It makes life so much easier.
So do you feel like you programmed into your nervous system the day that you would have?
Yes, because about 3 weeks later, we did a different trip to another zoo, and we had a similar day. I only had time to do a really 5-minute one because I was like, oh, I've got to do it again. But it seemed to click in really easily. And it was funny because it was about the weather. It was torrential downpour and thunderstorms and lightning storms. And I can't say I control the weather. I'm not a weather person. But however, we timed it just right to have this outing and go for a beautiful lunch, and everything flowed with ease.
What I find amazing about your story, Tia, is that everybody else who attended that day, all those thousands and thousands of people, they had a different experience than you. But your experience was of VIP parking and VIP tickets and free getting in, and everybody giving you food for the animals and people getting out of your way. So whose reality was right? Yours or theirs?
Exactly. And the fact it was on the news how bad it was, and everyone you spoke to complained about it. I was just like, oh, the best day ever. They're like, oh, you're the only one. It's like, yep, I guess I am. Yes, and it's just a different perspective and a different feeling, just a different way of seeing it. Yeah.
So you're in that practitioner program.
Yes.
How would you explain this? How do you explain that you programmed into your body a good day and it changed reality?
Think about what you want. First of all, cleared my field of some pretty big stuff. So my field is getting lighter and lighter, and it's attracting what I do want. So also my mind is changing on what I do want, the positive, the good thing. Like I don't even think about what I don't want. And that was the key. I didn't think about how it could be at the zoo. I didn't think about the worst case scenario. I thought about what a great day we were going to have. It was what I did want. I wanted to have a great day. I wanted our daughter to have a great day out. I wanted to have loads of energy. And that was the thing. I had loads of physical energy. I wasn't mentally exhausted either afterwards. I just thought about what I wanted in the positive. And I didn't let anything, if anything, being a practitioner, if anything negative came up, I would have cleared it. But it didn't.
Yeah.
So,
It's an incredible story. And to me, I just, we've told it again, even, when you weren't around, because it's so good that even on the news, they said it was awful. It was a melee, a big mess. And you just breezed through. Even when you left, you told us you left at exactly the right time.
yeah. I know. And getting out of there was horrendous. Like it was traffic jams for hours. It was 3 hours. There was cars for miles. Like I said, illegally parked on the freeway 3 days. Like it was just, and it was their record number day. Like they haven't had those numbers in over 10 years. And it's hilarious. It's sort of a running joke that only I could go on a day like that and have a completely different experience to everybody else. Like, no, I was fine. I had fun. Oblivious, totally oblivious.
I so love that story. I mean, ridiculous, right? But the ridiculousness hasn't stopped there. So tell us about, you had 2 significant things that around your daughter, the seizure and also the cleanup situation, and how long they've been happening and what's happened since you did your Cognomovement session on those.
Oh, okay.
So would maybe just real quick, I don't know how much time we have, Liz. I don't know how much time we have, but
yeah, we have a little bit of time. We want to get in a nice manifesting session before the end, but yeah, Tia wants to quickly share those.
These are really, really great. Now, maybe in the future, I'll talk more about the quantum field and stuff, but there's real science behind this. And I know it sounds crazy, but this is a typical Cognomovement type thing. So go ahead. Thank you.
I won't sort of go, I'll try to make it short. How's that? So Bowie has Angelman syndrome, which it means a very slow development. So I find that interesting with quantum physics as well. So basically, she's 11 and still wears pull-ups. However, there's an issue with she was still smearing, like a toddler would, still smearing poop everywhere. Sorry, everyone, if it's too much information. But she was still smearing, like getting it out, smearing it everywhere, and it was horrendous. It was to the point of wolves and every single time, and it was just like I'd wake up, and it was your worst case scenario. So I'll leave it up to other people's imagination to think about how bad it could be. It would literally be like, hi.
And now she is how old now?
11.
And this has been going on for how long?
Well, since she was a baby, but probably not 8-9 years. Yeah.
Okay, so for 8 or 9.
You go see Daddy.
She is a love, by the way. I mean, you can feel when you see her, you can feel the love come off of her. It's amazing. Actually, it's an amazing being. Every time I see her, I'm like, whoa, wow, the force is strong with that one.
It is, and everyone says it, and she's obsessed with you, Bill. She always looks for Bill. She always grabs my phone and looks for Bill. I don't think they're called Angelmans by accident. It is just pure love for these kids. That's all it is. It's love.
Yeah, you can feel it emanating from her. But so 8 years with the poo-poo thing, and go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's all right. No, it's fine. So it's just happening all the time. Walls, floors, brand new. And it was weird because it would be like, I've got this new couch, which I manifested too. And straight away, smeared it with poo. Thank God it was leather. So with you and Liz and the practitioners course, we've been working on toilet training for Bowie, and your advice was take through it for myself. Now they were hard. That was 3 big sessions of really not realizing how much trauma I had around toileting and toilets and going to the toilet and stuff. And Bill said to me, but didn't you remember? Like I was like, no, because I lived with it. So it was just a part of me. So it was that thing where you think it doesn't exist anymore, but it's just there all the time. So once I cleared all that, I was able to see that her poo smearing triggered me. I took it through and cleared it. And you know what? Not once since then, and we're talking good 6 to 8 weeks. Not once.
Woohoo!
Okay, are you listening? Hello, knock knock. Is anybody listening? Not once in 8 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks after 8 years daily.
Every day, nearly. Yeah.
My gosh. Wow. Talk about life changing. Life changing.
And I want to point out that Tia did this through herself. The sessions were on herself and how all of this related to her, and it changed her child. This is incredible, you guys. And so there is one more story where Tia did the same thing for Bowie as well.
Now, I did this with Coral some time ago with seizures. So Coral is my mentor now, and she's a practitioner, but I did it with her. There was some heavy lifting too, because we nearly lost Bowie to huge seizure, and I think that's caused a lot of nervous system, neuron stuff, neurological stuff as well. So the seizures only sort of were popping up yearly or something with T. So this last time I took it through, look, we've had none for 2 years. No seizures. And there's no, like Bill said, I loved how Bill said he went, her soul is healed with Alicia. The soul is pure. Now, when I check in with Bowie's soul and her nervous system and her field, there's no seizure activity. There's no cortisol, there's no, and I found that when I thought about her having a seizure, my anxiety went, whew, and my cortisol went out, and guarantee she'd have one. So since I took it through, none. The stress of me and her nervous system, there's something in there. It's just that firing of the brain, it's the nervous system. I know that some people say seizures are trying to get away from your family, trying to get away from stuff. Now, with my childhood, I'm not surprised that my daughter got seizures. So clearing all my trauma and then taking through seizures and that fear of losing her to seizures, she hasn't had any.
Oh my God, doesn't that feel great? I mean,
I know
that happened to me a couple of times, and witnessing that will traumatize a parent. And you know what? It's on. It's on. If you watch that happen to your child, oh my God,
Yeah. And I wasn't triggered. I made the mistake of going and seeing Avatar 2, which I still haven't taken through. Now, there was a character on there that had a seizure. I was fine with that. The rest of the movie, not so much. But that part, yes. I was fine. So it's interesting.
I want to just point out for everyone who's listening to us, not just the people here, but on YouTube and Facebook, consider the stories that Tia just told. She changed herself, how her body was perceiving the zoo, the heat, the traffic, a situation that was happening with her child, 2 situations, seizures and the poop smearing. She literally changed her body and her perspective of how all this was going to go, and reality changed. Think about our session that we did around relationships, and ask yourself again, what impact does your own field have on the people around you and what you experience, right?
Do you know, I've got this cue now that I know if I haven't processed something, I start not triggering people, but I can see how I build my family's energy, and they are showing me that I haven't cleared something properly. So I have to be very careful to get it all now, otherwise the whole family feels it.
Yeah, if you kind of think about it like culture.
Yeah.
So if anybody's ever made kefir or yogurt or sourdough, you know that the smallest amount of this culture interjected into the milk or the bread changes it. It changes the nature of the dough or the milk or whatever you're working with. That's what we do. When we change the nature of ourselves, we act like that catalyst and we enter it into the culture of our family. I mean, we have this like energy soup in our houses, right? Where all of our nervous systems are interacting with each other. They all play off of each other. If one changes for the better, if one down regulates the stress and the antagonism and the frustration, then that one actually has a greater influence over the rest. So think about that. If you're thinking about, doing Cogno Conscious for just you, think about the impact you'll have on just the culture of your family and the people around you. It's incredible. Like Tia has shared, her stories are so absolutely inspirational.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And it's worth it. I can say it's worth it. And I'm going to go and try and manifest tickets to San Diego for Quantum Conscious.
That would be great, Tia. We want to see you in person. Tia's in Australia, so we've been able to see her in person. Well, you've done it before. You can do it.
Oh, I can. I have to time travel to get there, but
you can do it. You can do it. All right. Thank you so much, Tia. We can't wait to hear what happens next. It's going to be fabulous.
We're so happy you're with us. Soon you'll be fully certified and helping everybody down under.
Can't wait.
And then we could just do Cogno Conscious in Australia. No big deal. Leah won't come with us, but I will.
I know, Leo. I sent her a picture of a koala bear and she still won't come.
Well, we need Leah to get rid of her fear of spiders. We're working on it. It can be done. She just won't even consider it. So
I'll let you know when I'm ready to do that session.
Okay.
All right, you guys. So we are just so close to done. This has gone by so fast today. Thank you so much. Hi, Bowie. Hi, Bowie. For everyone who joined us today, who stuck with us. This has been such an inspirational day for me. I know it has been for Bill and Leah. So let's end the day with a little manifest sesh. As Gemma would say in Wales, she always calls it a sesh, which I love. Bill probably hates. He hates it when we shorten words. Leah does it all the time. All right, so let's do a little quantum. So we haven't taught you guys any quantum today. And Cogno Quantum is where we work in that energetic field around your body. We've been kind of alluding to it all day. This thing that gets changed when you change your nervous system. Well, that thing is literally the space around your body where your nervous system extends. Think about it. You feel the environment around you, you know when it changes. How do you do that? If you're even a little bit intuitive, you can feel the room change, the mood of a room, or when you walk into a room, you can feel the mood of that room. Hey, Leah, would you highlight me, please, hon? How do you know? How do you know the mood of a room when you walk in the room? Well, it turns out that there's this space around your body, and it's different for everyone. And it's your energetic field. I don't know if Bill, maybe you can find, if you're still with us, find a BioWell image that maybe we could show really quickly. But your nervous system emanates a field. HeartMath Institute, many, many years ago, discovered that you could measure a person's heart around their body 6 to 8 feet. Now, if you're a psychopath, a movie star, or a politician, sometimes that field can be 30 to 60 feet. Now, think about what I just said. The field around the body tends to have an influence on the people around you in a greater way, the bigger that field is. So it would be natural that a person who has created these huge careers where a lot of people are drawn to them would have really big fields. Well, every last thing that we think and feel, and especially the things that are the strongest, create in that field a mass, a potential for something to take place. I heard a girl named Sarah Cosme talk about how a strong emotion opens a portal. And I thought, yes, that's a really good way to describe it, because a portal is the entrance to something you move through. So when you're disliking someone, hold on, Bill. Let me see if I can remove that. Oh, you have an image. Can you guys see this? Hold it a little flatter. That's what the field around the body actually looks like. So you can see here in this one, the field is kind of disturbed. I don't know if this is one that's fixed, but after a Cognomovement session, it changes. I was hoping you could pull it up in your computer. It's okay. No, we don't have time for that. That's right. Okay, that is a blown out field. So this is a field. In this field of potential, there's a lot of issues, a lot of problems in which this person doesn't feel good about, and the systems in their body are not working, and they've got big patterns absorbing their energy. And in the next one, do you have a next one? Bill, you're muted. We can't hear you at all.
I'm not a co-host, so I cannot share. But I'm trying to look through printouts.
Oh, Leah's got it. Did you do it, Leah? Okay.
She's got it right there.
All right, good. Thanks. So this is all I wanted to show you guys. This is a field, a physical field around a body. This is done with a BioWell machine. By the way, at Cogno Conscious, we do this measurement before and after. This is that field of potential, but also your energy field that shows where you have damage, where you have these patterns that are running. So now ask yourself, why are people influenced by what's emanating from your body? Now look how sharp these are. Look at these spikes. Look at how ragged this is. Leah, can you scroll up a little bit? Does it say the joules on there? Below. Yeah, 21 joules. This is a unit of energy. After a single Cognomovement session, the joules are 28. I believe that's about a 20% increase. But scroll down just a little bit. Leah, you can see here, the other way up. You can see here that this particular field after one Cognomovement session is now all filled in. All of that, the holes that are created are filled in. What it's filled in with is energy, the natural energy that's returned to a body when it's healed, when the energy is back. Okay, collapse that for just a minute. I just wanted to show that for a very second part of a much, much bigger set of information. Did you want to add something real quick, Bill?
Real quick. So she said joules, right? What a joule is an electronic, is a measurement of electricity. So you could look at a joule as a calorie of electricity. So the electricity, the voltage has jumped in the body. So that means you have more potential for everything. And as you could see illustrated there, there's a lot more potential, right? Would you when you got your system all blown out, like the first one, the before, you have low energy, you got some real feelings about things. And when it's not, you're like, oh, I'm all better, feeling good.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just wanted to, for that. Go ahead, Liz. Sorry.
So what Tia did when she changed her child, and when she changed the potential of what would happen at the zoo, now, like my story earlier, the full potential for that to be an incredible train wreck was there. It was real. But Tia had an absolutely different experience because she set up that field in herself first that emanated outward to be easy and gentle and fun, right? So we're all doing this all day, every day, whether we like it or not, good, bad, or ugly. With Cogno movement, you can do it for the good. You can learn how to change this field through your inner body. But the fun part is you can actually feel these potentials in your field. So we're going to actually do it. We only have 15 minutes. So this is short. It's a mini session. This is a bigger part of Cogno Quantum, something we are going to do at Cogno Conscious as well. But I want you to start to feel into your body. We showed you how to do that. Something you want, but pick something that feels kind of yummy. We want to play with something fun, and we don't have time to clear out what's not working. So think of something that you want, even if it's like a latte tomorrow morning, something that is like, ooh, shiny thing. Or when you think about it, you just feel like, wow, that could be amazing and fun. And you already feel pretty good about it. Let me know in the chat, thumbs up if you've got one, or you can even wave your hand at me. I just want to make sure I don't move forward before everybody's ready. Some little thing, maybe it's a trip coming up. Maybe it's a new pair of shoes. Our practitioner, Annette, who I don't know why she didn't share today, by the way, actually manifested the perfect boots. A coat, maybe a pan for your house, just some little thing that really, in the thinking of it, feels very delicious. So this potential, if it feels good, is probably likely already in process. But I want to teach you today how to reach out and feel it, and then how to make that signal stronger. You got it? Yeah, everybody's got one. So feel it. Notice what that lights up in your body, that good feeling. Now, we all found things that didn't feel so good, but this is going to be different. This is going to be an attracting feeling. Notice where it is. Notice where your body lights up. That's step one. Where do you feel it? For me, when I am about to attract something, it's right here in this upper quadrant. It just feels, I don't know how to explain it, but kind of delicious, really sweet right up in here. That's what it feels like to me. What does it feel like to you? Notice. Yeah. Now, imagine just for a second that you could reach out into this field around your body, 6 to 8 feet, and you could actually touch that thing. Now, don't wave your hands wildly. There's something about it that you know where it is. And trust yourself and kind of just reach out. Just begin to reach out like you were going to reach out and grab that thing right in your field. Now, when you get there, you might notice something really interesting. The air feels different. If you didn't know better, it's like, some people describe it like air jello or cobwebby or even a little tingly electricity. Somebody actually got shocked by theirs recently. There was so much electricity around it. Just start to notice, feel it, get familiar. It's a little weird, but you can feel it. It's right there. And as you touch it with your hand, we're going to use that nervous system. Notice it light up in the body more. When you touch it out here, it's going to light up in here. So if you're feeling that happy feeling in your throat, it'll get bigger when you touch. Just notice this. Isn't that interesting? Put your hand right in the middle of it and see what happens. Notice the top edge and the bottom edge and reach down and feel the weight of it. It literally has mass. It's measurable. I won't go into it now, but there's scientific proof that it has mass. This thought, feeling, electromagnetic, hormonal, and chemical. There's the evidence. Feel it. And notice as you're holding it in your hand, the feeling, the weight of it, how that part of your body lights up. So fun, right? Okay, that's step 2. Step 3, put your eyes in it. Now, you can even put a little something in your hand. You can use a Cogno ball if you want to. And so you have something to look at, but notice the energy here and put your eyes on it. That's step 3. And notice when you put your eyes on it, if that energy gets just even a little bit bigger, just a little bigger in the body, breathe into it. Now, lock your eyes and start to move your head gently up and down. And you may find an eye position. We're connecting with your brain now, another part of the nervous system that makes that energy even get bigger. Step 4, move your head, try on different eye positions, and you'll know when it's there because all of a sudden everything lights up. You'll feel it even more. Breathe into it. Let it be there. Let this cycle, we're triangulating between body, field of potential, and place cell in the brain. There's a part in your brain that this little idea lives. We're connecting them all now. Breathe into it. Good. And just let it be there. Just let it be for a minute. And this, then, if this feeling is something you really like, if it feels really good, we're just going to pull it in. Lots of times you could stop here and run the whole timeline, experience it and change it, but we don't have time today. Something we'll be doing in Cogno Conscious is really experiencing these timelines. This field of potential is one end. For right now, we're going to pull it back in and make it bigger. So feel it in your body, feeling it still, the energy of it in your field, seeing it in your eyes are locked. You're going to just gently start to tug and pull that back in towards the place of your body, towards the place of the body that really feels it. It'll almost be like a pull, a draw. Gently enough, you lose the energy, move back out, get into it, pull it back in. Really pull it and feel that really yummy energy of that thing. Feel it get stronger as you move it in. Keep your eyes in it. Till you get all the way into the body and let the object or your hand, whatever you're using, actually make contact with the part of your body that feels so yummy about this, and the energy will light up again. Just notice it. And breathe it in. And notice the change in the quality of this. Has it started to feel like, oh yeah, that's obviously happening? Or maybe it already did. Just notice. We're going to let this drop for now. You can keep your hands there if you want. And then you're going to imagine over your head a bright white light. Bill calls it the star of creation. Imagine it just hovering over your head, 6 to 8 inches over the top of the head. And you're going to try on this manifestation throughout all of your chakra system. We're going to actually bring it down through the body like a transformer. So just let it, you can feel it here too, and just let it start to move through the top of the head into the third eye, logical mind. See how the logical mind feels about you receiving this thing, maybe sooner than later. And let it drop down into the throat chakra. You're going to be speaking about this thing. You're going to be experiencing it with your voice. Let it drop down into the heart. Feeling it moving into the 3D world through the chakras. You're going to be loving this thing, really wanting it and having it be a part of your life, your experience, even if it's shoes. Move it down into the solar plexus now. into your reality. Are you going to be experiencing this with confidence, surety? Is it a sure thing? Move it down into the second chakra, right below or with your belly button there. Creativity, family, your real life, feel it there. If it stops for any reason and doesn't move down, just take a big deep breath and welcome it. Welcome. Sometimes the body's a little unsure. Welcome it. And then let it drop down into that root chakra. We've moved it from the ether, from the field, down into the 3D where things manifest. We're in a 3D world. It has to become 3D. Notice it sitting right on the top of your coccyx there, your lower spine. And breathe into, just feel the energy, the sensation of this thing that's pretty much yours now. Notice if it feels different than when you started. Less of an idea, less of a potential, and more of a reality. Put in the chat if it moved into reality for you, if it actually feels like, oh yeah, clearly that happened. Go ahead, Bill. Did you want to jump in?
Yeah, the way that I like to look at it is, did it feel like I wanted it before? And now it just feels like, oh, that is, I don't know how, but it's just, that's happening.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It just feels like, to me, like a confidence, like, oh, clearly. Yeah, it's on. That's happening. What is really amazing, so this goes back to the map of levels of awareness, or the Hawkins scale. Bill talks about thwarted wanting. So I want it, but I don't think I can get it. That's thwarted wanting. That's that feeling in your body of resistance. But when you move through this process and it's in the body, there's no thwarted wanting. There's really no wanting. There's just having. It's just having. So huge body waves. People are saying, yeah, it'll appear when it appears. It's just fine. Spinning even, people felt, yeah, all of that is normal. This is physical. You're not reaching out into the universe and begging for someone to give you something. You're generating it with your nervous system. You're trying it on in your field of potential and kind of fishing, like see if there's a match to it. But when you pull it back down into your body, you create a stronger generator. When you move it down through, what do you call this thing, Bill? A transformer.
It's a transformer, and it's the current. We are following the current of manifestation.
Yeah.
This is the natural path of energy when something goes through a creation. Remember, anything you ever got, right before you got it, it was like, oh yeah, there it is, right? There it is. So this is what Liz has done for you today, is like miraculous. And it is what the missing component, the law of attraction. It's like, oh, think it, want it, try to think of it as that, but I don't have it. Think of it as if you have it. What you just did today was you took all that away. Now it's like, oh yeah, it's easy for you to think of, I have it, right? Right? So it's not a fight. When something is in the field, it's not now. When it's in the past or the future, and when it's here, it's now. So anyway, everybody should be kissing Liz's feet.
Not my feet. My feet are so sensitive. How about my cheeks? Okay, so Robin says, I can feel it getting lost in timing. All right. So here's what you do. There are times when we work a process, and this may have been something for little that you like, but for bigger things where when we try to pull that in, we get some resistance, we get confusion. This is where you do what Tia did. You work it out of your body. You work a Cogno movement session till you get to neutral, and you'll see all the places where maybe it didn't fit before, or maybe you needed to let some piece go, or maybe the timing wasn't right, or maybe you don't want that thing at all. There are so many times when we work these sessions and we're like, oh God, the reason I haven't gotten that is I don't want it. That's somebody else's thing that they want. That's my mom things. Bill shares a fun story about not wanting a Cadillac, basically, a big car. It was what his dad wanted. So lots of times we'll have this big push-pull. Remember I said what you push against pushes back, what you pull against pulls back. You'll find these in your manifestations and they feel uncomfortable. You know when a manifestation is not really about to show up because you're uncomfortable. And there's something in your nervous system, your subconscious, that is kicking back and saying, not safe. All you have to do is rewrite that code, work it out, find out what is creating the push or the pull, and eliminate it. And then you can feel the thing clearly in the field, pull it in, move it down through the transformer, and yeah, it's going to fit. It's like the difference between, going around all day with underwear that don't fit and a wedgie and feeling fully comfortable in what you're wearing, moving freely about the planet. It's a big difference, wedgie or no wedgie. You get to choose with Cogno movement and manifestations. Though we don't have time to go into it fully because we're out of time. Manifestations happen minute by minute. Cars, houses, real estates, the Marlboro Man, perfect relationships, things that just flow. They're all available to you if you know how to change the system that is creating in them in the first place. And that's you, your subconscious and your nervous system. So Leah, one last time, tell us about Cogno Conscious before we say good night. Where are you, Leah?
Yes, I am here. Sorry, I had an issue. I had a dog issue. Liz's granddogs, if you will. Okay, so let's talk about Cogno Conscious one last time. Again, Cogno Conscious tickets are going up the price is going up tomorrow. So if you want to get all of these cool deals and you want to learn a little bit more about Cogno Conscious, I will talk about it right now. So for Cogno Conscious, it is a 4-day event live in San Diego. It is March 23rd through 26th. And with Cogno Conscious, your dream life is achievable in this lifetime during this event. So now is the time to transform your life. Again, it is really the only event of its kind. There's no event high with this that ends up, dropping off within 3 days after. You are actively changing your reality during these 4 days. You're going to work through fear and shame all the way up to enlightenment, unconditional love, and joy. Excuse me. You're going to be learning how to let go of the 3rd dimension in order to live a 5th dimension life. It's a really intense event, but when you get through Cogno Conscious, you're going to be able to get the reality that you really want, experience living in the 5th dimension, raise your consciousness, elevate your being, fast track your manifesting, get massive energy back. It's just an amazing event. And you are going to be actively shifting your timeline and shifting your reality during these 4 days. So a couple of things that you need to know. Basic training is required for Cogno Conscious. So basic training is the foundation of Cogno movement. You learn how to do Cogno movement, how to do your own sessions, and it comes with 2 Cogno balls. If you get tickets today, you get basic training for free. You get to attend basic training live as well, and you get to attend the free secret class that is only for Cogno Conscious goers who get tickets today. And you also get to pick one of our items in our merchandise, and you will get it at Cogno Conscious. We'll order it for you. again, guys, it's really exciting. We usually only do this event once because it's such a crazy event. So you're going to want to join this year. Make this year be the one that counts and changes everything. If you have any questions at all, please ask questions in the comments. I'm going to be giving people a call after this event ends. I've got Angie, Lorianne, Shanti, Anna, Jerry, Alice, Patricia, and Belinda. If you're not on that list and you want to be, private message me your phone number, or you can schedule a discovery call at cognomovement.com/discovery call. So go to cognomovement.com/cognoconscious, learn more about cognoconscious, watch the really fun videos, watch the awesome testimonials, and we'll see you there.
And that is it for today. Thank you so much, Bill McKenna, for being here with us all. Leah, thanks for all your hard work. She really did put this thing together. Every one of our amazing practitioners who showed up today and shared their stories. Cogno Movement doesn't exist without you. If you want to be a Cogno Movement practitioner, that's something you can talk with to Leah about as well. You get to work with one of these amazing practitioners as your mentor. It's a big part of it. So please reach out. Let us know what happens next. This was a big day. What happens? What miracles did you create? Miracles are mandatory reporting. Anything else, Bill McKenna?
Hey, thank you all for coming. My gosh, what a day. What a day. I will oh wait, am I can you hear
You're
me?
on. You're fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. Thank you, practitioners. Thank you, Liz and Leah. What a great day. I could do this all day long, every day. Every day could be Cogno Movement Day. Thank you all, and thank you for sharing. For those of you on whatever aspect are not at a zero, go watch again, replay, and do the rest of the session to get yourself to a zero. And thank you. Thank you so much.
And if you're wanting to watch it again before tomorrow, it's on Facebook at cognomovement.com. It's at YouTube on cognomovement.com. If you're a practitioner, it is in your practitioner forum now on Facebook. If you're part of our Cogno Movement members community, it is in the community now on Facebook. And we will email everyone a link tomorrow with some information that you'll need for the upcoming events. We'll talk to you all soon. Thank you so much. Big love.
Thank you.
Bye.